And we are live. Friday night FTG live podcast. Nobody joined tonight. Bunch of slackers. But anyway, we got a few things to discuss. One thing that I have to bring up this week, other than fuck the Walkers, Greg Sharp coming out with a movie called Arm Break. Dumbest thing I've ever heard. I don't know about you guys, but I've only been in the sport maybe 4 or 5 years. But one of the first things I learned was that you don't post videos about arm breaks or of arm breaks. You don't talk about them. You don't promote them. You know, if people outside of the sport just keep seeing videos of arm breaks, no one's ever going to join the sport. So I don't know what Greg's thinking, but to name a movie Arm Break is absolutely absurd to me. Second thing that I think is absurd, I finally got to watch that thing they threw with WWE wrestling with all those guys. Now, I'm very happy for the guys that did it, that were super WWE fans, and it was their dream to do it. But the match was so staged and cringy that I was like, oh, no, this is not the future of arm wrestling. Let's not mix those two worlds. Yeah, I was not a fan of it at all. So those are those two things. And then what else? Oh, the Walkers. Yeah, they're freaking out there hardcore talking tons of trash about 98. Madison Walker, someone told her, or she heard, that I was on the microphone at Winter Blast saying that she put on weight. Number one, if any of you were at Winter Blast, I was not at on the microphone even once at Winter Blast. It was all Mikey and Corey Miller. And so, that's another false accusation from that crew. So that, and then she competed. She showed up late, wasn't going to compete, but then she saw Sarah Wilson drop out, not pull the weight class or the arm that Maddie wanted to do. So then Maddie wanted to jump in. Not sure why she's avoiding Sarah, but jumped in for free, mind you. We let her pull for free because she was late and we didn't feel like pulling out all the registration stuff. And then she pulled and then went and talked trash about us in her group chat, which is crazy to me. So anyway, we'll talk about that after. Right now, we got these two fellas. We got the whole damn championship family in the house.
What's up, brother?
What's going on, buddy?
Is our volume good?
Yeah, it's good.
All right, right on.
I'm going to let you guys, why don't you guys introduce yourselves?
All right. I'm John Gleishaw, father and coach of these two gentlemen. Go ahead.
I'm Garrett.
Yeah.
What's your age?
I'm 16.
16 years old.
Oh, my God.
Samuel, 13.
Oh, my God. Both of them can beat me, the record.
Yeah, they're studs. They're definitely studs. But, yeah, we just traveled 8 hours to get down here to Ohio. We're in a hotel room right now to the
Nice.
Ohio Tri-State by Stump Crew, hosted by Randall Bladen. We just got here, so we just stuffed our bellies after weigh-ins and
Nice. Oh, you guys just turned sideways.
Oh,
there we go.
Better? Is that better?
That's good.
Okay.
So
yeah.
Who was the first one in the family to get into arm wrestling? You, or was it one of the kids? And then did you get them into it? Or how did it work?
Well, Garrett, when he was 12, he was 12 years old. And you know how kids do? They say, "Oh, what did you do this when you were old, or when you were younger? Did you do this?" And I said, "Yeah, I arm wrestled a little bit, but nothing crazy." And he was 12. He was 12 years old, and he said, "Oh, I think I want to try arm wrestling." Mind you, he's done nothing up to this point. So I showed him one or two little things. I said, "Go to school, kick your friend's ass." That's basically what I said. So he comes home like 2 days later. He's like, Dad, I can beat everybody doing that. I was like, yeah, that's how it works. Technique. Those kids don't know what they're doing. He practiced, what did we train for? Maybe a month or two. Yeah, it was short-lived. Trained him real quick. I looked stuff up, found something down in Pennsylvania at Chucky Peterson's place. And we went down there a week after he turned 13. He pulled a bunch of 16 and 17-year-olds and got his ass kicked like he should. And fell in love with it from there. So
That's awesome.
yeah. And Samuel started maybe 2 years ago. And he's still working on his technique and everything, but he's a big 13-year-old. Like he just turned 13 at nationals. Like that was actually his birthday.
Oh, wow.
And he won that. He won the 15U division. So
Oh, what a happy birthday that is.
Yeah. Long weekend, but yeah.
Yeah. Who knew the whole family would enjoy holding hands with other men?
Yeah, it happens, I guess.
That's awesome, though. That I love seeing like arm wrestling families. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
I mean, you guys have traveled far just to come to some of our 98 tournaments.
Yeah, we'll see you next weekend too.
Yeah, we always got to travel.
That's a hell of a drive down to that one.
Maryland I think that's like this one to Cincinnati.
Yeah.
This was 8 hour. This was an 8 hour drive.
Wow.
And Maryland for us from our house, I think, is like 5 hours. It's actually not that bad.
That's not too bad. Yeah.
No. Typically, like over in Jersey, like when we were or that side of Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
That's like 7.5 hours for us. So Maryland oddly is closer.
Yeah. Straight shot.
Yeah, just sort of straight through. But yeah, we
Cool.
traveled to Tennessee, Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania a lot.
I mean that's a cool hobby to do, like, you know, father-son stuff. Like that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully we don't take it as a hobby forever. I mean, that's why.
Yeah.
I mean, give these dudes some super matches. Anybody out there?
Got it, dude. They're gonna surpass you.
Oh, for sure. I already bet that Garrett's going to be actually pinning me legitimately before he's an actual adult. And Samuel,
awesome.
Samuel will be the same way. So I'm sure.
I love seeing that because it makes me like wish that I had gotten it that young, you know?
Well, sure, absolutely.
I know every older guy is like, man, I wish I started this sooner.
Yep.
But good age for them to get into it and already winning. That's amazing.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, like Garrett said, how many super matches have you had?
5 maybe.
Yeah, one with you guys.
With Paul Lynn, right? Paul Lynn Jr.
Yeah. So he's had 5 total super matches, and
he wants to run that back, by the way.
Who, Paul does?
Yeah.
Whatever, dude. I guess let's do it. I guess. I know. Well, I don't think we really turned down anything. But yeah, he's had 5 super matches so far, and he's won them all. So
David Marr just said he beat me at New York State Championships super quick.
Yeah. Dave's a good dude. We've seen him the last 2 years at New York State. So and Winter Blast. We've seen him there. I don't think you guys pulled a Winter Blast.
I don't think so.
No, I don't think so either. But yeah, good dude.
Yeah, we got a lot of super match stuff coming up. Like we're starting the table trauma thing, and plus us working with Arm Gods, we'll have a lot of our opportunities with those guys. So the goal really, I mean, the whole theme of 98 is to follow young guys like this and watch their entire journey up until like they're,
for sure,
up there with the elites and stuff. And so it'll be fun because they're such a young age.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm down.
You're going to see a lot of improvement in the beginning like that, when you gain the most, improvements. But
we've gone up into Ottawa and stuff and pulled too.
Nice.
Yeah, Samuel actually won their state fair for their teen group. He won that one. I don't think we're gonna do that state fair again though. That was we just sat out in the sun for like 8-9 hours and felt horrible and drove home for 6 hours and yeah.
Instead of a medal, you get like a chicken.
Yeah. Yeah, they got a medal, but yeah, it was we went home feeling pretty sick after that one. The sun did us in Canada.
The outside ones are tough because you got to like Keystones, for instance. One year I went, it rained. One year I went, it was so hot, everybody was miserable. Then the year before that, it was so windy, everybody's tents were ripping apart.
Right.
But it's hard to make something outdoors really work without like a really quick option to fix that if the weather's bad.
Yeah, we'll be heading to Keystone this year. We're actually taking the RV down there so we can make life easier for us.
Oh, that would help. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
That way, if it's bad weather, it doesn't matter.
We can get the hell out of there.
Yeah. That's cool, man.
Yeah.
So do you guys have anything, any super matches lined up right now or no?
No super matches lined up. Everybody we've reached out to is either busy or sort of just doesn't want the match. And it's actually hard. It's actually difficult to get super matches for teenagers against adults because a lot of adults are like, hell no, I'm not taking that match. If I lose, I look like an idiot. And if I win, I beat a kid. But I just wish they knew, like, you're not pulling a kid who doesn't know how to arm wrestle. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, it is what it is. I mean, I'm appreciative of everybody who takes matches with the boys. Samuel just turned 13. He's never had a super match. We're more working his technique right now to get it down, but he's doing really good. And I wouldn't, I'm not pushing him into the adult classes just yet, but
pretty sure they'd both smoke me anyway.
Well, we'll find out next weekend. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, well, dude. Side table, you too.
There you go. But
that's funny. What practices do you guys frequent? Have you visited any practices all around or?
Nah. We practices are typically at our house.
Yeah.
And who you see on this screen is who's at that practice. But the practices we do attend, we try to get up into Rochester with the easy rollers with JJ Jackson and his crew.
Yeah.
We try getting up there as much as we can. They practice on Thursdays, so when we leave on Fridays and go pull on the weekends, we can't get there. But when we're not on the weekends, we're not pulling. We get there on Thursdays.
Yeah.
So
that's cool. JJ's a good dude.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So what sort of training things do you got them doing now? Like, are you like kind of choosing certain exercises since they're young, like staying away from any certain things or?
No, it started out when they both started out. I said, okay, if you really want to train on this, show me you're committed.
Yep.
Get on the pull-up bar every day. Show me you can do 20 pull-ups. Show me you can sit down and rock out 60 push-ups real quick. So show me you can do this. Once you can do it consistently, then we'll start training arm wrestling. And it took a matter of months before both of them, when they started, they just took off. And it's pretty much an everyday thing. For the longest time, in the middle of our living room was an arm wrestling table with a pulley. And let me tell you, their mom fucking loves that.
Oh, I bet.
That moved into the garage.
Put a lamp on it; it'll look like an end table.
Right? Yeah, but it was always in use. That was the thing, and she was like, "Just get out of the living room." So all that's in the garage now. All the weights and everything. Most of that's in Garrett's room. We're turning a 20 by 12 shed into the arm wrestling room here this summer.
Nice.
That way we can completely be out of the house. We can move everything out there.
That's cool.
Yeah, but there's nothing we really steer clear of. We don't do a lot of weight training. We do more body weight training. At their age, there's no supplements. There's none of that's needed yet.
They're not doing steroids?
Not yet. I'll get them on horse steroids when they're older. But
right. Put it in their cereal.
Yeah, they'll have steroids.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it's just constant table training, constant pulley training, a bunch of different stuff.
Randy in the house. What's up, Randy?
What's up, man?
How you doing?
Good, man. We got these guys on because we were talking earlier in the week about these guys winning medals, running all over the place. I was like, man, we got to get them on the show and see what they got going on. But yeah, maybe we can. It's probably short notice for Antietam for a super match, but maybe our next one after that. We got another one in August.
Yeah, that's a Pennsylvania one, right?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, I think
New Jersey.
New Jersey. Yeah, somewhere over there. Yeah, I know it's over there. Yeah,
Cherry Hill, I think.
You know, if it works out. If not, you know, we can talk and figure it out.
yeah, for sure. I think
we're gonna
that's
start
early
doing
August,
some,
right?
Yeah, like the 3rd, I think.
Yeah, I think I got that marked on the calendar.
But we're gonna start doing some super matches. Like Sean Latimer is gonna let us do some at his practices. So some might not even be at a tournament. We're just gonna schedule like 4 or 5 of them in a day and all meet up and do some super matches and get some content out there. You know.
Absolutely.
So that, I mean, that could work better for some people too. You know, if they can't make it to the tournament, just come to a practice or something.
Yeah, absolutely.
So yeah, I'll definitely, you know, I keep everyone in mind. So like when people start asking for super matches, then like my eyes are open to see like who I can match them up with.
Absolutely. We're always willing.
Yeah, I'll always be ready for a super match.
There you go.
Probably got a good chance of smashing Dave Shell here.
Uh-oh. How you doing, Dave?
Oh, just wonderful. Thank you.
It's not every day you can legally beat up on an elderly man.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll definitely. I know Paul Lynn did mention that he would love to run that back.
Okay.
So yeah, keep that in mind, I guess. And then
Okay.
But definitely, I mean, there's, you know, if I put out a post looking for someone like same relative weight class, maybe closer in age, I'm sure a lot of people will respond.
Okay. Yeah, I'm down. And I don't even care about the age, really. I mean, he's had matches with his age all the way up to I think Paul is the oldest one he's had a match with. But he's had a super match with 3 adults, and 2 teens, right? 3 teens, 2 or 3 teens, I don't know. But either way, it doesn't matter. Whoever's willing, and we're not looking. I know I'm like coach / manager for both of them, but definitely not looking for any easy wins. And I'm actually looking for some just straight up wars. I want these guys to have wars because that's how you get better. You don't get better flashing anybody or getting flashed. You don't learn anything from that shit. So
Dude, that's awesome.
Yeah, I don't care about the wins. I don't care about the losses. I want wars for these guys.
Oh, but do they care about the wins and the losses?
Of course they do. They're teenage boys. Hell yes, they care about wins and losses. But they need wars, and they know that.
That's awesome. How about you? You're going to do any super matches?
Me?
Yeah.
Everybody keeps asking me that shit. You know what? Maybe by the end of the year, I'll jump on a card somewhere.
There you go. Against one of your boys?
No, probably not. By the end of the year, they probably beat the hell out of me.
Yeah. Dude, it's amazing. It's weird. Like the younger the people are that get into the sport, like they pick it up so fast.
Oh yeah.
And like their tendons or muscles grow so fast because they're young.
Yep.
You know, where us old guys, it's like, man, to see some improvement, you really got to work hard to see something to get gains.
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, when you say they pick it up so fast, it's funny you say that. Garrett had a super match against Daniel Passmore down here in Ohio.
Yeah.
And after that super match, we were talking, and he said, "I get it now. You're always telling me move my hips here, move my legs there." He's like, "I get it." Like it dawned on him. Like I understand it now. Like it clicked.
Yeah.
And then he took off from there. He was still relatively new on that one, but
Oh,
like
dude,
it clicked after that.
yeah. I mean, even as an adult, like when you first start, like it took me a while to realize like you can get more torque by pushing your hip into the table, and
Sure.
and it takes a while to get all that to happen at the same time. Like,
Yeah, it's a
when you
full
first
body.
start, you're like curling your wrist, then hitting, or you're not doing it all at once. Like it takes a while to like your for your mind to like put that all together.
Sure.
But it's cool to see some young kids getting into it because, I mean, if you think about it, they're the future of the sport. So the more we can get involved, the better.
Yeah, I agree.
And I feel like a lot of people don't put enough emphasis on the younger kids or even like the lower level people, which is why we started 98%, so that we could get newer people into the sport. Because
we've been trying to get to a 98 event for some time, and then it's finally starting to work out. So
yeah, that's awesome. Because I mean, most promotions really cater to like East versus West. It's all 2%ers,
Sure,
so
absolutely.
we wanted to be one that was like for the regular people. Yeah.
Well, if you guys ever want to shoot over to Western New York, I could get you a school that we could do a tournament in or something. There's a lot of parking at a school.
Oh, really? That would be cool.
Yeah, I could for sure get you the school.
I mean, we have a lot of enemies in New York for some reason, but we can't. They might get pissed off if we visit New York, but we'll come.
It's okay. I got enemies everywhere. I don't give a shit. I just like arm wrestling.
It seems like the bigger we get and the more we do, the more hate we get. And, I don't know what it is. I don't want to say it's like jealousy, but it's like
it's envy.
I don't know what it is, man, but we get more and more people like talking trash for no reason. And it's like, dude, we're all here to just have fun,
Right.
So, we used to, when we first started, we'd go back at them and, go back and forth on social media. And now we just don't care anymore. It's just like, let's just focus on 98 and where we're headed. And
absolutely,
we don't have to go back and forth and,
absolutely.
But yeah, so definitely. So next birthday, some steroids for the boys. We'll write that down. Is there an age limit for steroids?
I don't know. I think you can eat steroids all day.
Yeah. I don't think they need them.
Nah, they're good. They're solid.
Yeah. That's another thing is like some arm wrestlers like that are new in the sport jump on steroids, older guys, and then their muscle strength surpasses what their bones and their tendons
what they have,
breaking their own arms and shit.
Yep.
Or tearing stuff because they're just, really shouldn't jump on steroids till you've like peaked, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, I told the boys, while you're young, take nothing. When you're older and you're done having kids, take whatever the hell you want.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, it's so much tendon abuse. That's the big thing.
Yeah.
It's, I mean, just pulling a little bit with some of my buddies. I had some of the worst tennis elbow of my life.
Oh yeah.
It's just screaming.
Especially if you're slamming into a hook. That newbie elbow pain is real.
Yeah.
Well, Dave Shell wouldn't know, but
say what?
Dave has never gotten any sort of pain from arm wrestling.
It's pretty cool seeing the young guys though, man. I mean, just imagine, where they're going to be when they're 30.
Right. Yeah.
You know what I mean? And once you really hit that
young in the sport.
yeah, and you hit your man strength,
Oh yeah.
It's just going to be crazy.
Yeah.
I gripped up with one kid at Arm Gods. I think he was 16.
Yeah.
Strong as an ox, dude, for a 16-year-old kid.
Well, do you know who it was?
I forget his name. Dave was near the table when I gripped up with him. He said he was a wrestler too.
Could have been from Fernando Carey from Beast Mode.
I think that might have been him.
Yeah, some of these dudes are like, I mean,
Well, so
like
this week-
they just flat out compete
Did he
in
have to have a
men's
translator there?
amateur and
Because-
pro.
Did he have to have a translator? He doesn't speak English.
No, he spoke English.
Okay, that wasn't Fernando then.
Okay. Yeah, he was a 16-year-old kid. He said he was a wrestler, but he was strong, man. But it's crazy when you think, over
Yeah.
the years when their body gets used to it and they just get bigger and stronger. It's nuts.
Stay away from those guys because next thing you know, there's a viral video of me getting my ass kicked by a teenager.
Yeah. Getting spun off a table.
Right? Yeah. Like, it's bad enough all the women are beating me. But yeah. Yeah, definitely we'll I'll reach out to you with some names, some potential names. Maybe one will pop out at you that you guys want to set a matchup with.
Yeah, yeah, we're down. Just let me know.
Yeah, we're starting. A lot of people. We did that sign up sheet, and a lot of people. I think we're up to like 60 people that signed up.
Holy crap!
Matches. Yeah, I was like, oh my god, dude, we got to start doing them soon. But we got a lot of things in the works, so we'll get there. We got some tournaments coming up, and then, dude, we're already planning the next Winter Blast, and I feel like it just ended.
Where's it going to be?
Tentatively,
where's it going to be?
I don't know what location, but same general like PA area.
Gotcha.
Maybe we might go back to a little north of Philly.
Okay.
Where it was like the year before. So I don't know. We're still talking to venues, and it's hard. That tournament takes a lot of planning. So
absolutely. Have you guys made a decision on doing summer blast, spring blast, fall blast, all that stuff?
We're talking about it, and it's something we were talking about with Arm Gods too. But they still have some events planned for the year, and so do we. So we're gonna hit it hard next year. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I got you.
Like with us merging and working together and doing some big things, because we both have so many things this year. Like we have to kind of plan it like a year ahead of time, basically.
Absolutely.
Plus, I think having Arm Gods and Winter Blast on the same weekend, they kind of hurt each other a little bit. Because people had to buy tickets to Arm Gods, and then
Right.
couldn't pull as many classes the next day at Winter Blast, and then some people maybe didn't go to Arm Gods because they wanted to pull extra classes at Winter Blast, because it becomes an expensive weekend when you start adding multiple nights of hotel and then food and drinks and entry fees, and
Yeah.
that was a long weekend, and so we probably won't ever do two giant events like that on the same weekend. We'll split it up.
Yeah, but at least y'all learn quick.
Yeah, I mean, dude, people were coming up to me and was like, "Oh, dude, that tournament was amazing." And I'm always the one that's looking at it, going, "Okay, this could have been better. We could have done this differently."
Right.
I'm like picking it apart, and people are like, "No, it was awesome." And I'm like, "Well, we're always trying to improve something,
Yeah, absolutely.
Every year if we can get a little bit better, that's what we're aiming for."
Well, we'll keep driving and participating, my man.
Oh, we appreciate it, man. It's hard to find supporters, I mean, there's some guys that are right near us, and they don't come to our tournaments, or don't go to they don't go support local things, but then they'll drive 4 hours to go to something else, and it's like, man, just if everybody was supportive, we'd be able to do bigger and better things, and cash payouts and stuff like that.
Sure.
But we're still growing, so we'll get to that point, and I'm just happy we are where we're at. I mean, we're already the biggest tournament in the country, which is crazy to me.
Right.
I'm like, damn, took 4 years, but that's crazy,
Absolutely. Yeah,
So-
we'll definitely be there next year. We enjoyed it.
Oh, there's Paul Lynn, dude. He came in to try to snipe one of your sons. He's typing in font that's intimidating, trying to intimidate your family. David, I support you guys, Ryan. David Marr is such a sweetheart. Plus, his son's a beast too. Holy Christ! Austin, he's a monster. But yeah, and let me know, man, and we'll try to find you guys a match. Paul Lynn said I've been pinned by almost everyone on the screen. That's pretty funny.
Nah, that's all good. But yeah, we'll jump off here. We gotta get ready for tomorrow night or tomorrow morning's poll.
Thanks for coming on, and anytime you guys want to come on, we're on every Friday night.
All right, yeah, I'm typically watching on Friday night, but these guys are always sleeping or getting ready to pull the next day. So
and things get crazy on here at night that might not be appropriate for teenagers.
I know, and it's I know it's getting that time because you guys haven't talked about certain things yet. But I know it's about to happen. So
they're pulling where tomorrow? You're not here in Virginia with us, are you? They're pulling where tomorrow?
Randall Bladen's.
That's right. That's right.
Loveland, Ohio.
Yep. Yeah.
Nice.
That's right, out in Cincinnati.
Well, good luck, guys. Go
All right. Thanks a lot, brother.
All right,
See you guys.
See you guys.
Big shout out to Josh Jennings and Easton Curran and LeBron James.
Shut up, Sam. All right. See you guys.
See you guys.
Later.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, it's fun to see kids so excited to get into the sport.
Yeah, man.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that's right. I forgot they had something in the Cincinnati area tomorrow. But keep finding things. I just, they're having that battle at B-Dubs, Garen Nixon on the 28th of June. It's just, I don't know anything. People don't tell me anything. Ice mentioned it, and so I went looking for it, and sure enough, there it is.
Yeah.
We would get folks, hey, promoters, if you're listening, tell us about some of this crap and we'll put it out there. Even if it's not crap.
If you're a promoter and you're having an event and you tell us the date, Dave will put it on his list. He'll talk about it on his episode of the Getting Around with the Professor podcast, and we'll get the word out. But when you don't tell us, it won't be on the list. So it sucks too, because some guys will put out a flyer like a week before their tournament. I'm like, what are you doing?
Yeah,
that's not great.
There was one at either a VFW or American Legion in Rhode Island, and they never have anything in Rhode Island. So they basically get people there, and I saw it like 3 days before it took place.
We can't say fuck that guy to the teenagers, so we're like, darn those fellas.
Yeah, with promoting and stuff, sometimes I see guys with flyers or other things where there's like no address on it and stuff.
Yeah.
Or
it's a flyer that looks like the menu in a fucking old diner.
Yeah, I'm like,
what the fuck is this, dude?
How am I supposed to find this? There's nothing on it.
And they haven't changed those flyers for like 30 years.
Yeah.
And then you watch their tournament and it looks like it's like someone in a bingo hall calling out names, like no excitement. You know what I mean? Like, it just doesn't look fun to me.
Yeah.
These tournaments, they try to do them to please the pullers that are going to them. But if we're going to grow the sport, it has to appease the people that are watching. And, if we're going to get new people in and new people watching, and you want to bring sponsors into the sport, you have to be appealing to the general public. And man, like I watched that WWE fucking match, dude, and I was like, this is stupid.
Yeah.
I'm happy for the guys that did it, because I know those guys are huge WWE fans, and it was like their dream to do that. But for the arm wrestling aspect, I'm like, man, this is not what we do not need fake fucking matches and fucking weird shit like that. It was like too much.
Yeah, I didn't tune into it. I kind of was getting that vibe before it kicked off.
Yeah.
I love Aussie arm wrestler Jake. He's cool. Hung out with him at Knuckles Up. He's an awesome dude. It just wasn't for me personally.
Yeah. And I know he's a huge fan, and so is Uncle John.
Yeah.
I mean, that's like their dream to do that shit. So I was like, oh, good. They got to do something that was like a bucket list thing. But for the arm wrestling community, I was like, oh.
Yeah. I wasn't for me, but
Yeah, it was a little
I mean,
cringy.
yeah, you don't want people getting the wrong idea of the sport.
I mean, the minute you bring up the sport now, people are like, "Is that like slap boxing?" You know,
Every time, dude.
Yeah.
You ever see that slap fight? I'm like, yeah, I've seen it.
Yeah. What does that have to do with arm wrestling?
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the slap fight. It just looks like CTE every time to me.
Yeah. David Marson, I'm a wrestling fan, and that was garbage.
Yeah, dude, I loved wrestling growing up. Like,
Oh yeah, when I was a kid.
oh yeah, I actually met a bunch of wrestlers when I was a kid because my uncle ran sound for some of the promotions that were like local and stuff. So I got to meet some, famous dudes that were like off season and stuff from like WWF back in the day. But like, I kind of grew out of it a little bit. But yeah, not trying to bash anyone for liking that sort of thing. It's just with the crossover with arm
It's hard
wrestling.
to cross over other sports with it,
Yeah, it just didn't do it for me.
Yeah. Dude, I had to really bite my tongue with having those kids on. It's like when he said, no adults want to pull my kids because they're kids and this and that. I had to stop myself. I almost said, dude, you got to challenge pedophiles.
Hmm.
Thank God I stopped myself from saying that. So, crisis averted.
It was funny because their dad was like, "I know you guys talk about something every Friday." It's like semen retention.
Oh yeah, dude. Can be like, do your sons practice semen retention? And be like, we're gonna leave now, asshole. Oh man.
Oh my God.
Then they're like, Dad, what's semen?
Well, that actually sounded very scientific when we talked about it with Joey I on Wednesday night.
Yeah. Well, I knew boxers practice semen retention. So I was like, let me ask him and see how it translates to boxing versus, arm wrestlers doing it. And I mean, I did look into it a little bit myself. There is a little bit of science behind it, but it doesn't make a big enough difference for it to do anything to like performance wise.
Yeah.
Maybe mentally more so, like you said, maybe you're a little angry when you're not getting laid. You get up there and you're fucking all worked up.
Weak knees, right?
Yeah, right. Weak knees in boxing. That's funny.
Oh man.
Yeah,
how about a quick shout out to 50th birthday for Devin, huh?
I know, 50 years old, dude. That's crazy.
Yeah.
He doesn't look a day over 60.
Or a pound over 300.
Right. He has the body of a 50-year-old and the arms of a fucking 90-year-old. 90-year-old Tyrannosaurus Rex.
My first time meeting him was at a King of the Table in AC. And, he was fucking huge there. I don't even know.
Yeah.
Can't imagine what he looks like now.
That's where he stole my Engen mask.
Did he?
Well, he offered to buy it, and I just gave it to him. I was wearing it around. I thought they were going to kick me out for that, but
Oh, my God.
they didn't.
Hey, speaking of that, why doesn't Engen come over to the States? Does anyone know?
I don't think he can.
Really?
Yeah. There's something that prevented him from coming.
Gotcha.
I think it's his eyebrows. Dude, nobody even noticed that I put some
I
Engen
did see
eyebrows
that.
on my picture.
Yeah. Jody is asking for the link there, Ryan.
Yeah.
Get him on.
Dude, yeah. Here's the link. Boom. I want Jody's opinion on that. Jody sent me the video earlier and asked for my thoughts on it. I watched it real quick and didn't think it was that great, dude, to be honest.
Yeah.
I was just like, eh. Dennis Smith in the house.
Wonderful weather down here. There were people who went down to the beach, as some of you may have seen on my Facebook post, or people romping in the what passes for surf. Well, actually, it was decent waves for the York River, but actually, it was a little bit warmer in Allentown than it was here. But air temperature 70. I'm not sure what the water temperature was, but there were folks out there romping around in the waves.
It's got to be cold still, I would think.
Yeah, fuck that.
Yeah, the York River. Yeah, you would think. But
Yeah, I work in Quakertown, Dave, and it's like 70. It's like 78 today.
Mm.
So it was warm.
Well, this was evening, and Allentown was down to 73, and it was 70 here in Yorktown.
Yeah.
Yeah, you want to avoid MLK tomorrow. They're have a marathon. Everything's gonna be tied up in Allentown.
Ugh.
Oh, White Wolf's in the house. So I came up with this idea. I didn't want White Wolf to hear about this, but it's underwater arm wrestling.
Underwater arm.
So that there'd be no fast hits, you know? No, I'm kidding. White Wolf was talking about underwater arm wrestling in the chat last night. He was like, "You better not steal my idea, Grinded." It's like, oh, I'm gonna bring it up. That's my own idea. Arm wrestling, like in one of those like circus fucking dunk tanks.
I saw one video. I don't know if it was Milo or Auden. They were talking about arm wrestling in space.
Oh God.
Because they knew someone that knew Elon Musk or something. It's weird.
Imagine that, dude. They have an arm wrestling match up in space. Dude, so you were at King of the Table. Devin had a dude with him that's a scientist, like a genetic scientist. And I was talking to that guy. Devin introduced me to him, and I'm talking to him. And he said he's been working with Devin to genetically like modify him into a better athlete. Like what
was that the guy from Canada?
I didn't ask where he was from, but he was with Devin. Like during the matches, he was off to the side and he was standing there with Devin for a while.
I've watched some of his videos when he was really going hard on the stem cells and stuff. And he was going to some other dude that was doing like gene related therapy.
Yeah.
It was probably that guy.
Probably is, yeah.
But yeah, Devin's fucking nuts, dude.
I mean, they said they looked at his DNA and they're saying like he's like a supreme athlete. Like everything that hits like that mark for athlete, Devin was like advanced in it.
I mean, you look at him, you know, in his military days when he was like in his early 20s and mid 20s. I mean,
yeah,
he looks like an athlete. You know what I mean?
Right.
What's up, Jody?
Hey, what's up, everybody? How's everybody doing tonight?
Good, man.
Good. What's your 2 cents on that situation, dude, with the wrestling?
Well, first of all, what's everyone else's take? Because I'm kind of been in and out of the show. I've been, it's Friday night, running around.
You saw my take. I did not like it.
Well, here, I'll say this, because these are the facts. Still, I know there's been a lot of backlash, and I get that. Tim Talmadge is still, a good friend of mine. I've been friends with him for 15 years through this sport. And I think it's safe to say that there were a lot more pure arm wrestlers that didn't like what went down as ones who were just, arm wrestlers themselves. Some say it's a black eye to the sport. I personally would have done it differently. I think just to make sure our sport's not a laughingstock, because you could tell by the comments. And if you guys saw the comments on the video of the match between Uncle John and Scott Steiner,
yeah.
Heck, if you want to know what was going down, you can also go to Ozzy's channel with Ozzy and Uncle John. And I understand that their stance is like, honestly, I'm a WWE fan myself. I grew up watching it. I'm happy for them that they got a chance to do that.
Yeah.
Now, the way it's presented, from the pure arm wrestling community, like everybody on this show, everybody in the chat, I would have done it differently. How about if you would have done like this? And I'm not saying what I'm going to say now, I'm not saying it's the way to do it. If it was me, I would have said, hey, let's get Scott Steiner, let's get Ron Simmons, because they both were there, and have a legit arm wrestling
Adrian Crowley
guy
said, "Good luck
in their
tomorrow,
corner."
Black Ice. Sorry, we won't be here to see you this year."
What?
I just muted him.
I think he was
Oh,
sending a message on his phone.
Okay. I would have had like Scott Steiner, he was there, so was Ron Simmons. I would have had an actual arm wrestler in each of their corners and had the wrestlers arm wrestle. You know?
Yeah.
Because then that way it wouldn't be cringe. It wouldn't be cringy. And,
you could tell Uncle John was just toying around with them.
yeah, I mean, you could tell he could take his hand when he wanted to. I mean, look at match 2, right?
Yeah.
So, but I understand, because there were some people. I mean, I was more excited for the actual arm wrestling match. I was more excited for the Ryan Ballesteros, Jordan Steele match, Saray Brown, Leroy Walker, stuff like that. I was more, involved in that one. I didn't get the pay-per-view because I was at work, but I was more excited to see those matches. And even Brandon Allen and Don Underwood, which, I don't think that's even posted yet, but, I was excited for those matches. I knew once you get a WWE person in there, and it gets an arm wrestler such as Uncle John, you know what you're going to get, right? And that's just the way it is. And that's how Uncle John is. He'll tell you that. Now, I'm not bad-mouthing Uncle John. I'm not saying anything different than he'll tell you himself. You know what to expect when you get something like, I mean, look, look at it this way. And this is not me, poo-pooing on Uncle John, because, I consider him a good friend of mine. Whether he feels the same way about me, I don't know. But now, Uncle John's been involved in thumbtack matches. Uncle John's been involved in the move called the javelin. Uncle John's now has been involved in this match with Scott Steiner. So if you're a purist in the arm wrestling world, what do you think that is? Like, do you think that you're the sport's already trying to find an identity, right?
Yeah.
There's a reason why, and I've always said this, there's a reason why sports like even slap boxing now, which is a goddamn CTE fucking appointment waiting to happen, by the way. So, it's a car crash. We live in a world now where we have to see the car crashes, but it works for them because they are who they are. WWE works because they are who they are. We as arm wrestlers trying to figure out, how can we get like that? We've tried so many times. We've had, so many guys come in this sport, leave the sport to try to make this sport bigger and better. Throw stuff at the wall, see what sticks, see what doesn't. Guys, we are who we are. And I think we need to accept that instead of trying to be, how can we get our stuff mainstream? Well, fuck, what are we doing? We are who we are. Like, have y'all even talked about the fucking upcoming movie called Arm Break? Have you talked about that yet?
We got into it
a little bit,
just slightly, but then those two guests came on. So now I just want to say,
I can get rated R now?
That is the dumbest fucking name for a movie you could do arm wrestling that you could think of.
Here, man, can I get rated R for a second? It's Friday night, right? Can I get rated R? Okay.
Of course you can. Shell, block your ears, Dave.
I don't even have a drink yet. Here's the thing. So what I don't understand is that you want more people in the sport, okay? You don't want to drive them away. So when I tell you, this is not like a personal attack. It's just you got to look at it from a guy who's been in the sport for years and years. Not just me, but a lot of people. The last thing you want to fucking, expose or, glorify is a goddamn arm break. What are we doing here? Like, don't do that. If you want more people in the sport, do you want to make a fucking movie called Arm Break? Because then the people who you're trying to involve in the sport are going to go, oh, is this a movie about people breaking their arms? Like, no, it's probably not.
The Michael Jordan fans are the worst sports fans of all time guy is back.
And my thing is, it's like going, you could have came up. I'm not saying poo-poo on the show. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that probably not the best title you can think of. You could have came up with something else. I think the problem is that anytime you get some kind of a title for something, it's also been used at a tournament, and some of these tournaments are one and done. So you really can't use that name no more. So, what can you come up with? Sometimes you got to dig deep, but if you got a fucking team around you, they should have said, hey, man, calm down for a second. Let's think this thing through before we go ahead and put this out publicly and say, hey, you know what? Let's think of a catchy name, not a name that's going to put the fear in people.
Yeah.
I've seen 7 arm breaks and a bicep tear in person in the 15 years I've been in the sport. Not cool on any level at all. And you don't want that. Now,
Yeah.
granted, when you're talking about a movie, yeah, there's going to be some staging there. There's going to be some, nonfiction stuff or whatever the fuck you want to say. But it's just like, come on, man. There's got to be a better name for it. That's all I'm saying. Who knows? He can have this movie out. It could be the best thing ever since, egg white omelet. But coming off with the name of Arm Break, I'm like, no. Come on, man. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. I mean, just that name alone, like, there's 10 million other fucking things you could call it, and you go with Arm Break. It's like just a no-no in the sport to fucking name something that,
Right.
But that's the thing. How involved in the sport is he? I know he arm wrestles and he's a promoter, but how do you not know that? That's just like common. It's like an unwritten rule that you don't fucking talk to people about arm breaks.
Right.
So I don't know. Hopefully, he'll change his mind on that name, dude.
Yeah,
I'm sure he will. I'm sure. Oh, go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say he's batting 1,000 lately. Pretty
Yeah.
sure.
I
But
think
yeah, arm break. Come on.
Yeah. When you put stuff out there, you got to take your time. What's the big rush?
Yeah.
What are you in a hurry for? Like, take your time. If I had a team, let's just say I got you three that's on the show. If I had a team and say, hey, we want to come up with an idea, this is where you got to have those meetings and go, hey, and I don't know. And for all I know, Greg could be having meetings. I don't fucking know. But, you want to get some figureheads in there who know about the sport. And I guarantee you that name wouldn't come out. You ask anybody who's been in sport longer than me, that name will not come out. I don't care if it's a movie, show, whatever. You don't do that, It's just, I mean, I get it. For example, when Game of Arms came out, right? Game of Arms came out, and that was cool. The Canadian version of that was called Arm Nation. Cool. It didn't glorify injuries. It didn't glorify breaking arms, such as the title, says. But you don't want to do that kind of stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Of course, I'll probably get heat for saying what I say, but whatever,
Yeah. I mean, at this point, it's like, it is what it is, Just when I saw that, I was like, I just shook my head, like, I got to say something on this.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm not gonna say. I mean, I don't want to sit there and just start, crapping on a guy. But sometimes you gotta go, dude, take a step back, man, before you start putting stuff out there, and figure this thing out. Because we're a bunch of thirsty people, okay, in this community. What I mean by that is that we're looking for like something good to happen. There's so much bad that's been going on lately. We're looking for something good.
Yeah.
We're looking for, we're still trying to, recover from the fucking, knuckles up situation. You got the women's round robin tomorrow, which, I'm excited for, but that stemmed off the guys from the fucking Great American Bash in November last year.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like we're looking for something positive, something that we can really wrap our arms around, I still feel like,
table trauma, perhaps.
It doesn't have to be trauma,
Spiral fracture, the movie.
Yeah, see what I'm saying?
Bicep tear.
Bicep tear, the movie.
Yeah. So I don't know.
Jesus.
I mean, I just think at the end of the day, as far as that goes, I thought they probably should have picked a different name for that.
Yeah.
Because who knows? It might take off. And as far as the bicep bash, I mean, for what it was, it catered. And I had Tim Talmadge on the show, actually our show, the other morning, and he even said that match with Uncle John and Steiner was for the WWE fans.
Yeah.
And I'm glad he said that. I'm really glad he separated two. Maybe he probably should have said that before. That way you kind of know what you're getting yourself into. And that's all I'm saying. I'm not saying what Tim did is like the worst thing ever. All I'm saying is that, maybe that probably should have came out before, so that way people know ahead of time. If I'm going to go ahead and get this pay-per-view, I know what to expect.
Did you see the comments under the video on YouTube?
Yeah, I did.
A lot of comments like, please never do this again. Not for me. This is stupid. Like a lot of negative feedback, I think.
Well, here's the thing. And from what I heard, Ozzy and Uncle John got together on Ozzy's channel last night, and they were like, if you said something negative about them or you weren't in favor of what they were doing, they were like, your opinion doesn't matter. It's like going, again, now you're fighting the fucking fans. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Don't fucking drive a wedge
Never
between
fight the fans.
right. I mean, I'm not saying did it get the attention it needed? It got attention. Some was good, some was bad. I would say 70-30.
Yeah.
Was not in favor of it. But
Yeah.
I just would have done it differently because again, I grew up watching WWE. I would have been ecstatic to be a part of that.
Yeah.
But I couldn't. And in fact, truth be told, I was going to be a part of it, but I couldn't get the time off to get down there because I believe my match would have been against Brandon Allen, which would have been an awesome match to have, but it didn't happen. We all knew that the arm wrestling fans will give you Saray Leroy, Jordan Ryan, we'll give you Don and Brandon. For you WWE fans, since it's WrestleMania week, we'll give you Steiner and Uncle John because Uncle John likes to actually do that kind of stuff, which is fine. I know some people are saying with Uncle John is he's starting to single-handedly ruin the sport. It depends on who you talk to,
Yeah.
Does he move the needle? Maybe, maybe not. I mean, we know there are some people. I mean, all right, look at it this way. Remember Braun Strowman and fucking Devin? Remember that one at the Olympia a few years back?
Yep.
Has Devin done anything since then?
Nope.
Like that? No.
No.
I mean, you can go back to that. I mean, it was cool at the time, but then, for some of the diehard arm wrestling fans and arm wrestlers, it's like, what are you doing to our sport? It's almost like an unwritten rule. Now, again, I'm not saying to get in contact with WWE is a bad thing. I'm just saying I would have said, how about this? We'll have Papa Pump. We'll have Ron Simmons, Damn. We'll have him. Those guys go at it. Then you have a legit arm wrestler in their corner, training them up or whatever, just for this one, off. And that would have been cool, because then the WWE fans can cheer on who you want, Steiner or Simmons. And then the arm wrestling fans will respect that because now you got legit people in their corners making sure that no one's getting hurt. Because there was a time where Steiner kind of did this shit. And it was match 3, if I'm not mistaken. Steiner kind of had his head down thinking, oh, shit.
Yeah.
John would have kept him healthy. But you don't want to do that, because automatically when your head goes down like that, we all gasp, hold our breath like, oh, shit, here he comes. Here comes the fucking arm break. Nah, it wouldn't have happened. I'm pretty sure Uncle John would have kind of kept him safe. But still, you don't want that to happen. If you have a legit arm wrestler in your corner, that would have never took place, Because that way it's like, you could appease both fans maybe. I don't know. I'm not saying I'm right. I'm just throwing it out there. What do y'all think?
Yeah. Dude, when I watched it, I was like you said, I was happy because I know some of those guys are really into it and they got to, like a bucket list situation for like Uncle John and
Yeah.
but it was a little too cringy for mixing it with arm wrestling, I think.
Right.
My opinion, I think, Jody, kind of what you said, like Tim maybe should have been like, hey, here's some real arm wrestling matches for the community, and then here's the WWE match.
Mm-hmm.
I'm happy for John and Jake. I think that's awesome for them. It's not for me, but I think what Tim does for the sport as a whole, he's obviously a massive net positive.
Mm-hmm.
But again, like I'm more interested to see Leroy Poole and Don, Brandon, everyone else on the card. You know what I mean? Me personally, but I don't have a problem with it. Just wasn't for me.
Yeah. I mean, there's always a backstory. I mean, like for me, Saray, right? Oh well, hell, Saray trains with Brian Shaw. He knows he's strong. He's going against Leroy, who's just as strong as in his own right. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like, all right, cool. I want to see that match. I pulled Ryan Belichels before in tournaments. I pulled Jordan Seal in tournaments. Hell, I pulled them both in one tournament a few years back at the same tournament. So I was kind of highly invested in that match,
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, I never got to see Brandon and Don because it hasn't been posted yet. It might be now, but up to this point, it hasn't been posted yet. So I have yet to see it. I didn't get the pay-per-view because I was at work, so I didn't able to see it in its entirety. But you know, I mean, it's just stuff like that. You know, like you know,
Yeah.
And like I said, it's not everybody's cup of tea. I'm not trying to tell Tim what to do. This is not me bagging on Tim. This is just me saying my opinion. Some people may like my opinion, others may not. It is what it is. Such is life, right? So, you know, I'm just saying going forward that, you know, listen to what the fans are saying. I think sometimes the fans will make it to where it's like, okay, you don't want your name dragged through the mud. I don't want Tim's name being dragged through the mud off of what this was. That's what if they have to break it down like that, you know, because Tim's still my buddy. You know, I know he's getting a lot of flack for this. You know, I just don't want his name being dragged through the mud through this because of, you know, what he did. Because it was awesome for what he did. It's just, you know, it didn't come out the way a lot of arm wrestlers thought it was going to be. He cleared things up on the show the other morning. And he even said they'll be doing a lot more stuff like that going forward. Now, like other promoters, will you tweak things? I'm pretty sure he will. You know, what can I do to make sure it appeals to both fan bases? You know what I mean? Just like Knuckles Up. Knuckles Up was always good to like, hey, we want the feedback, positive or negative. We want to make the next event better than the last one. So my opinion about Ozzy and John saying shit to the fucking live feed on their comments about saying, yo, your opinion doesn't matter. The fuck? Why would you say that? You see what I'm saying? Like, why? Don't do that. I mean, these are the fucking fans and shit. You know, we're a big, strong community. And when you start pissing everybody off, you know, we stick together. Case in point, you start banning motherfuckers, we're going to stick together and go, fuck you. So there you have it.
Yeah, for me, like the event didn't make or break anything for me in the sport.
Yeah.
I'm totally cool with it. You know, I think overall what Tim did is fine. It's just not for everybody.
Right.
Like I said, Tim does so many good things for the sport. You know.
Yeah, I think he's trying to try something different. You know, he's trying to try something different and see if this works. Because we know the WWE universe is huge. You know, he even said it's bigger than, you know, all the four major sports combined, which, you know, my opinion, I'm sorry, but the Super Bowl does good on its own. Thank you very much. But I understand.
Is Ryan sleeping?
No. No, he's not. Not yet.
Who's breathing hard?
Sorry.
Someone's breathing hard though. I can hear it.
Yeah, what's going on? So, but anyway, you know, there's going to be more to come, and maybe Tim might sit down and go, okay, hey, if you want to be serious about this thing and make it better, how can we do that? You know, if he wants to come to me and says, hey, man, I heard what you said, you know, I'll tell him, say, hey, man, if you want to get arm wrestlers to go at it, fucking go ahead and do it. Get real arm wrestlers in their fucking corners and say, hey, you got fucking X amount of days to make this shit happen, you know, and see what happens. It might be a little bit better than what we saw, you know. You can still appease the WWE fans if you got two WWE Hall of Famers or superstars or legends in a match without having chair shots to the fucking back. You know, I still think you can appease them, and you know, you got to arm wrestle, and everyone's safe, and you know, hey, we had a good time. You got good views. Hey, let's go. You know.
Yeah.
Real quick super chat from Diabolical Billy. Big Papa Pump looked like a malnourished Ethiopian steeplechaser. From a feminine documentary, Jason Bob Geldof, swinging a cheeseburger on a stick, called himself big, but pulled like a broken scarecrow in a wind tunnel.
Oh, he's from the UK.
That's super.
The minute I heard steeplechaser, oh, he's from the UK.
That's very, very descriptive. Thank you for the super chat.
What does that mean?
What's that?
Steeplechaser?
I've heard that before many times from the UK guys. I'm not sure exactly what that is, but yeah.
You know, the old joke about a steeple running down the street?
No.
I don't know.
I love the UK brand of humor, though. It is funny.
Oh, hell yeah.
It's a little different. It's not, like you said, like, it's not for everybody because they throw the word cunt around like saying, you know, Elmer's glue. Like, we don't do that shit around here. So you might get your lights punched out saying that shit around here, but that's just, you know, that's how they are. If you understand their humor, understand what they're saying, that kind of stuff, they're awesome people to hang out with. I had a ball hanging out with him. It's just sometimes you got to understand, the language barrier or what they say may fly there, but not with us. So you just got to understand that.
Dude, if they make one more meme of me, I'm banning everyone next year from Winter Blast.
Make sure you ban them when they get off the plane, though.
Yeah.
So they flew all the way over.
And be like, turn around, turn this fucking plane around. Fuck those guys.
Speaking of the UK guys,
Yeah.
I forgot to mention the other week, Lee Weber's dad.
Yeah.
What a cool dude.
Super nice guy, right?
Yeah, dude. He was crying after his son won that match. I gave him a hug.
Nice.
It was such a cool moment to see a dad
both of those
that
guys
happy.
are such nice guys.
Yeah, dude. He was awesome, dude.
Yeah.
But yeah, James Wall, he's another cool dude. I like hanging out with him.
Yeah. They were all super nice.
All of them.
They're all good people. I mean, maybe, for those that don't like them, maybe those guys, had a bad day or whatever, at the office or whatever. But, once you sit it, because I'm telling you right now, that weekend, if I wasn't in the venue arm wrestling, I was at the tavern when they were just, fucking having drinks and they're telling stories and I'm listening to them. I'm telling my stories and we're having a good time, and that's what it's all about, having a good time, because a bad time is a wasted time. I've always said that,
Yeah.
I like meeting people from all over the globe in this sport too, which is awesome.
Billy has really good advice. Don't be a cunt. I mean, that's the ultimate advice, really.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So what else you got going on?
Oh, so much. I got some stuff going on, but I can't really talk about it yet.
What?
Yeah.
You mean now or later or in a couple weeks or what?
Stuff.
How much will it take? How much money will it take to get you to talk about it?
It's like 3 pounds of semen retention.
Oh God, we're
with the utmost viscosity. I mean, we got a tournament coming up next weekend, May 3rd, Antietam. We'll be down there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm getting a little nervous because my trophy guy hasn't responded yet.
Uh-oh.
So,
hey, we got
I start to worry a little.
We got the women's round robin tomorrow. Don't we got sit down nationals tomorrow too?
Yep, Shell's there right now.
Yeah, hi, so, I have it on mute because the noise you are hearing in the background, which I think you commented on, is shall we say Black Ice sleeping.
Tell him fuck that guy. Wake him up.
God damn, man! Tell him to close his mouth. Come on, Black
what
Ice.
the fuck? Do you throw a pillow at his ass?
Sorry, Ryan. I thought that was you, like knocked out or something. Saw you looking down.
It has happened. So, yeah.
Well, Dave Shell, good luck tomorrow at the sit down nationals. I mean, one of these days I'm gonna have to get down there and compete, and just to kind of get the feel of sit down arm wrestling,
Lee Weber's dad, Tony, we call him Why Not. Think about it.
Yeah, Tony's awesome, dude. He was a great guy.
Yeah, he's really cool. All those guys were cool, man. All the UK guys, White Wolf, Dan, Paul's sister, like they were all pretty cool.
Craig Sanders, how about his match, by the way?
Oh my God, that was
fucking nuts.
I mean, to be down 3-0 and come back and win 4 straight, I mean, that takes an awful lot of,
Oh, how about RBJ doing as expected?
Well, and look, so like you needed 6 team victories to win the Independence Cup, right? We were at 5, and we still have 3 matches left. And I'm thinking, all right, cool. But the last 3 matches was, who was it? It was RBJ was one.
Nick Stone.
And there was somebody else. I can't remember. But we were like, okay, fine. We lost that match, so we got 2 matches left. I'm like, well, hell, fuck. Either RBJ is going to win, which I thought he was, or, Nick Stone's going to take it. And then RBJ lost. I'm like, oh, fuck me. Are you serious? They're going to come back and win all these matches straight. And so now it's 5-5. And it's up to Nick Stone. I'm thinking, wow. So then Dan Earthquake was going around. He puts his arm around me. He goes, hey, $100, our guy beat your guy. I'm like, I'm not betting. He goes, oh, so you don't have faith in your guy? I said, that's not what I'm saying. You know, I'm just saying, that I need my man to win. I'm not worried about that. And I guarantee you, had Corey West not pulled out, he wouldn't be saying that shit.
Yeah.
I know Stone was motivated after that match, Joe. He says he's like, I needed that.
Yeah.
You know, he stepping in early notice against Mindo like that, not an easy task.
So you know what I do now? Since he's motivated, and there's another guy on the rise coming up, you know who I like to see now in the match?
Who's that?
I like to see Nick Stone versus Wallace Dilly.
Oh, yeah.
Fuck it. Throw the match against the wall, see if it sticks.
Yeah.
That's a good idea.
I mean, I'm just trying to, and I'm not trying to be matchmaker, but the more I look at that, because I think, and you got to realize, I don't think the loss that Nick Stone had against against the Independence Cup against Doskus has any bearing on the North America rankings or the North America talent here. But after watching Wallace Dilly go through all the guys he went through, Barbosa, guys like that, I'm thinking, well, what the hell? I'm thinking, well, I'll be damned, his stock is rising. So why not?
Yeah.
And I'll go a step further, and this is for the ladies, because I love the ladies. I love y'all. And I'm gonna say this: now that Sarah Bachman, and let's all pray for her because she fucked up her shoulder again. So hopefully it'll heal in due time. But when she's healthy again, I want to see Sarah Bachman, and I want everybody in the chat to speak on this too. Y'all tune in here on the show. 2 people I want to see Sarah Bachman go against. 1, Elizabeth Mosaic. And then can you imagine a match between Sarah Bachman and Nadia? What do you think?
Ooh, yeah.
Ooh, boy.
I like that.
I said, I'm no promoter. I'm just like, I just see things, and I got a lot of time on my hand before I go to work. So it's like I sit there and go, that match would be cool. So yeah, I'll fucking put that shit on social media right now, but I'm gonna wait because the ladies are pulling tomorrow. I want their minds to be fresh, so they can focus on that. But yeah, I would love to see that kind of match. You know what I mean?
Yeah, her versus Nadia. Yeah, that sounds like fireworks.
After what Nadia did at Winter Blast, was just mowing through everybody. I'm like, fuck, It was just that now that Sarah's going to go down a weight class now because, hell, she's tried it. I mean, and kudos to her because I think she recognized, like, you know what? The open category ain't for me. Whether it be Gabby, whether it be Egla, whether it be Jocelyn, she realized, like, you know what, Marilyn, take a step back, reassess the situation, and then kind of go, you know what? Let me go down another weight class because then 2 reasons. 1, you got more opportunities and you got more matches coming up. Because if you're going to pull East versus West, let's be real. It's only 4 people in the open class. That's it. It's Egla, Barboa, Gabby, and Jocelyn. That's it.
Yeah.
You can only do so much. Where if you go out in the weight class, you got more options. You have maybe a Masick if she ever gets the call again. You have a Fia Ryzik. You have a Mullen, so you got more opportunities. I mean, I'm just looking at it from that, I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy. I don't know.
It's definitely fun to think of these matches because me and my buddy do that all the time. We'll text each other like, what do you think about this? What do you think about that? And sometimes you might come up with something good,
Right.
And speaking on the open weight for the women, cool seeing Jocelyn moving up like that because it definitely needed some more, competition up there. So that's going to be exciting to see how that pans out because she's pulling Egle next.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's going to be really cool.
Can you imagine Sarah Bachman versus Nadia at Winter Blast 2026? Can you imagine that? Hey,
awesome.
Grond and Shell, can y'all imagine that?
We can.
I mean, hey, because I talked to Nadia that weekend and off to the side, we're kind of chit-chatting. She told me some women she loved to pull, and Sarah's name came up. I'm like, why not? I think that'd be a banger. I think the aggression will really hit an all-time high. So I think, I'm just throwing it out there.
I love it, dude.
Definitely.
I think, one of the things that made me, hold on, the super chat. Uncle John, aka the Master Don, more like Master Bader. You look like a roided up plumber who got lost on the set of a 1970s porn shoot. That performance was louder than your ego, mate. Not to mention Sideshow Kangaroo Jake.
Damn.
Well, Diabolical Billy is not a fan of those two.
He shaved his mustache, by the way. Uncle John did.
Did he?
Yeah.
Oh, that probably looks weird.
Jake got his
Yeah.
head shaved, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the agreement. Well, see, here's the thing. If Uncle John lost, then Jake would have to get his head shaved. But if Uncle John won, I don't know what the other half of that bet was going to be.
Yeah.
Yeah. Who knows? But yes, I don't know, man. I don't know if the sport's ready for that kind of stuff, you know?
Well, there's a place for it. Some people thought a while ago after that thumbtack match that kind of entertainment should belong at Arm Gods only. But if you think about it, if you watch Arm Gods, they got some serious matches there, some good matches. So don't be quick to start throwing shade at those guys, saying those kind of matches should be on their promotion, because no, it's not. I mean, I think it was a one-off. That they had the thumbtack match. Okay, a lot of people didn't like it. Some did, some others didn't. And we never heard anything about the shock match, because I remember that was in talks. Which if you pin your opponent, you're getting shocked too, because you're making contact. So there's that. But here's the thing: I think people need to understand with these organizations and promotions that they're trying to do things out the box, and I get it. You want to try something different, see what happens, see what kind of reaction you get. I like the direction Arm Gods is going now. You got the Independence Cup. Arm Gods is coming to Canada in October later this year, and they got that little thing going on. I think some of the Canadians went to Ireland back in January, so it's only a matter of time some of the American guys go to Ireland to one of their events. So, again, I like what they're doing. I like the cross-country, cross-promotion type things going on, because it brings out maybe some fresh new faces, fresh new rivalries, and I think it's fun. I think it's good. That kind of stuff I like.
Sorry, people are always messaging me while I'm on the show.
Tell them to come on the show.
I do. I keep sending the link. I'm going to send another link out. Hold on.
I got to look at the comments because I'm on my phone right now, so I got to see what the comments are saying.
Respect to Sarah for showing up to Arm Gods Winter Blast. Yeah, you got to give her respect, because he flat out told her, not only are you banned if you pull, but you're also banned just for showing up.
Yeah, that's
that makes no
wild.
sense to me.
That's wild.
Okay, well, once again, why are we doing that? Like, don't do that to people. Like, why? Once again, you're gonna fight the arm wrestling community over that, because now, whether the rumor is he's gonna lift the bans or whatever, when you say stuff like that, I tell you what, 2 reasons I won't go back. One is because you fucking banned me. Okay, fine.
Yeah.
You're gonna fucking ban me. I got no contract with you. You're gonna ban me from going to your events because I went to go compete somewhere else and they treated me well, by the way. Thought I started out there. And 2,
Yeah.
and this is why I speak for the arm wrestlers. Any innocent arm wrestler who went to Winter Blast and competed or had a match at Arm Gods the night before are also banned. I don't like that, because now you're involving some innocent athletes who have no idea what the fuck is going on, and you ban them too. I'm not okay with that either. That pisses me off. And I'd fucking tell him that, but I haven't talking to Mr. Sharp since January. I don't intend to, but if we happen to cross paths, I'm gonna go, what the fuck, man? Like, why'd you do that? I mean, I still respect him as a, individual and stuff, but I tell him straight up, man, what you did was wrong, dude. That's the bottom line. And I think he understands that, because if he didn't, then he would have never came back with the following video saying, okay, now the ban is only for the 2025 season.
Yeah.
Because remember, the original ban was
Indefinitely. Yeah.
Right. And then somebody probably got into there and go, don't be a fucking weirdo. Don't be stupid. You're not going to win that battle.
He's going backwards on his promise of banning, and I don't feel it's right.
Well, honestly, at this point, he's dug himself a hole. Now, what will make things worse is if he decides to say, okay, I'm going to lift the ban. Because if you lift the ban, then you made your point that you were definitely trying to sabotage Winter Blast. That's how I look at it. So I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah. We'll see what happens. Hopefully, you know.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey,
Can you guys cover me for a second? I gotta let my dog out.
oh, you mean you gotta go take a bathroom break?
No, my dog waits at the door whining till I let her out.
You want me to entertain the audience while you're gone?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead, man. What we got?
Go
What we
for it.
got?
Michael
I got-
Jordan. In
I
the
got
house.
lots of things. For example, I'm sure you guys know this. Michael Jordan fans are the worst sports fans of all time.
Why? Okay, why is that? I'm a Jordan fan? I'm a Magic fan first, but why is that? Why are they the worst fans of all time?
Yeah, sure. Just you want the simple, fastest answer, or like the more long, detailed answer?
No, just give me the fast one because I know sometimes when we talk about that, it always winds up into a LeBron versus MJ story, and I really,
Well, see,
you know,
so that's actually a great example right there. Whenever you, and I'm not talking about you, by the way, but whenever you disagree with a Michael Jordan fan about anything, they always do two things with LeBron James. They randomly bring him up when he has nothing to do with anything, or they just label you a LeBron James fan. I've seen this happens over and over. Even people who disagree with me who come to my page, they'll say, that's not true. And then they'll experience it. Anytime you disagree, oh, you must be a LeBron sexual. Oh, you must be a Michael Jordan hater. Were you there when he played? I saw the man play live on TV. You're a millennial. You're what's wrong with America. And all it's this cult member mindset, sort of like Donald Trump fans. But to give you the simple answer of why they're the worst, think of anything that you think makes a sports fan bad. Anything. Whatever you think, the lack of facts, inconsistencies, contradictions, whatever you think. When you add it all up and you just learn about them, you will come to the conclusion there's no one like them. If you want, I can give you some examples.
Well, here, I'll go a step further. Where I stand, you know, I'm 49 years old. So being someone who's 49, I grew up watching Magic and Larry and Michael Jordan. So I'll say this to the new crop of people. So, and you tell me if you agree, disagree. So reason why I lean toward Michael, and I might be biased by say that, but the rules were different. Jordan was still getting 40 points here and there when you get to hand check people. Whereas, you know, LeBron, I mean, the game has changed so much. It's all offense now. So you can't even touch them. You fucking breathe on them. It's a fucking foul. They're going to the free throw line. And all this Euro step in and all that kind of stuff. It's just, it's catered to the offense. Now, what I don't like about LeBron, awesome guy. He's you know, he carries a torch for our, you know, basketball now. But if there was one thing I don't like about LeBron, it's this. And you're 6'8", 260, you know, and I wish I can be built like a Greek god at his age, playing 20 years in the NBA. But what I got a problem with, you can't be 6'8", 260, and the ball's in your hand and you're driving to the hoop like a bull in a china shop, you know, dunking on everybody. Cool, gets the crowd going. But that same 6'8", 260-pound guy is flopping against somebody who's a lot smaller than him. I'm like, come on, dude. Now that's more of a referee for calling that, damn them. But come on, dude. If you 6'8", you dunk on everybody, you got all this, you know, speed and power, then why is it you do the opposite when you're on defense, you flop? Like why? Why are we doing that?
Okay, so I want to just count the number of things. You talked about the eras, you talked about the rule changes, you talked about toughness back then versus softness today, LeBron James, flopping. There's a million things you brought up, and there's no way I'm going to get enough time to address each thing. But
sorry about that. I didn't mean to go too deep.
No. I didn't mean in a negative way. The reason I say this is because for people in the audience, when they don't know all of us, like in the details, I don't want them to think I'm dodging or deflecting or I don't have an answer. It's just a matter of practicality. There's no way I'm going to be able to get time to address all that. But if they give me time, I'll address it. So I'll give you a simple answer. Everything you just said, about everything, which I've heard a million times, there's two things you want to consider. One, the only people who say all those things are Michael Jordan fans. And two, even if you say I'm wrong, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. Let's say I'm wrong about all that, and I'm a LeBron sexual, and I'm a Michael Jordan hater, and I'm not old enough to know what happened back then. No one else agrees with these Michael Jordan fans except other Michael Jordan fans. In other words, I've never heard Oscar Robertson or Nate Thurman or George Mikan or anyone else say these kind of things, every time I hear someone randomly bring up LeBron James and talk about his flopping and talk about the era back then and talk about the rule changes, it's always someone who's into Michael Jordan. I'll give you a great example. Every single thing that you just said, you will know this because if you say you were there, you're going to know this. Older people were saying back then about the 1980s and 1990s. They used to say Michael Jordan gets a pass on all the rules. They're changing the rules for Michael Jordan. They're making it easier for the smaller guy. They're taking the defense out. They're making it easier to score. The league is weak. It's not as good as back in my day. Back in my day, I had to deal with racism and no shoes that were good and bad practice floors. And the 1980s and 1990s, you guys just cross people up and give the shimmy and jimmy, and you just make all this money. You're not good leaders and all that. In other words, a lot of you Michael Jordan fans heard all this from older people. And now that you guys are getting older, you're doing the same thing and you don't even realize it.
Mm-hmm. And it's all an era thing. Like, we'll talk about music for a quick second. I like the music I grew up with going forward. I'm fucking, like I said, I'm almost 50. I like the music I grew up with. That's just the way it is.
You look great. You look great. You don't look 50 at all.
Thank you. Hell,
name a few songs. Name a few songs, Jody.
Please don't say Billie Jean. No, I'm playing.
I can go for some Prince, MJ, but if I want to go further back to when I was growing up, then it was like Earth, Wind, and Fire, things like that. But I'll give you another point, MJ. So we'll take Kareem, right? Okay. How long did his record stand for having the most points in NBA history? How long did that record stand for?
I don't know.
Like before LeBron broke it, how long did it stand for?
Oh, but bajillion years. Yeah,
right.
long
now remember, half those seasons that Kareem played in, there was no 3-point line.
Right.
So think about that for a second. If Kareem wasn't known to be shooting threes anyway. He was a center down on the block. So you got to realize that half his career, there were no 3-point. The 3-pointer didn't come into play until the 1979-1980 NBA season.
Right.
Anything prior to that? Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm not disputing any of that. I'm more focusing on, like, for example, if you were to give me your opinions, or like you said, I give you credit. You were saying how maybe, I don't want to put words in your mouth. You said something to the effect of maybe you have a preference or bias because that was what you grew up with. You like certain things. I have no problem with any of that. You can have any opinion and any belief, like whatever you want, have any preference. I would never knock a human for any of that stuff. What I question are two things: the inconsistency and the denying of facts. For example, when you talk about, because remember you said many things, so I have to start somewhere. When you talk about how the refereeing and how the game is soft and how LeBron James has it easier and all that, you could have said the same exact things about Michael Jordan, the golden boy, the biggest moneymaker of all time in the history of the NBA, the biggest star in the history of the NBA, and the 1980s and 1990s, how, as Will Chamberlain would say, they changed rules to make it easier for Michael Jordan. Kevin McHale acknowledged this. Isaiah Thomas acknowledged this. Dr. J acknowledged this. Magic Johnson acknowledged this. A bunch of people would say they made the game easier for Michael Jordan. And even some of those guys who played in that era, I'm talking Magic and Bird and Scottie Pippen, they would tell you how that era wasn't as good as today's era in some ways. And they would tell you how the league was, I'm talking about fans now, they would say how those people back then, they don't play defense. It's a soft game. Anthony Mason. Have you heard of Anthony Mason?
I know.
Anthony Mason said, and I don't have the exact quote, but you can look this up. Around the 1990s, I'm talking 1990s, he would talk about the rule changes like this. He said, they're sissifying the game. They're making it less physical. They're taking the defense out and a bunch of things like that. So when I disagree with you, remember, I don't have a problem with any of your preferences or opinions. The only two things I question is the denial of facts and the inconsistency. That's all I question.
Oh, I mean, no, I get what you're saying. You could say, I understand this. And I think Magic might have said something on one of his podcast shows where he said, that if you change the rules for MJ, the fans want to see that. The fans want to see that. It puts the spirit back into the game, more butts in seats, and it markets that. LeBron, he moves the needle. Steph Curry moves the needle. So you got to get MJ back then, move the needle. So, in our sport with Devin Larratt, moves the needle. So I always make this joke about with Devin Larratt that that guy can go out there barefooted, water his grass, have that shit on live on his YouTube. He'll get fucking 1,000 views because he moves the needle, and that's who he is. You know, nothing wrong with that. That's just who he is.
Right. But then, so and for me, I really don't care what rules they change and all that. All I ask is for people to go by the facts and be consistent. So if someone says LeBron James flops and he's not the same on defense and the league is weak and all that, I want them to prove this to me factually, because most people, when they say these things, it's not because they know something that no one else knows. They're being told these things in the media over and over and over and over. So it becomes a thing. Like Stephen A. Smith and Max Kellerman are people who will constantly, and Chris Broussard, and there was another guy, I forgot his name, Yankees fan, or Rob Parker. They'll consistently say the league is soft. It's not as good as it used to be. These guys can't cut it back in the day. They don't play any defense. And this becomes the truth because you just say it enough times and it becomes true. But I watch the same tapes as anybody else. I see the same highlights. I look at the same statistics and all that. Nothing really ever changed. Oh, is someone singing a song? What happened? Anyway, so nothing's really changed. But let's say I'm wrong. Let's say everything you're saying is true and I'm wrong. Why not say the same things about the 1980s and 1990s? Because people were saying it back then.
If you want some, come and get some. Yo. If you want some, come and get some.
For all the, can you guys hear me? Check. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. For all the people in the chat room, I'm reading some what you write. I see you guys are disagreeing and being a little sarcastic. I'm waiting for you to prove me wrong. Is it too much to ask in life for people to just say, look, you disagree with me, show me the proof. Show me the Carfax. Can you just prove it to me? Okay, you want to make jokes, fine. You want to disagree, fine. Just prove to me I'm wrong. What am I saying that's so bad? I'm just asking people to go by facts and be consistent. Why is that a bad thing? You know? And Michael Jordan fans are the worst sports fans of all time. Anyway, I'm guessing the other people on the panel are kind of bored with this topic, right?
No, sorry, man. My phone just rang, so hold on. All right, I'm back.
No problem. Yeah. So, yeah, Michael Jordan fans are the worst sports fans of all time. Not today, only all time. Mankind. History. Anyway.
Yeah.
I see a guy in the chat room. All I hear is Jordan fan telling us how great Jordan is with examples. I haven't done anything like that. Does anyone have any good jokes? Come on, make a good one. Like, you know, why does the Michael Jordan fan cross the road to get some Gatorade? No, that's a good one. See, make some good jokes, people. Come on. But anyway, as long as you guys don't buy Hanes underwear, it's all good.
The only thing I want to say about basketball is I'm a suffering 76ers fan.
Oh.
So.
You might, Dr. J, do you think he's the greatest basketball player of all time?
No, I wouldn't say of all time, but you know.
How about better than Michael Jordan?
Better than Michael Jordan?
Come on, you're a Philly fan. Come on.
Yeah, I won't. I'm not just gonna say that.
What kind of a Philly fan are you?
Yeah, I can't just make wild claims, you know.
I'm going to make wild claims. I think there are lots of players better than Michael Jordan. I think he is the most overrated NBA Hall of Famer of all time, and I think he is the most overrated sports star in the history of mankind.
Damn.
Yeah, I think lots of players could beat him one-on-one. He doesn't have the best statistics of all time. If you go by something silly like analytics, he doesn't have the best analytics of all time. He's not the tallest, strongest, fastest. He's not a perfect player. He's not an all-around player. He's not a good leader. He's not a good team player. He's a ball hog. He cares more about money. He doesn't have the best IQ. He didn't win the most rings if you go by rings, which, by the way, you should never go by rings to rank a player. Never. It's a team game. It's a team game. Actually,
I'll tell you, I'll go a step further. Not only rings does play a factor, but you don't go based on that because Robert Horry got more rings than Michael Jordan does. And I don't hold Robert Horry that high. So you can't really go by rings. who's the greatest of all time? It all depends on who you talk to. It could be Kareem. It could be, whoever you want to put in there. I mean, it's good water cooler talk. That's like somebody asked me in our sport of arm wrestling, who's the GOAT? And I'd say Brzezinski 1A and Devin Larratt, 1B, for the simple fact that in John's heyday, he was getting it done through tournaments and he did super matches, but mainly his was tournaments, whereas Devin was doing his through one-on-one super matches. Therefore, they got their legacies already carved in stone. They just did it for different ways, So that's just my opinion. Sure. I'm not saying I'm right.
Sure. But by the way, I have no problem if someone says, "Look, I prefer this guy to be the greatest." If you're going to go by opinions and beliefs, you can pick anyone else you want. You could say Babe Ruth is the best basketball player of all time. You can do whatever you want. But if people start making claims, when they start saying this guy is better than everyone, and he has the best statistics, and he had this #1 killer instinct, and he has the best stories, and all, they got to be able to prove this. And also, they got to be consistent in their own points. I've seen a lot of Michael Jordan fans, for example, they'll say this, like, I'm sure you've heard this if you're a basketball fan. They'll go, when Michael Jordan won, he basically had no help, no All-Stars, no Hall of Famers. He basically won by himself. It ain't really a team game. And then when he loses, it's not his fault. It's because he didn't have a good enough team. And then when another star wins, like let's say LeBron James, he had a super team, a super duper team. He had all this All-Stars, all these Hall of Famers. He played in a weak era and all that. So it's not really him. It's a team game. But then when LeBron James loses, it's not because of his team. It's because of him. He sucks. So they do this rotation merry-go-round with how it works. And their basic job is to elevate Michael Jordan and to tear down every Hall of Famer in every era. In fact, tell me if you haven't noticed this. Have you noticed that Michael Jordan fans basically don't like any era except the 1980s and 1990s? I'll show you. The 40s suck. The 50s suck. The 60s suck. The 70s suck. They're all a bunch of white guys. The average height was 6'6". They can't cross people up. There was not that many teams, blah, 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 blah. Then skip over the 1980s and 1990s. Skip over it for now. After Michael Jordan leaves, the NBA ratings are down. The league is weak. They call foul all the time. It's just getting terrible. 2000 suck. 2010 suck. 2020 suck. Today's NBA sucks. The only era they like are the 1980s and 1990s. That's the #1 era, the golden era, the best era, the toughest era. Take a guess why. Any guesses?
I would say, look at Bird and Magic when they came into the league. If it wasn't for them, we'd still be watching the NBA Finals on tape delay. I mean, there's that.
That's not true, by the way.
Also, they were watching NBA on tape delay. They were.
That's true. That part's true. That part's true. But I know you didn't say this, but if that whole thing about saving the NBA, let me just put some logic at you. Suppose you were a San Antonio Spurs fan. I don't know where you're at. So let's just say you were in Texas.
I'm in Oregon. So
okay, you're in Oregon. Okay, so Portland. Let's say you were a Portland Trailblazers fan. All right, and let's say you were like, and let's say you were like, you know what? I don't really like basketball in 1979. It's too many drugs and it's too black and it's boring. Which no basketball fan would say these things, but let's say you were one of them and you said that, and then let's say they drafted some new guys that you never heard of, Magic Johnson, Larry Bird. Would you all of a sudden say, "Wow, basketball is saved. I love basketball now"?
Yeah, they didn't save it day one. Once they got in a couple of years, they kind of knew, hey, they're changing the game. It just so happens that one did it out west, one did it out east, and they're evolving the game. Like there's always some like Bird and Magic. I mean, there's always every now and then you'll have a player or players that may alter the game, change the game. So you'll have Kareem. He altered the game where they outlawed dunks for a while because of him. You can Bird and Magic what they did. Michael Jordan.
What did they do? What did Magic and Larry do to change the game?
They made you like the game. I mean, it was exciting. Magic was doing his thing. He was like, hey, Showtime Lakers, I'm going to make it fast-paced, exciting for, if it fit him. Larry Bird's like, you know what? I'm going to clock in, go to work, clock out.
Do you remember in your life, do you know anyone personally who was going out of being a basketball fan and then stayed up in it or came back in it because of those two guys?
Wait, say that one more time now?
Like in other words, I'll switch it up. Remember I was asking you earlier if you were one of those guys who, let's say you were not into basketball, and then would you change all of a sudden because they came in? So let me change the question. Let's say you were one of those fans who was losing interest. Again, for the same reasons that people in the media claim, oh, it's too black, too many drugs, they're not into basketball and all that. And then a few years came after Magic and Larry are in the NBA. Okay, you're in Oregon, you're in Portland, wherever. You're out west, northwest. You're not going to get all the games live on TV. You're going to go on newspaper articles, basically. Are you going to say, oh, look, these new guys, Magic and Larry, they've been here for a few years. Man, now all of a sudden I love basketball again. That would never happen.
It's the eye test. It's the eye test. I would say this. And when I say eye test, we'll use baseball, for example. We can use 1998. As much as we all want to harp on Sosa and McGuire and then later Bonds, it was everybody in the fucking stands that was watching them. They want to see what happens. So they can sit there because, I mean, let's be real. I mean, baseball was kind of like plateauing a little bit when that home run chase was, a thing. Everybody was glued to the TV set. There, anytime McGuire, Sosa, Bonds were coming to the stadiums, and you could throw in Ken Griffey Jr., they were selling out ballparks because they want to see the long ball,
No, that part's true. No, they may like putting in a game because those guys are there. Hey, they're in town. Let's go buy tickets, honey. That kind of thing. Nobody is saying either one of these things. Either, hey, I was no longer a fan, and now because of this guy, I'm a fan of the whole game, or I was kind of dipping out, but now I'm coming back in it because of these two guys. The best thing that would happen is, oh, they're coming to town. Let's go to their game. Let's put them on TV. But nobody saved the league. Like, it's just like right now, if you're not into basketball, baseball right now, if two guys came in and you heard about them, what's the most you would do? Put on some highlight videos, read some articles, maybe go to their game. You're not going to start paying attention to the entire league because of two guys. And let's say I'm wrong. Let's say some people did that. Most people didn't. In other words, what I'm saying is the media tells you over and over, oh, baseball was going down. It was dipping out. And then here comes the magical figures, Sosa and McGuire. They're hitting home runs. All that happened is people are opening their newspaper articles on their local news. There's a segment of sports for like 2 minutes. They pay attention. They talk about it, but they're not like all into the whole league and coming back, and nothing's being saved. It was not even going anywhere. Actually, it was still making tons of money. In fact, I hear this today. I've been hearing since I was a kid, baseball is less popular. It's going down. And did you know baseball makes the second most money out of all the leagues in America?
I would imagine so. I mean, I think NFL is going to probably make the most, but that's just, it's how you market the game. It's how you market the game. It's how you market your particular sport is where it comes from. And I've been trying to tell our guys, and in our sport, we've always been trying to say, well, how do we market? I'm like, well, you market by not being somebody you're not. And I don't want to get into that long discussion, but we are who we are.
I'm with you. I agree. The marketing makes a difference, but this whole thing about Magic and Bird, this wasn't a thing back then. It was Lakers and Celtics, West Coast, East Coast, white guys, black guys, blue collar.
I know that. I mean,
it wasn't really Magic and Bird back then.
Okay.
You ever see the George Carlin routine on the difference between baseball and football? But it's really funny. About baseball.
Tell me about it. Sounds interesting.
Football on a gridiron. It's like the the alpha and the the alpha.
Hey,
sport.
I'm gonna dip out for a second. I'll try to come back on later on. But hey, good conversation, y'all. We'll check you guys later.
Good, buddy.
Yeah, I think I've seen that bit. That's a funny bit George Carlin had. Baseball and football. Yeah, he questioned why people were so into sports, right? But even look at the chat room. Look at this. I haven't said anything factually wrong. Everything I'm saying you can verify and research or ask people who were there. And look at the way the chat room is kind of questioning me and all that. Like, I haven't said anything factually wrong. But if I did, please, people, show me what I got factually wrong. And this is one of the reasons why I'm fascinated by this topic, because people believe all kinds of things in their head, and they believe it's true. Like, how does the saying go in America? You say a lie enough times, it becomes true. That kind of thing happens a lot, and including with Michael Jordan fans. So that's one of the reasons I bring this up, because I want people to really think about what do they actually know is true and what do they believe is true. But they think
that phenomenon is not strictly American.
Sure,
I mean,
sure.
If you repeat something often enough and with enough conviction, some people will start believing it.
Right. No. Yeah. I'm not saying it's just an American thing. I agree with you. It's humans are in general. But it shouldn't happen with something like sports, because this is not like we're debating what happened with Alexander the Great, which is a long time ago, a lot of these things in sports can be verified, and a lot of this, like my topics, are with topics where people were alive today. Like people alive today, a lot of them were there when Michael Jordan, Magic Johnson, Larry Bird, and so on were in the league. And it's also like the sports topic is not a serious topic, but why do they make it so serious? Why do they make fun of you and insult you and make negative jokes about you and so on, you know? And notice they all think they're right and I'm wrong, but they haven't proven anything. Like, what is this, you know? It's a phenomenon.
Well, and people can, and not just in sports, but people can basically not deny, that's not the word I'm looking for. It's possible that, things that there's living people, you sort of said about, the people are still around where they're still living people that experienced certain things, but you have people saying, oh, no, that never took place. It never took place.
Right.
But,
no, you're right.
I'm reminded, here once again, I'm approaching this from a history angle because it's what I taught. But when they opened up the, it really wasn't the death camps, but the concentration camps in Germany as the Americans advanced. Eisenhower basically said, I want pictures of everything. He said 50 years from now, some son of a bitch is going to say this never happened. Well, there's, of course, sons of bitches that are saying, none of that ever happened. Oh, gee, it was a bunch of bullshit and whatever. And we still have survivors of, the concentration and death camps both that are not the same.
No, you're right. Yeah, that's a lot of people are like that. Since you said you used to teach, right?
I taught history at several community colleges.
Yeah, why do you? So, in your experience,
basically, that's where
based on your years of experience with teaching, why do you suppose lots of people based on your experience, you said you taught many years. Why do you suppose lots of people are like that for topics where they shouldn't be like that?
Well, I think some people like to follow the leader. Some people are not willing to. I mean, we're so divided. I think some people are not willing to go against what their friends are saying, and so they, and some of it's quite frankly is just ignorance.
So like we got a guy in the chat room, Jim Mancini. He writes, "I'm sorry, you are banned from Sports Talk Radio." Then he goes, "How old are you, sir?" Then he goes, "No face. What's your age?" What? Like Jim, you're listening to the guy who used to be who taught for many years. You're listening to me. What is your problem? Why are you coming at me? Why are you annoyed?
Well, you have to remember, whoever you are, you have to remember that some in the chat there are people that do this to be provocative. Now, I know who Mancini is. I know generally where it's from. I don't think we've ever met face to face, but there's people just like, and there's others I won't name because they're not here at the moment, but basically just are saying things just to basically stir the pot.
Sure. I mean, there are some people who just believe what they write too. I have no idea what he's thinking. Maybe he's just messing around to get things going. Maybe he believes it based on the way he's writing and a number of things he's writing. My guess is, and I'm just guessing, he believes what he writes. But maybe I'm wrong. Jim, I know if I ask you and you give an answer, it doesn't mean you're telling the truth, but I'm just going to ask anyway. Are you being serious or just stirring the pot, Jim Mancini? Anyway, I think he's being. I just read what he wrote. He said, "I haven't explained who my GOAT is, so I'm going to assume he's being serious, and I'll tell you why." Most Michael Jordan fans, when you say the things that I say, they start to ask you, "Who do you pick?" And if you don't give them an answer, they question you for that. So, unless it's coincidence, or maybe he's just putting it as part of him stirring the pot, I think he's being serious because he did something very typical of Michael Jordan.
Let me ask you this. And I'm not necessarily asking to see you. I mean, for all I know, he could be, laying in bed naked eating Cheetos. But can you give us some little bit of background so that we know where you are, where your ideas are coming from?
If you're talking about like my background about the topic, sure. My personal information, that I don't want to give. Which one do you mean?
No. I'm not even asking for your name, but I'm talking, approximate, what experiences have you had that either educational or employment that causes you to have these interests?
And penis size.
What was that?
What's the penis size?
Oh God, Ryan, thank you. Yeah, speaking of pots,
pretty big, man. Very, very big, very, very thick, long, and hard. Yeah. So anyway, one of the reasons that this is fascinating, I was explaining this earlier. One of the reasons this topic interests me is because I am fascinated by people who deny facts and they're not consistent, which is okay. We're all like that sometimes, or I shouldn't say all of us, but most of us are like that sometimes, including me, of course. But I try not to do that. I try not to deny facts, and I try to be consistent. And a lot of humans, what do most people always say? Yeah, I research things. Yeah, I'm very factual. Yeah, I try to be logical and all that. And then on basic topics, they deny facts and contradict them, and they're not consistent. And then they act like people like Jim or other people in the chat room. They just act rude or in some kind of negative way. But also, I actually have a page. The host of this page knows this. I have a pretty popular page where I go over topics like this, and I learn more and more about them. And it's very interesting. Then I'm a sports fan also.
Well, consistency is not necessarily considered a virtue today with some people, because let's face it. I mean, if you're familiar with, at least in a general way, with the novel 1984, where Oceania, the three superpowers, Oceania, East Asia, and Eurasia, and they'd been fighting forever, and they switched sides. Instead of fighting Eurasia, they were fighting East Asia, but the government tried to convince everybody, oh, no, we were always doing that, and basically was gaslighting them. And let's face it, look at the people on both sides of the political divide in the United States today who have done a number of 180s, things that, both parties that you just, do a 180 swing around, and all of a sudden everybody has to follow that path.
Yeah. So, for example, like when you say both parties, I don't deny that both parties do all that, but there is one side that does it more. So when you look at, if you say, look, both people do it, so it's a wash, I wouldn't, and I know you didn't say that, but I wouldn't go by that logic, because I would say, I want to tell the difference between an elephant and a mouse. They're both animals, they're both dirty, they're both in the wild, but one is bigger than the other. So I would ask myself, for both sides, which side denies facts and science more? Which side believes in more conspiracy theories? Which side contradicts itself more? And which side blames the other side more? And I've come to the conclusion, Republicans are worse than Democrats.
Well, if so, it is a marginally worse, because I mean, when just the swings that the candidate this year all of a sudden was, oh no, I don't, oh no, I didn't believe that, oh no, I didn't say that, oh bullshit. They've been trying to gaslight, and here once again, I'm speaking as somebody that would have voted Libertarian for the third time if they hadn't been in total chaos this year. But so I'm not standing up for either side. But no, both sides. One can make the point that either side. It's a question of who is scaring you the worst. I mean, let's face it. Both parties have have caused the founders to spin on their graves for decades. And I just we've been going downhill in many respects. Since for 130 years. But what the founders designed is not what we are doing.
Well, I mean, those are your beliefs. So when you say we've been going down for 130 years and this is not what the founders wanted, these are your beliefs. But let's say you're right. Let's say we've been going down 130 years. If it's going down 130 years and it's still pretty strong, then what does the definition of going down mean? And if you say
what I mean by that is, for example, Congress is supposed to be the legislative body, but basically Congress has in effect delegated all of that, or a lot of that. I shouldn't say all of that, a lot of it to the president. The courts, for at least the last 90 years, have let Congress get away with stuff that would cause the founders apoplexy. Just like, for example, just to pull one example out, the whole idea of interstate commerce. That the Constitution says that Congress has we have the right to regulate interstate commerce, and by regulate, they meant to make regular. In other words, their problem was not the problem was the states were gumming up the works, and so regulate did not mean to put rules on; it meant to take rules off. But when it gets to the point where everything becomes interstate commerce, whether it crosses a state line or even a county boundary. It's basically a bunch of bullshit.
But can I ask you, why do you hold the founding fathers in such highlight? Why are you acting like the flawed human beings of 200 years?
Well, because I believe that they knew their history, and they knew that every time somebody says, "Oh, we want to defend our democracy," the founders would faint at the word democracy. They did not found a democracy. They founded a constitutional republic, which has limits on the power of government.
Who was it founded for? Because clearly not everyone had that opportunity.
Well, certainly, and certainly there were those, women and blacks, most particularly, that did not have rights at that time, but they allowed for the thing to change, and it did. They did the best they could at the time, and
how do you know that? How do you know they did the best they could?
How do I know what?
How do you know they did the best they could? Because there's lots of examples where they clearly were not doing the best they could.
Well, they had to compromise, is the point. If they had not compromised on slavery, half the country would not have joined.
It's not just compromising. A lot of them actually believed that slavery was...
particularly the southern half. And see, the thing is too, though, at that time, it was felt that where slavery was wrong was felt that it would die out. It was honestly felt that slavery was dying out. Unfortunately, Eli Whitney invented the cotton gin about a couple of years after the Constitution was signed, and we were off to the races.
But even if I accept that argument, even if I accept that, which I don't, but let's say I'm wrong. I try to. You notice many times throughout my conversation, I'll say, "Let's say I'm wrong," because I want to go with that logic. Even if they thought it was going to die out, clearly, when slavery died out or was dying out, or even up north where people were supposedly treated better, they were still treated in a number of unfair ways.
Okay, what I'm saying is, it's like the old line about, I think, where Churchill had that line that said, democracy was the worst form of government except for all the others. And I think the same thing could be said about economics. Free market capitalism is the worst form except for all the others. The others have been tried and found wanting. And the fact of the matter is that free market capitalism, and no, I'm not suggesting we have a free market, in many cases we don't, but free market capitalism has done more to raise the overall wealth of humanity than anything else in human history.
Can I ask you, have you ever considered, I'm just asking to consider, I'm not even saying you're right or wrong, when you give these generalizations about what the founding fathers wanted and how they would be spinning in their graves and how capitalism has done so much and all that, have you ever stopped and considered that all these statements are not just generalizations, but these are your beliefs? They're not all factually true.
Well, okay. Well, I mean, obviously, I'm not, giving a lecture point by point by point. However, I think what I'm saying is adequately supported by their own writings.
Okay. So if that's the case, I'll just go, because you said different things here. So I'll just cherry pick one. Well, not cherry pick. I'll pick one example. When you say what capitalism has done for the world, there's no dispute of what capitalism done. And I want to be in a free country. I don't want to be in a communist China or a country like Pakistan. I want to be in America, USA. And I'm not denying that you are someone who will acknowledge how capitalism has done bad things. But when you say it's done the most throughout the world, when you have billions of people in other countries who like their system, who have no problem with their system, and who have benefits for their system, you can't ignore all the things that they added to the table when it comes to raising money for the world.
Oh, hey, if the Danes or the Swedes want to be social democracies, I have no problem with that whatsoever. I'm suggesting, however, that I don't think that's preferable. But no, if somebody wants to use, as long as it's not coercive, the problem is a lot of anything that tends towards socialism is coercive.
Is that bad or good?
Oh, I think bad. I mean, who wants to be coerced into doing something that they don't want to do?
Okay, so then, I mean, I'm assuming, because you said you're a libertarian, and since you obviously are questioning socialism, I'm still going to assume you don't want a wild, wild west where it's just everyone by themselves with a gun on a little house on the prairie and gold standards. Okay, so you're gonna have socialism. It's going to be there.
No, I think that obviously there are, certain forms of voluntary cooperation are preferable. I'm not suggesting that it's every man for himself. Absolutely not. But no, there are. But what I'm saying is, if something can be done by voluntary cooperation rather than by coercion, it is better to do it by voluntary cooperation.
Maybe. And the reason I say that is because there are tons of examples where when you left it to the people, it either stayed the same or got worse. For example, slavery.
Well, I said if something can be done better by voluntary association than coercion, that is, preferable.
Right. And can you name anything in the history of mankind where everyone thought it was a good thing?
Well, yeah. For example, the whole notion, once again, it was set up by the founders, that that people should be allowed to pursue their happiness. They were not promised happiness; they were promised a pursuit of happiness. They should be able to pursue their happiness without hindrance by the government, as long as they were not harming others. But no, and once again, I'm not. I just, I operate on several principles. The fact of the matter is, the poorest person in Bangladesh today has material things and material wealth that is greater than the most exalted ruler in ancient times. Because it does, I know people say, oh, that's bad economics. No, it does, basically it does rub off. But, it's certainly that which is produced by, I don't know. I'm just, once again,
okay. Can you hear me, by the way? Am I coming in loud and clear?
I'm sorry?
Can you hear me? Am I coming in loud and clear?
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
My connection got bad. Yeah, no. So remember, I'm not disagreeing with everything you say. Obviously, you're making good points. I really want to hammer this home, just like I was talking about the Michael Jordan fans thing. When people say these generalizations and their takes on things, they've got to be factual and they've got to be consistent. A lot of the things you're saying, or I shouldn't say a lot, I say some of the things you're saying are either not factually true or you yourself are not being consistent with your own takes. Again, a great example is the founding fathers. I have never understood, as I get older and I learn more about the world, I've never understood why people take humans who are flawed, who lived over 200 years ago, who didn't know everything about today, which you can't expect them to. And I could give you more examples, but you get the point. Why they take them and hold them in this highlight and then act like they pretty much knew what they were doing, they got it right, and so on.
Well, based on what they did at the time, or basically what they knew at the time, they did the best they could. But unlike the Articles of Confederation, they allowed for change to the system as it became necessary.
So if a government, I'm just, pretend you're an alien, and in your alien world, it's all kumbaya and it's all paradise, and you come to Earth, and I show you a government where blacks are treated a certain way, Native Americans are treated a certain way, women are treated a certain way, and I could give you way more examples, but you get the point. If you see a lot of problems and a lot of inconsistencies and denying facts and a lot of horrible things happening, what would you say if that alien said to you, well, those people, they did the best they could and they pretty much got it right?
Well, I would make 2 points. Number one, this is nothing. I'm not saying anything to deny that there have been problems in the past or that there are problems today. What I am saying, however, is this notion that that things, for example, when you say about how the natives were treated, this whole notion that the natives were living in peace and harmony with nature, and then we showed up and screwed everything up, is absolute bullshit. The natives were slaughtering each other right and left. I mean, how do you think?
That's not a good.
How do you think Cortez managed to conquer the Inca Empire, or the Aztec Empire, with basically, I don't know how many dozen men did he have? 100, 200, I don't know what he had. Basically, because the other natives who had been persecuted by the Aztecs figured, what the hell, these people can't be any worse than the Aztecs. and basically threw in their lot
No, I
with
know,
it.
but your answer, everything you said would be a good answer if I was saying to you Native Americans got along and there was no problems until the white man came. That was not my topic. In other words, what you're doing is if China invaded America and took over and stayed here for 200 years, and someone asked them 200 years later, how do you defend what China did to America, invading houses, raping, murdering, and all that? It would make no sense if someone 200 years from now said, well, let's not act like America was all getting along before the Chinese came then.
You really throw me for. I'm not even sure where to go with this.
Yeah, in other words, what I'm saying is just because Native Americans weren't perfect with each other does not address my question, which is when these founding fathers do a lot of horrible things, not all of them agreed with them. Some of them were kind of in the middle. Some of them weren't sure. Some of them did agree. You can't just ignore it and go, well, let's not pretend the Native Americans were all peaceful then.
Well, no, what I'm not ignoring, what I'm saying is given the tenor of the times, given the history, I don't think they did too bad with that. Now, were Native Americans treated properly? Absolutely not. But on the other hand, what they here once again, it's in fact it's kind of amusing because some of the worst people in treating Native Americans are basically heroes of the people now that claim to or at least I shouldn't say heroes are members of the same group that is now saying, oh, we should basically treat Native Americans better than than we are. I mean, one of the
but all these things don't address what I'm saying. So again, when you say they weren't as bad, I don't have your exact words, so please don't think I'm quoting you, but you said something to the effect of they weren't as bad as that. If murdering, torturing, raping, and so on for years and years and years is not that bad, what in your definition would be?
Who was doing the murdering, torturing, and raping?
Well, clearly the people in power.
What people in power?
Well, the founding fathers.
And can you cite me people who were murdered among the signers of the Declaration of Independence were murdering, raping, and torturing?
Do you have any proof that Adolf Hitler murdered and raped people?
Do I have any proof? Yeah. Well, he said he ordered.
Exactly, and that's my point. You don't have to take a gun out of your SS uniform and shoot someone to be part of the reason why someone died. Adolf Hitler.
What I'm saying is that John Adams, James Madison, whoever, pick your, whatever, generally were not, basically not even advocating, that sort of thing.
Well, so I'm trying to understand if they're not advocating and they're not taking their gun out and shooting anyone, which I'm sure if I picked up a history book, I'll find some high up suit who went around either torturing, raping, killing, or having a slave or something. I just can't. Oh, George Washington, for example, had slaves. But even if I ignore that, let's just say I get your point. You're saying, look, did they generally go around doing these things? Even if I buy that argument, which I don't, because they did do these things. At the end of the day, if they're making laws and they're looking the other way and they're giving a pass to certain things and they're not doing justice properly, you can't ignore that and go, well, just they didn't do it themselves.
Well, what I'm saying is, once again, did they have to compromise? Yes, they did. For example, just the slavery clause, the slave trade. The slave trade was basically could not. One of the provisions of the Constitution, the slave trade could not be interfered with until 20 years after it was ratified, till 1808. And as soon as we got to 1808, the slave trade basically was indeed ended. But here once again, they had to come to certain compromises, which they did. The point in the matter is that
that's not an answer. That's an excuse for the harm.
What they wanted to do was avoid the problem that had been going on for millennia. That how do you reconcile order and liberty?
Wait, so when George Washington had slaves, he did it for compromising?
I'm sorry, he did what?
When George Washington had slaves, he did it to compromise?
No, I'm saying that the founders wanted to have a system whereby they would balance the need for order and the The greatest amount of liberty. They wanted to limit the
No,
power.
I understand what you're saying, but I'm just trying to follow up to that. So let's say you're right, which I don't agree with that, but let's just say you're right for the benefit of the argument. Why would that equal George Washington has to have slaves?
Well, the big problem is with the slaves in the South is how do we get rid of it without totally fucking up the entire economy?
Well, apparently, if you can go to war in a civil war, that's the worst thing can happen to a country, right? Fighting, raping, torturing, and all that. So if they can do that, anything else can be done. But let's say I'm wrong again. I'm trying to give you the benefit of the doubt here. If you're saying this is what the founding fathers wanted, and they were trying to be in the middle and compromise and all that, why would that then go, okay, George Washington has to have lots of slaves?
The founders wanted, okay, here once again, the founders wanted to have ordered liberty. And the question was, what do we do about slavery? We had slaves here. First place, slavery has existed in all societies for forever, basically.
Not exactly true, but okay.
Well, let's put it this way: the vast majority of human history was, there are very few societies that did not have slaves, either in name or in effect.
Even if you're right, there's a difference between how slavery is all over the world. That's why you don't hear too many examples of Buddhists, Hindus, Jains, and Sikhs having slaves. But even if I'm wrong, let's say you found some crazy Hindus, crazy Buddhists, Sikhs, and Jains. They're not doing it to the same level or for the same reasons or for as long. But I get your point. You're saying horrible things have happened in the history of mankind. But real quick, you're still not addressing my question, though. What does that have to do with George Washington having slaves?
What it has to do with George Washington having slaves is that whether it was Washington, Jefferson, any of these Southerners who owned slaves, the question was, how can we get rid of slavery? How can we get rid of slavery without basically screwing up the entire?
So they have to have slaves to compromise?
Oh, well, the southern colonies, most particularly South Carolina.
I'm asking about the founding fathers who you hold on a high level, the ones that you say are compromising, and you have figured out what they wanted and why they're doing it. Why would that mean that they have to have slaves?
The point is, they did have slaves. Not that they would have to, but they did have slaves.
Right.
And they said, if you make us get rid of if you want to get rid of our slaves, which will fuck up our entire economic system, we will not join your country.
Well, that's a belief. That's a belief. The entire system will get messed up if slavery is taken out.
No, the original draft of the Declaration of Independence condemned slavery, and South Carolina particularly said, if you keep that in, we are not joining.
But Professor, I'm not denying these historical accuracies you're saying. I'm saying you're saying meaningless things, because if I'm asking you, here's what I'm trying to show you. If you say to me, this is what the founding fathers wanted, and this is what they did, and I say to you, but on the other hand, they contradict themselves by actually having slaves, and then you say, well, here's what they says in the Constitution. It's a meaningless argument because it does not address why these people who you say are good, why they have slaves. In other words, if your argument was to say, look, this is what they actually wanted, but they couldn't do it, they were worried about the economy, and they were trying to keep the country together, although I wouldn't agree with you, at least you would have some logic there. But if the actual founding father then says, hey, I want to have a bunch of black people as slaves and rape them and torture them and beat them, then everything else you're telling me is a meaningless argument.
The point is, nobody was saying, I want to have black people as slaves and rape and torture them.
Of course they were.
How? Who was saying they wanted to rape?
No. If you're asking me, did they go on record for the New York Times says this is what I would like to do? No, but they wanted to do these things. That's why it happened. You don't deny that murder, rape, and torture happened in slavery, do you?
Well, you know who the worst slave foremen were Yankees.
Okay.
That's just not gone with the wind.
But I'm not even questioning the North versus South. I'm talking about the founding fathers who you hold at a high light. They had slaves. So if you say, for example, if you say to me, they're kind of compromised, they don't want to ruin the country, they want to keep it together and all that. Again, although I don't agree with you, if that's your argument, I'm asking you, why would that equal they're going to have slaves?
Why would it equal that they were going to have slaves?
In other words, what I'm saying to you is, why not say the simplest answer is the most logical answer, which is allow the founding fathers were okay with slavery?
Well, they allow them to. Well, in fact, that's basically what they were saying. Is not that we're necessarily okay with it, but we will have to live with it.
No. If you have a slave, if you have sex with them, and you have babies that are half white and half black, and you torture them and whip them and all that, how much more evidence do you need that they're okay with slavery?
Well, I'm not denying they were okay with that. Some of them were okay with slavery because they basically couldn't see their way out of it.
But that'd be a different argument. Like if I wanted to get out of Nazi Germany, okay, I don't like Hitler. I don't like these brown shirts. This is an evil place. I got to find some way to get out of it. But if I get out, they're going to go after me. I'll just pretend to be a Nazi. I wouldn't take a gun and say, all right, you know what? I'm going to start shooting Jewish people and taking them as slaves.
But I'll tell you, we're really going off the rails on this one. But
because I'm trying to get you to think logically, like at what point do you say, well, if they pass these certain laws and they said certain words and they own slaves, and I could give you way more examples, but you get the point. At what point do you say, well, maybe the simplest answer is the best answer, which is many of them were actually fine with slavery?
Oh, I think some were. Some of the Southerners absolutely were. But here, once again, yeah, there are Southerners that, and I'm not even necessarily speaking the signers of the Constitution of the Declaration, but there certainly were defenders. There was a lawyer from Virginia by the name of James Fitzhugh that wrote eloquent defenses.
Who the fuck is this guy? My fucking dad's from Canada, you racist asshole. All right, let's get rid of that. Anyway, how's everybody doing tonight?
Man, I'm about ready to fall the fuck asleep.
Who the fuck let that fucking guy on the fucking show? Jesus Christ.
Well, you said in the comments, it looks like that guy had that argument in his pocket for a fucking while.
What a fucking racist, dude. Show me on this doll where a Michael Jordan fan touched you.
Yeah, Jordan fan. Yeah. Well, there's only one person on this. Only one person on this podcast has the ability to let people in, and it ain't me.
Fuck that guy, dude. What the fuck? Anyway, fucking let my dog out, and this guy's fucking going on a fucking history lesson of fucking race and fucking masturbation. What a loser. Anyway,
my apologies to anyone in the chat that I was boring to tears, but since I stopped snoring, I figured I could, basically turn on the sound.
Every time I leave this show, Dave lets the show go to shit.
Yes,
Dave, you weren't boring. I just couldn't talk and say what I wanted to say.
At least he didn't pull his dick or his tits out, so whatever.
Hey, that's a plus.
Yeah,
that might have brightened up the segment a little bit, though.
Speaking of dicks and tits, here's fucking Ray. Hey, Ray, welcome to the show, buddy.
What's up, Bubba?
Maybe we could rein this back into fucking arm wrestling instead of fucking some weird Michael Jordan fucking fan-hating super hour. Holy fucking shit, that was crazy.
I don't know anything about Michael Jordan.
God damn, dude.
The only thing you need to know about Michael Jordan is he's the GOAT.
There you go. Yeah, that guy just had a heart attack for you saying that.
Right? He probably sucks LeBron James's cock.
Oh, dude, that dude fucking smells like basketball semen. Anyway, what's going on? Ray, what's going on the West Coast, buddy?
Not too much, brother. I mean, tomorrow is North versus South out here in California. It's where the guys from the North come down and take the guys on from the South to see who's the better region in California. Something like 30 or 35 super matches are going to happen tomorrow.
And then all they get is an award that says you're all gay because you're from California.
Well, I'm not from California. I just live here. I identify, but I'm not really am.
Well,
apparently the
person Ray's from New Hampshire, like me.
Born and raised.
Damn right, buddy. That explains a lot.
Right.
Anyway, I had to get that out, dude. That guy fucking driving me fucking nuts, and he's crying about semen retention and shit. Holy shit, dude. Fuck that guy.
Dude, check this shit out, bro.
Yeah.
So my wife and I, we have a gym bag that we keep all our shit in.
Yeah.
For tournaments, right? So after her last pull, she put her 98% shirt in the fucking bag. Bro, someone stole her fucking shirt from the last event we were at.
Dude,
She
that
went.
is such great news. Like, our 98 shirts are such a hot commodity that people are stealing them.
Yeah, bro, she went in to make sure we had everything, and she was freaking the fuck out because she didn't have the 98% shirt. She goes, babe, I can't find it anywhere. I'm like, someone had to have fucking stolen it then.
Well, and then
Dude,
and this,
imagine you
this
see
was
someone wearing
this
it and
was-
it says her name on the back.
Oh, dude, that'd be funny. Especially if
this
it's
was her
especially if
personalized
it's a,
shirt. Her personalized shirt. So who the hell can wear it?
Yeah, imagine it. Well, imagine not noticing and you go to wear it and you think you're fucking good and it says someone else's name.
and it says beautiful disaster on the back.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of a dead giveaway. It's not your shirt.
Right.
Any one of the male Californians can wear that and get away with it. Oh, I'm sorry, California. My bad. Anyway, so what? So you got North versus South. What? Anything else go? Oh, we got this thing in August that we're going to be doing, right?
What's going on in August?
Top secret tournament.
You mean October?
I'm sorry, October. We have one going in August, and then we have another one in October
that we can't talk about yet.
Right, but it's coming.
But it's coming.
Details are coming because we're going to piss off a lot of people, I think, when we start doing stuff like that.
We are going to piss off a shit ton of people.
Yeah. I can't wait.
Shit ton.
It's always fun.
There's going to be people on this podcast crying about fucking Michael Jordan for years after this tournament.
You know, and if everything goes as well as it appears that's going to go,
fucking right.
It's going to piss off. It's going to make a lot of people happy, but it's going to piss off a lot of people.
I'm okay with it.
So am I.
Yeah.
My shit stirring spoon's huge.
Yeah. I
You
mean,
know?
nobody should be mad at any promoters or any people doing stuff for the sport. And if you're mad, then fuck, I don't give a shit because our sport's not big enough yet to be fucking fighting between promoters and shit.
Listen, our sport's been around, organized since like 1954. Yeah. The sport has had so many opportunities to explode. I mean, Jesus Christ, we were on, ABC, Wide World of Sports. We were on ESPN, Fox Sports. I mean, the list goes on. I mean, fuck, we had a movie made about the
Reading sport. Rainbow.
We've never been...
Even of Snoopy going out to participate.
Right. I mean, we've never been more popular, and recognized in the world of athletics than we are now, and honestly, I don't really give a fuck if anybody disagrees with me, but the reason for that is because Devin Lorette has gone to so many different arenas to promote the sport. I know everybody calls John Brzezinski the GOAT and this and that, and he is, don't get me wrong. But, Devin, if not for Devin, brother, we wouldn't even be where we're at, being recognized in this sport. I mean, Jesus Christ, he fought a 6'10", 300-pound fucking giant in a boxing ring. People, like you said, though, we're not big enough to be clashing like this. Anybody doing fucking... I mean, how many people are banning other people for competing in promotions?
Yeah,
how many different to ban athletes from competing in your promotion because they went to Winter Blast or whatever. I mean, that is such the fucking moronic, dick, retarded move you could do because you shoot yourself in the foot.
Yeah.
Because if you're like me, I'm like, fuck off. I'm not gonna, I'm no one special, right? But kiss my ass if you think you're going to restrict me from pulling.
Well, dude, and I mentioned it earlier, but even simple things like trying to name a fucking movie Arm Break. I mean, what the fuck is that? You know what I mean?
You'd think with the last name like Sharp, he'd be a little brighter.
Greg Dull.
Yeah. I mean, like you and I were talking earlier on the phone, bro. That's taboo. You don't watch it. You don't post it. You don't talk about it. So
Right.
let's make a fucking movie about it.
Like, how long's this guy been in the sport that he doesn't know that? You know what I mean? Because I've only been in, 4 years? Something like that, 4 or 5. And one of the first things I learned is you don't talk about fucking arm breaks. You don't post videos about them. It's kind of like an unwritten rule that you stay away from arm breaks, basically.
I mean, I remember pulling him. He's been in for a minute. I remember pulling him at Halloween Havoc, WAL's Halloween Havoc in Hollywood.
Yeah.
However long ago that was. And I know he was in the sport before then.
Yeah.
So he's been in for 10 years plus.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's part of the, like Ryan just said, it's literally the worst thing that can happen in the sport. So let's glorify it. Like, that's just so stupid. And even if the movie's not about arm breaks, like, you're putting that image in people that don't arm wrestle's mind. They're not going to want to get into the sport after seeing a fucking movie about arm wrestling called Arm Break.
Yeah, that's just fucking.
That is the funniest, ironic title for a movie of all time.
And it's not even a working title. That's the actual title.
Yeah. Arm break. And then part 2 is called Spiral Fracture.
Right. But I mean, brother, it's almost as bad as his thing that he's got on Tubi. I mean,
dude, it's so bad.
Bro, I mean, you watch the trailer, you watch the advertisement for that thing, and the first fucking thing you see is some dude. I mean, sorry for his loss, but you got some dude crying, talking about somebody committing suicide. How the fuck is that uplifting and promoting? You know,
dude, I mean, if you're trying to like rally people to the sport, that's probably not the fucking path. You don't want the fucking crowd crying.
Have you watched it yet?
I saw snippets of it, but I have not actually went and watched it. I went to go look at it when it was on Amazon Prime, and it was like $3.99 an episode.
What the heck's going on?
And then I heard everybody on Facebook saying how terrible it was, and I'm like, I'm not going to spend money on this. And then that's when Greg banned us, so I'm like, now I'm definitely not going to fucking support this guy.
Yeah, absolutely.
Anybody that bans someone, are you really doing good for the sport? You know what I mean?
No, you're hurting the sport. Again, like you said, we're not big enough for all this bullshit. Yeah. I mean, you would think that you would learn from history, right? WAF did it, and look how shitty WAF has been since they've done it.
Oh yeah.
I mean, Jesus Christ, you're in California and you banned the #1 female heavyweight in California from competing in your events. How fucking dumb. Not to mention you train with her and you're going to ban her. How fucking stupid is that? And now don't quote me, but I understand that he banned Sarah Bachman, the fucking best female arm wrestler in the United States, and you're going to ban her? You're a fucking idiot.
Dude, and not even for pulling. He told her, if you just attend, you're banned.
Yeah, I mean,
like, what the fuck is that, dude? Come on. Yeah, he was supposed to have an event here in August.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, everybody around here came to Winter Blast, so they're all banned. So we're going to throw an event the same day to give all the band guys an option out of the kindness of our hearts.
Now, aren't you doing it right up the street to where he has to drive right by your venue?
Well, yeah, I mean, they do. He's
pretty much has to pass our area to get to that venue. That way, all the poor people that are banned from his. I also heard a rumor that he's talking about lifting the ban, which to me is worse because that means he purposely banned people to fuck up our event in Arm Gods, and then he's lifting the ban now because it's going to affect him negatively.
Yeah, I mean, that just shows how much of a cunt he is.
Yeah. For sure, dude. Crazy.
I better be careful. I might get banned.
Dude.
Who cares?
Right?
I mean, I understand, like, people that live in his backyard and they go there and win a ton of money. You know?
Mm-hmm.
But,
I mean,
and I don't judge those guys like Corey West. He's on the West Coast. He lives near there. He goes there. He wins a ton of money. He didn't want to, whatever. But, I feel like if I had Corey West's name and notoriety, I would have just been like, well, Greg, I'm not going to do it. And then Greg would have had a serious decision to make if he's losing his heavyweight champion. You know what I mean? And I think Greg would have backed down if enough people would have stood up and said, no, this isn't right.
Well, the one thing I've noticed about arm wrestling over the years is everybody jumped. They're like hookers in heat, bro. Everybody jumps to the newest thing who they think's giving the biggest money. I mean, look at UAL. When Robert Drank had UAL, giving out all kinds of money, had these fucking horrible contracts that they're pullers unless you were the elite like Bajent or Devin. If you were just a mid-level or a good pro, you couldn't do certain shit because you were under this contract. Then, Drake backed out of it, and then you had Steve Kaplan come in with WAL. Same thing. Everybody jumped on the WAL bandwagon, wanted to sign a contract so they could say they were a contract puller. And where are they now? I mean, Bill Collins, who's a good friend of mine, great guy, saved UAL, and and if you want to have integrity in this sport, you got to be like Bill. He's got an organization, but he's not sitting there telling those of us that pull in his organization, oh, you can't pull here, you can't pull there.
And he runs it the way he wants to, and he doesn't care what other people say. He just does, Same with like Corey Miller. I have a lot of respect for Corey Miller, and I'll tell you why. He keeps his organization neutral no matter who the fuck it is. So if he's getting pressure from IFA or WAF or this or that, he's just like stays out of it and is like, hey, I'm all about just putting this data into my fucking thing to give the most accurate rating that an athlete can have. And I respect him for staying neutral like that.
Absolutely. I mean, I don't know Corey. I know the name obviously, but I've never dealt with him. But I've heard nothing but great things about him.
Yeah. Another super chat from Diabolical Billy. Greg Sharp looks like a hippo waddling into all-you-can-eat arm wrestling buffet, sweating gravy and desperation. Triple bypass on alert. Tries to ban people like he's someone, but no one's even heard of the bloody tosser.
I only heard about Greg Sharp when the bans happened.
Thank you, Diabolical Billy. And as usual, that was very diabolical. Yeah, a lot of people were like, dude, I didn't know who he was till he started banning people.
I knew who he was because I smashed his ass in a tournament.
The only thing that really pissed me off about him is he went on Matt Connolly's podcast and kind of insinuated that me and him have had bad blood for over a year. So I went into my Facebook messages and had like a year worth of conversations with him that were very friendly. And he was like, I'd love to work with 98 in 2025 in the future. And I like what you guys are doing. And like super friendly conversation, even up until this last Christmas where he's like, hey, Merry Christmas to you and your family too. And then all of a sudden he's saying that we've been at odds. And I'm like, what the fuck were we at odds about? So right away I was like, this dude's a liar and just says whatever he's got to say, Well,
I'll tell you what, if I could change the subject, since Brother Country Crush is here, I presume you've heard Ryan in the past going on about areolas and the size of mine and the size of other people's.
Fucking right, Dave.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, well.
I was actually kind of hoping to see yours on this.
And Ryan may not even remember this, but you are part of that story. How are you part of that story? Well, I'll tell you. At Keystone tournament, probably about 4 or 5 years ago, it was so damned hot. I'm not exactly the tank top type, but it was so damn hot. I had inherited one of the Country Crush sleeveless that you had given us. And so I wore that to compete. It was so damn hot. But then when we went to the bar afterwards, I took it off and put on a regular shirt because, like I say, I'm not exactly sleeveless material. And I said to Ryan, hey, you had your opportunity today to see me because I were 2 occasions where I had no shirt on, putting the tank top on and or the sleeveless on and then taking it off. And then I flashed him. So, and so that's why you are actually part of that Areola story. We thank you for your, for the loot you gave us, some years back.
Yeah, I mean, I tell you, sometimes it surprises me how much shit I have out there. And I mean, I just the other day, just in random passing, I'm down in Venice Beach, and I saw some dude. Don't have no idea who it was, but he was wearing one of my Rip It shirts.
That's awesome.
I put a lot of product out back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, I love seeing like guys show up to an event with a 98 shirt, or it's even better though when it's someone you don't know or that isn't in the sport. And you're like, oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah. I got to change my name on this thing though. I don't know how to do it. I don't want to promote my former.
Oh yeah. I'll change it to let me see if I don't know if I can change it. Let me see.
Change it to Dingleberry or something.
Yeah, semen retention.
Let's see.
Hell, I had to grow a beard out because I tattooed it on my face. I got a habit of tattooing people's logos on my body.
Dude, when you said I'm putting a 98 under my eye, I thought you meant like a little tiny 9 and an 8.
Right
and
there, baby.
Then I see, and it's the whole fucking logo, and I was like, oh my god.
That's great. No.
Like, dude, we just turned 98 into a fucking legit gang. Now there's 3 of us that have 98 tattoos.
Right there.
There it is.
There it is.
Damn right, Dave.
Fuck yeah.
Dude, now that shirt's on his bedroom floor soaked with semen.
It's a semen collector.
It
was September.
His Country Crush cum rag.
September 15th, 2021.
Damn, Dave. You got the date and everything, dude.
That was right before I sold the company.
Yeah. I remember when you sold it because I remember you did a post about you were also selling the t-shirt machine, all that stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. I sold it all, brother. I mean, so my house that I was living in at the time, that was Country Crush headquarters, man. I had an 8-car garage that I converted into a full-on gym.
Yeah.
I had another room that was my t-shirt printing room. So, like when I sold the house, when I ended up selling the house, they bought the gym because I really was not looking forward to moving all that gym equipment.
Yeah.
They said, we'll buy the gym if you throw the t-shirt printing machine in with it. I'm like, fuck it, let's do it.
Oh, nice. Nice. That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's kind of cool though. Like, good deal.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Now I miss my 8-car garage with a bigger gym.
Yeah. Yeah, that's I mean, I'm sure having that machine made it easy to fucking, someone ordered a shirt, just print the fucking thing. Boom.
Bro, you could. So I had, it was an Omni print, and it was like their mid-level machine.
Yeah.
But from start to finish, now I'm talking spraying the shirt, treating the shirt, and then running it through the machine. Start to finish, you could print a full color shirt in like 4 minutes.
Wow. That's crazy.
Like the most expensive shirt that I printed, I was printing shirts for a lady that was running for governor of California. And she had like 4 or 5 different colors, and it was crazy, the design. Yeah. And for me to print that shirt with the cost of the shirt was like $6.50. Wow. And then I was charging her like $13 a shirt.
Wow, dude, that's awesome.
Yeah, it was direct to garment printing is the way to go. I mean,
yeah,
you got people that do silk screening and whatnot, but that is such a process. I could literally, if I got an order for 10 dozen, I could literally print that 10 dozen in 4 days.
That's crazy. Dude, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool.
I'm telling you, bro. That's what you guys needed. You guys need to get a direct-to-garment printer.
I want to get the printer and then like a little guy from Bangladesh to just print all day.
Right.
Just, like, not pay him, just food to keep him alive and some water.
Yeah.
You know, and just be like, print.
Wasn't that guy earlier on like a slavery rant or something?
I don't know. That guy was fucking nuts, dude. He came on like, was it last week or the week before talking about this Michael Jordan shit?
Yeah. Yeah, I was there.
What the fuck, dude? No one gives a shit.
Come on.
Why would you go on an arm wrestling fucking podcast talking about Michael Jordan? Like, okay, it was funny at first, but that dude takes it pretty fucking serious.
Because we're the only ones that would let him on.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
He said he tries to go on other podcasts and ruin them and prank them and do all this weird shit. And he said he had a YouTube channel where he pranks radio stations, and I went and listened to it. And it was pretty gay, pretty stupid. So I'm like, all right, this guy. But I had to let my dog out, and then my wife needed a hand moving something and left him on too long, and now everyone's mad at us for keeping some weirdo on.
Yeah, I saw Jody Williams was on one, and then he hopped off.
Probably sick of that guy, you know?
Yeah.
God damn, dude. We can't have guys like that on. No more weirdos. Only us arm wrestling weirdos. And even then, we got to be careful because you get the fucking Eric Harlans and the weird Nanyas and shit that like fucking get naked mid sentence or.
You did say the magic word though. You said shirt, and I wanted to say something tonight, reminding people that we do have those flag shirts that the same type that was stolen from unfortunately beautiful. What is it? Beautiful? No, not Beautiful Dreamer.
Beautiful Disaster.
Okay, Beautiful Disaster. But the shirts we have an order up now, and it expires at 10 a.m. Monday. So
well, good. Put me down for another large.
Large
with my wife's name on it.
Okay.
I was about to say you ain't fitting in no large.
Okay, so you want a large with the Beautiful Disaster on it.
Hey, I'll tell you what though, brother. I used to wear an 8XL. Now I can fit into a 3XL. So
damn,
okay,
dude,
you want a large with what? With Beautiful Disaster on the back?
Yes, sir.
Okay, got it.
That's.
I'll shoot you the money tomorrow.
Yeah, like I say, no big problem.
Yeah, well, you know me.
Yeah.
I was gonna say it because I'm wearing a 3X.
I've got a 3X on right now.
I've tried to send Ray free shirts, and he fucking denies me every time.
So this is my thing with that.
Large?
Yeah, large.
Well,
Okay,
I know.
large.
I guarantee you I know where you're coming from because, you know, when you're making shirts and you're trying to grow a brand and stuff, you expect the guy, you expect the guys that you think are your friends to like support the brand and buy a shirt.
Right.
But for some reason in arm wrestling, it's the opposite. They're like, bro, hook me up with a free shirt. And as much as we want to do that, if we did that for everyone, we would lose so much fucking money.
Well, the thing is, they're not really your friend if they're asking for free shit.
And we get that a lot, I mean, even with like entries and stuff, I'll have people message me and be like, hey, bro, I want to come to your tournament, but I live like 2 hours away. To offset the cost of gas, can I have free entries? And I'm like, oh, man. And so at some point, though, when we first started doing this, like I feel like maybe I was like too nice. But at some point, when things start to grow and you realize you can't sustain what you're doing if you just keep giving everything away for free.
Exactly. You
got to treat it like a business and be like, look, I'm sorry. It is what it is. But, if you want us to be able to throw Winter Blast and our tournaments at the highest quality, then we need your support to do that, to continue to improve it.
Mm-hmm.
When people start wanting stuff for free and we're losing tons of entries, it's like, dude, then we can't do it at that level anymore,
I mean, I learned so much through Country Crush. I pissed away so much money.
Yeah.
Giving away free shit, giving away money to people that I thought would build the brand and do something with it. And, I don't know if I told you or not, but there's a better than 95% chance I'm getting back into the game with with designing and making handles.
Nice.
And it's going to be if I pull the trigger completely. If everything works out this weekend, a lot of people are going to be disappointed when they hit me up and like, hey, man, I supported you last time. Can I get something free? No, if you supported me, you motherfucker, you would have bought it.
Right.
Dude,
and those are the best fucking handles, dude. Most rugged handles I've ever fucking had for sure.
Bro, I still have the prototype. I still use it, still beat the shit out of it. It's not this 3D print. Not saying there's anything wrong with 3D printed, but it's going to last forever.
Yeah, I mean, yours is made for fucking serious weight and serious abuse. Are you
just
gonna
like
make it instead of Country Crush? You're gonna make it like Urban Smash.
So one of the guys that used to sell for me, him and I are the ones. He's talking me into getting back into it, and he wants to take some designs that I've shown him. I think I sent you a couple of the pictures of the prototype stuff.
Yeah.
He wants to take it and launch it. The name that we're working with is CCOG.
Yeah.
I mean, my nickname
is that like Country Crush OG?
Yeah.
Like the original gangster of handles.
Well, I mean, it just makes sense, right? Because my nickname, everybody that knows me by Big Country.
Yeah.
I don't want to call it Country Crush.
Right.
But he was like, well, we need to kind of capture that magic and kind of associate it. So we're thinking about calling it CCOG.
Yeah.
When we launch, we'll launch with 1, 2, 3, 5 products right out the gate.
Nice.
One will be the Rhino Grip, the other one will be the Diamond Cup, and then I've got a load pin that a guy. I don't know if you guys know a guy by the name of Mike Buck.
I recognize the name, but I don't know him personally.
So he had designed a loading pin just for the Country Crush handle.
Oh, nice.
And him and I made a deal where I got the rights to it and got the rights to produce it and manufacture it. So we're going to launch that if we do this. So yeah, I mean, within the next couple of months, there's going to be some big things happening.
That's awesome, dude. And you know what's funny is, I always thought about this because when that guy bought Country Crush, it's almost like it disappeared off social media. Like when you had it, I saw it everywhere. It was promoted. People were talking about it, and then when it got bought, I like barely saw shit about it.
Well, if you go online right now and Google Country Crush weight handles, no pun intended, 98% of the stuff that you're going to find is what I put out there.
Yeah.
There's very little that's new. The only thing that I can see that he did is he got it on. You can buy it on Walmart.com.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, he pretty much redesigned the logo. He got rid of the logo, which I thought was stupid. You had a recognized, internationally known logo. Why change it? And I think honestly, he just, even though if you go to the website, you scroll down, you'll see me, and he gives me credit for being the creator and whatnot.
Yeah.
I think he just wanted to disassociate the handle with me, which is fine. You paid for it. It's your business. I may not have agreed with it. I thought it was a dumb business move, but it is what it is.
Yeah. Diabolical Billy says Greg Sharp thinks he's Steven Spielberg, more like woke Disney's Mickey Mouse with a camera, directs like he's got 2 brain cells fighting over a flashlight.
Well, speaking of that, I mean, who the hell?
Greg Sharp fans in the house, dude.
Who the hell is directing and producing this arm break bullshit?
I don't know, dude. I don't know, but I want to be an extra as a broken arm.
Did you?
Right. Who's he get as the main character? Alan Fisher?
I don't, dude. I have no idea. Like, what's this movie going to be about? You know, why are you naming it arm
You're
break?
gonna have to throw in an arm break in there.
Yeah, you would think
You're
dude,
gonna have to.
It's just a fuck every fucking 5 minutes. There's an arm break, and it's just over and over.
So here I can give you the whole plot of the movie right now. It's going to be a combination of Over the Top meets Rocky Balboa meets Stormy Daniels, right? It's going to be about an arm wrestler who gets his fucking arm broken in the beginning of the movie, and the rest of the movie is all about his struggles to come back to glory on the table.
Yeah.
Watch. I guarantee you that's what it's going to be.
That sounds like a 2000s movie.
Jim's probably right, and Greg's the star of the whole thing. Also,
well,
he's the director, producer, and actor.
He's going to be the only character. He's going to be the only person in the movie.
Yeah, and then if you break your arm at his competitions, you're banned. Banned for life.
Did you see the
you can't even make this shit up with that stupid like. The thing that drives me the most nuts about it is he says what a great businessman he is, and I'm like, dude, you didn't ban people from Winter Blast. You banned people from your own promotion, and now you're coming up with a movie called Arm Break. How the fuck are you a good businessman? Just makes no sense to me, dude.
It's gonna be very funny when somebody at the gym walks up to me and is like, "Hey, have you watched that movie Arm Break?"
Oh god, yeah, and you're like, no, yeah. I haven't watched it because that's cringy. You know, arm wrestlers don't want to be thinking about arm breaks, and this dude names a fucking movie Arm Break.
It's the last thing.
Yeah.
You see the new arm break video that's blowing up the internet? From Connor Shanahan. He's like a gym influencer. Sets up a table with an arm wrestler on like a gym and was arm wrestling people and ended up breaking a dude's arm.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
I try when I see it's an arm break, I kind of avoid watching them.
I bashed him so hard in the comment section. He actually replied, and then I replied with like I said, it's your fault that he broke his arm because you could clearly see he was in a bad position for a good hot minute, and you could have stopped it. He's like, oh well, no, we did a 20-minute seminar on how to arm wrestle before. I'm like, I'm 2 years in, still learning how to stay safe. This is some bullshit. And then he deleted the comments. And
I've been in the sport since 1985, and I'm still learning how to stay safe.
20 minutes. 20
I'm still
minutes.
learning how to fucking arm wrestle.
20 minutes.
You know, Ryan, I still say you and I have to have a match to see who the worst one is.
You would fucking kill me, man. I'm not on that level, not even close. Dave Shell. I struggle with old man Dave Shell here.
Well, all right. How about we put you against my wife?
Dude,
that sounds more like a match right there.
That's probably closer a match, but I still think I'm on the losing end of that one, too. I'm the one who stole her shirt just so she can't challenge me.
I mean, who the fuck goes into a bag and steals a woman's shirt?
Especially the one with their name on the back. Dude, how dumb. It was probably Greg Sharp, dude.
You just
shit.
Or the Walker thief ring.
Right.
Well, gentlemen, I'll tell you, it's like this. I've already done my fair share of screw up the program tonight. So I think I'm going to get off and go to bed since I do have a tournament tomorrow.
Yeah, good luck, buddy.
Where are you going?
Dave's down in Virginia.
Oh.
Yeah.
Sit downs.
Yep. Yorktown, Virginia.
Yeah, I'm so fucking bummed. I was supposed to go to Sit Down Nationals this year. Couldn't raise the fucking money to go, man. It's fucking pissed me off. I bought a sit-down table just to train for it, too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm going to need to do a sit-down tournament one time. Just once.
Well, like I say, there's always
for the experience.
Antietam, we're doing a sit-down. We decided to just do like a round of sit-down for the end of the tournament. We're just going to do one. under 200 and over 200, basically, just to give some guys down that, because they used to have one in Jersey here, a sit down.
Yeah.
And they, Mike Mignonia passed away, so they stopped doing it. So we were like, hey, what if we have just one class sit down so that it's kind of a prepper for, Virginia sit downs. That way, it'll go, if no one does it at all up here, it'll start fading away, There's not a lot of people up here that we're doing it outside of the New Jersey one.
Honestly, I'd like to get one or two more sit-down tables and bring sit-down out here.
Yeah, dude, definitely. I mean, like I said, we're our smaller tournaments. We decided we're going to start just doing a sit-down class.
Yeah,
kind of like the Masters class, but just a sit-down one, just wide open for anybody that wants to try it out.
That sounds pretty good.
Yeah, it'll be fun.
You got to do more weight classes though. 0 to under 200 and over 200. That sucks for the smaller guys that are 205.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I just want the first one. Like, I want to see how it goes. You know what I mean?
Right.
If we get a lot of people that want to try it, then I'll for sure make more weight classes to make it more fun. But I don't know. I don't know how it's going to go just yet. Hopefully, people will show interest in trying it out.
Yeah.
Oh, Todd 3. I'm starting a cafeteria table league. That's awesome, dude. Greg Sharp will make a movie of it.
Well, at the risk of sounding repetitious, good night.
Good night, Dave.
Good night, Dave.
Good night, Prof.
Good luck tomorrow, buddy. Fuck that guy.
He's fucking awesome, bro. I remember when I first ordered Autumn's last shirt, he's like, "We'll just send you a shirt." I'm like, "No, I'll send you the money." And we started going back and forth on it. I just said, "Oh, we're still arguing." I sent him the money. It's like, yeah, fucker.
Dude, people do that to me all the time. Like, I try to give a free shirt here and there just to, and people will just fucking send the money. I mean, there's some that'll take one, but.
Well, I'll tell you what, I used the shit out of that freaking handle you sent me, though.
Oh, yeah? How is it?
I like it. I was going to come out with something that would fit the Country Crush Raptor frame.
Yeah.
And never did. So I've never actually really used one, man, until you sent me one, and I love it.
Well, dude, now you could make something similar for the new ones.
Well, actually, what I was going to talk to you about is going off what you and I were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
Is having you make me some to instead of all green, blue and gold.
Yeah.
To give away to our little secret thing that we're doing.
Yeah, that would be cool.
Dude, I can't wait till we announce that. It's going to be funny.
Mentioned it on a podcast. That's it. Not a secret anymore.
Secret.
Yeah, but nobody knows what we're doing.
Yeah.
For all you know, we could be doing an arm wrestling porn.
Dude, all I'm going to say is it involves a lot of semen.
A lot of semen.
I'd watch that.
Eric's like, yeah, dude.
And a lot of guys that identify as women.
We're starting a brand new league called Arm Break. Look, Billy Ortegas, I heard he's changing Texas Arm Wrestling League to Texas Arm Break.
Bro, we need it, and I can actually show it. I'll find the shirt. I actually had, when I lived in Tehachapi, California, I literally had a team, and I had like 9 guys on it called Tehachapi Arm Breakers.
Yeah.
And everybody talks so much shit
I bet.
about that for, and I mean, I'm talking, it wasn't like quietly said, it was loudly put out across the community. This fucking idiot's got a name called Tehachapi Arm Breakers. and that's why it's even funnier for me to hear that he's got a movie called Arm Break.
Oh, dude. Goes with the theme of the team.
We need to design a logo for the movie.
So I ordered another one of these arm wrestling shirts.
Yeah.
And I got just a name put on the back, like what happened at Arnold's.
Uh-huh.
Be coming out with that soon.
Of funny club names, we have a club here in New York called Weak Wrist.
Weak wrist, yeah.
Weak wrist club. I love the guy. I love all the guys. They're great guys. But come on, please.
Wrist. Yeah, seriously. Of all the names, like, dude, of all the cool names, I mean, you even got Chat GPT now that'll name the fucking team for you.
Yeah, dude, like I can't tell Tanner to his face. Like, I don't want to wear a shirt that says weak wrist.
Right. Yeah,
that's like being in the porn business with a name called Limp Dick.
right.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah.
The shit people do, dude, is funny.
It's called evolution. We're evolving.
Yeah.
Into what I don't know, but
I mean, I will say this, like, I think we are evolving in a way. Like, I think like East versus West, for example, great idea getting Baxter and Bob Brown and these other guys involved instead of just leaving it up to one guy that's like, you know, trying to fucking turn it into a, you know, like a fucking Hitler situation.
Not Todd.
How many different organizations? I mean, there's East versus West. Is King of the Table still a thing?
Yeah,
I think so. I mean, they did file for bankruptcy, and I think they got bailed out though. So
because that was Larry Wheels' thing, right?
Yeah, he sold it.
Yeah,
and then I want to say like one of these guys invested in it to keep it alive, and it's going to be like the league where they do matches like, you know, like fucking Eddie Hall versus Brian Shaw type stuff, and that's where they can have those matches, and then East versus West will stay how it is.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I mean, there's so many, dude. Like the whole WAF IFA feud. It's like that's why the sport's never going to grow. We shouldn't have these weird feuds.
You guys remember PAF?
Yeah.
I loved Anthony Laterio, man. That guy fucking really busted his ass to try to put on decent events, but he could never catch a break.
Dude, it's hard. Like when other people decide to hate on you, and it feels like you're against the whole fucking community. Like, gets old quick, you know.
Oh, I know. Trust me, I know.
There's been times, dude, where like 98 gets a lot of hate, and I'm like, you know, I'll wake up one morning and just be like, man, I'm putting all this work and time away from my family into this and money, and then getting hated on, and I'm like, fuck, why am I doing this? And then, you know, the close guys around me will talk me out of it and be like, no, dude, you guys are doing great things for the sport. Keep doing it. But there are days where I kind of get frustrated a little, you know?
Bro, you guys have come such a long way in such a short time, you know? And you're real. That's the biggest thing, right? You guys are legit. You guys keep to your word. You don't promise things like, oh, we're gonna highlight the women and then cut them out of the whole fucking series.
Yeah.
You know. I mean, there's very few people like you guys in this sport, and so for me, it's kind of a breath of fresh air.
Well, the only way we're going to keep up with everyone is if we start banning people.
I have a question, Ryan.
No, I appreciate that, though. You've always been a supporter since day one, so we appreciate it, man.
What's up with the trauma? Oh man, I just forgot what it's called.
Trauma arm wrestling.
Trauma arm wrestling.
Table trauma.
Yeah, table trauma. What's up with that?
We're just rebranding our FTG Super Match series. I thought,
sounds similar to someone's Challenger series, eh?
Well, dude, we've been doing the FTG thing since day one, so
I know.
You know, we're just rebranding it with a different name. But you know, 98's always done super matches for like the lesser known guys. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
And we just decided instead of naming it FTG, because so many people are like, what's FTG stand for? And then I'm like, maybe it's not such a great idea to call it that when you got kids wanting super matches and teens and stuff, you know? And I'm like,
table trauma's good.
It means fuck that guy. Bring your kid out, you know? So we decided to rebrand it as Table Trauma. And then, you know, Arm Gods does they have a super match series, and we are gonna start doing their series here also for content for their stuff. So Sean Latimer is letting us use his awesome place to record videos and do matches there, and we're gonna start doing some training videos and getting a lot of content for both Arm Gods and 98.
So happy I got to meet that guy.
Yeah. Hey, he was at Winter Blast.
Yeah, he was at Winter Blast. Yeah, I almost, like I said this before, I almost got him to warm me up for my match.
Should have. He actually posted something today that he wants to get back into it. So,
you know what match I wanted to see was I wanted to see Sean Latimer versus Scott Mendelson when Mendelson got back, was in the sport for the short time he was in it.
You know what's funny is, if I remember right, they don't get along, but Sean's really close with his sister.
Right. So Sean and Scott didn't like each other at all. I mean, Sean, at one point had the highest total ever in the world of powerlifting. Phenomenal. Just he like a super god in powerlifting. Yeah. And of course, Mendelson, a lot would say he's the greatest bench presser of all time.
Yeah.
So for me, I was trying to feed off of that and try to generate a match between the two of them, but it just never happened.
That would have been awesome.
Yeah, I mean, Sean would have destroyed him, but it still would have been good for the hype.
Yeah, I mean, I remember Sean picking up Travis by the throat, dude, and pinning him up against a wall.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Yeah, Travis was fucking being Travis, talking shit.
I remember that.
Sean grabbed him and fucking pinned him up against a wall and fucking that was the end of that.
But that was good. That was good, but that wasn't as good as Tom Nelson and his brother kicking the shit out of Travis.
No, that's hilarious. They dragged him. They
fucking dog walked his ass.
Yeah. I mean, dude, when you talk shit, you got to come in, dude.
Well, you got to be able to back it up.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. Like, if you approach him, he's a completely different person than if he's talking shit about you on the internet.
Right.
I mean, even when he said he was going to bitch slap me if he saw me, when I saw him, I was like, hey, can we get that out of the way now before everybody shows up? And he just kind of looked at me and he was like, oh, this fucking guy, and then went right back to work.
Hey, why'd you look up? I'm pretty sure Travis is taller than you.
No, he was sitting down doing brackets.
Oh, okay.
So like he looked up at me behind him and he was like, oh, this fucking guy, and then just kept doing the brackets.
Ryan yells at people in parking lots.
Goddamn right, dude.
I've witnessed that personally.
What? Usually near a preschool where it's like people I could actually win a fight with.
or in a hotel parking lot where he could absolutely lose his life.
That is true. Well, that one night, dude, I was a little delirious. It was a long weekend.
A little?
All right, I was a little slightly loopy.
We've all been there.
Yeah. I thought we were going to get in a fight with people coming out of the casino there.
Hey, Todd. No. Sit your ass down. I de-escalated the situation and nobody got hurt.
No. Paul Cruz did.
As I remember, I got between you and Steve and pushed you away.
I'm pretty sure those
turned around,
threatened you.
Look, Steve, and I had a flashback of my whole entire life up to this point. And it's kind of like a reawakening to kind of mind my own business a little more. Which is good thing.
Yeah.
Because goddamn, that guy was scary. Sheesh.
He was pretty mad.
Who do you guys think is the baddest fucker in arm wrestling? Like, if there was one person in arm wrestling you wouldn't fuck with, who would it be?
You know what? I'd be willing to bet it's someone fucking quiet that no one would think is a fucking bad motherfucker. Like someone who doesn't talk much shit.
Right.
Like we probably don't even know who the fuck it is. Like it's that guy that doesn't fucking bother nobody. but then he'll just snap when the shit gets fucking crazy. But I don't know. Who do you think?
I've always said Devin, bro. I mean, Canadian Special Forces. He just has that persona about him. Like, I'll eat your fucking liver if you don't.
Yeah.
I mean, in my area, I would have to say James Reed.
Oh,
Yeah.
come on, dude.
Ryan, dude, do you see the dude's background?
I've seen his background, but I've also seen him hitting a heavy bag, and I'm like, that was his background 30 years ago.
I don't care.
You know what I mean, dude? When you see someone working a heavy bag in shadow boxing, you can kind of get a feel for where they're at now. Like, if you were a superstar karate guy 30 years ago, that doesn't mean you still are fucking now when you're fucking in your 50s.
I am not going to be the one to test that. All right, I'm going to meet him tomorrow. I'm going to not test it.
Every now and then, dude, he sends me a message like, "Oh, is your shoulder better yet? So we can fight." So one of these days, when my shoulder after this next surgery,
Pause. Hold up. I'm going to cut you off. Boxing match, you versus James Reed, pay-per-view.
I would make it a UFC match, not but just boxing or just I go make it all out. Okay. UFC. Yeah.
UFC match.
MMA match. And we have to dip our gloves in broken glass. Like fucking
like kickboxer.
Kickboxer, yeah.
Think about
it. I miss the old fucking 80s fucking martial arts movies, man.
Those were the best, dude. Like Kickboxer, and then you had fucking
Bloodsport,
dude, with the Kumite. That was the best. I remember maybe like a few months ago, I went through and watched every Kickboxer. I didn't know there were so many. There's like some 6 new ones that I never fucking saw. Like,
I just watched all the Undisputed movies the other day with Michael J. White and Borka and
yeah, those are good, dude. He's a bad motherfucker, dude.
Legit,
like a real bad motherfucker. Yeah.
Oh my goodness, I hate myself so much.
For what?
I forgot what Undisputed was.
Did you Google it?
Yeah, I did. I'm just like, oh wow, yeah. Only the movie that my parents told me not to watch, and I still watched it at my friend's house. Oh, I love that
X-Arm match. Oh god, you ever see that X-Arm shit, dude?
Yeah, I did.
Is that where the guys are strapped up and they're arm wrestling and punching each other?
Yeah.
That shit was cool.
And you can either pin them or knock them out.
Yeah.
I bring that up when people's like, "Hey, you should do slap." I'm like, I think I'll do better next arm.
There's a guy in California. I believe he's on Derek Smith's Alpha Empire team that does that slap fighting shit.
Oh yeah,
yeah. Like the guy's got a fucking mitt of a hand. Like you look at his hand, you're like, God, you just don't want to get hit by that.
That's pretty.
You gotta have like Jeff Dave do it.
Dude, that Jefferson, I arm wrestled Jeff, man, and it's like, how do you beat a guy with a hand that big? It's like literally all I can hold on to is his fucking thumb.
Can you imagine him slapping you with that fucking big ass hand?
Oh, bro, it was
all he has to do is just get a little bit of momentum, and it'd be like, wow.
I think it would hurt less if he punched you.
Yeah. Like it's too big of an area. It'd be like getting hit with like an ass cheek.
Yeah.
I'm sure he's not fisting people.
I know somebody he could try though. She'd like it, but we won't say the name on. We know. If
I see like his wife goes like crazy with the politics on fucking Facebook, dude.
Bro, I tell you, those two people were so. My son's autistic.
Yeah.
And my son fell in love with Jeff when he was dressing up like Wreck-It Ralph and shit.
Oh yeah, that was cool as hell.
So whenever they would come to California to pull for Bill or whatever they were doing, they would always make sure they saw my son Georgie.
Yeah.
But yeah, I ended up having to I ended up blocking her because it was just fucking so over the top.
Dude, Like, I don't know her or Jeff, to be honest, but I respect Jeff as an arm wrestler. But then I see those posts and I'm like, oh my God, dude, that's like some batshit crazy stuff.
I mean, they're both great people. I mean, you're not going to meet a more humble person in the sport.
Yeah.
Than Jeff Dave, you know. And again, another guy who's brought, because of his physical dimensions, I mean, he's been on, what was that show, that the O Show or some shit like that.
Yeah.
He's brought a lot of attention to the sport. Gina, I believe, is his wife's name.
Yeah.
Great people, great people. But yeah, her politics are just over the fucking top.
Yeah, dude. It's like, there's another guy. What's his name? Something Collins. And he posts the most crazy fucking shit all day long. And I'm just like, what are you doing, dude? It's just nonstop bashing fucking Trump and all these conspiracy theories and this crazy shit. I'm like, why would you put this shit on Facebook? It's like a disease, dude.
I used to put a lot of crazy shit out on Facebook, though.
Oh yeah,
man,
me too. But now that
hell, I used to dress up in farmers' daughters' dresses and fucking pose.
Well, that was for OnlyFans.
That was before OnlyFans came out.
Yeah,
man, you could have made.
You
some money.
started the original OnlyFans, and they stole your idea.
Bro, there's actually a picture floating around out there. I was at Scott Warren's tournament up in Bakersfield, California at Hooters. And we're in Scott Wynn's hotel room, and everybody's after pulling in Scott Wynn's hotel room. I was so drunk. I was so hammered. I freaking pass out on the fucking table, and I break the table. And I had a big chocolate chip cookie stuck to my freaking forehead.
Yeah, that's funny.
The drunken days.
See what we got here. Biden 2028. Just kidding.
Man,
MG said, "I'll bash Trump." Of course you will.
David Marr, his fingers are baby fists.
Can you imagine, like in high school, dude, you're with your girlfriends and you're like, I went on a date with Jeff last night and he fingered me, and they're all like, oh. Like, God damn, Nancy. How did he fit his fingers inside of you?
Nancy pulls up in a wheelchair the next day to school.
Yeah, she's crippled. Like, what happened to you? Oh, I had an accident. A car accident? No. Jeff fingered me last night.
And it was his big one.
Fractured my spine.
Punctured my colon.
Oh, dude. Thank God they don't watch our podcast.
Right?
Oh boy. Imagine they are for the first time ever.
You know what? But there's weird people out there, dude, that will take a clip of that and send it to people and try to start trouble, you know?
But you'd be surprised who like when I had my podcast, bro. My podcast was nothing more of me talking shit about politics and getting high on camera.
Right.
You know, seeing if I could hotbox my studio. But you'd be absolutely amazed the people that would watch that shit.
Yeah, like, dude, every now and then, like, I'll run into someone and they're like, oh yeah, dude, I watch your podcast, and I'm like, I always am like, oh, I'm sorry.
Right.
But
yeah, you know who you need to bring on here?
Who?
Robin Chandler.
Oh, wait, did we have her on? I think we did have her on once, but it was way back when I was really new. Like, I feel like now it would be a much different interview.
Bro, I had her on my podcast and I didn't know proper etiquette.
Yeah.
And I asked her what her real name was. She got so fucking pissed off at me.
I'd be like, dude, do you still got the fucking machinery or what?
No.
Yeah. Yeah, she came on once and I kind of just avoided that topic, but now I feel like I would ask some more difficult questions.
You would have to.
Yeah.
Just because of the climate of today.
On the sex change, like, you know? Because, dude, back in like the 80s, it was a dude. So I'm thinking she's a trucker, he's a trucker, whatever. You know what they used to do at rest stops back then, dude. It was like glory holes and they're in the bushes. That's what I'm picturing. And then eventually went ahead and got the sex change.
Yeah.
You know? I mean, I'm just assuming. I don't know for sure. But there were a lot of promotions that would not let her pull there. And then some would ask the women, are you okay with this? And if they said yes, then they let her. And if they said no, they were like, no, sorry, you can't.
Right, so it's a dude that transitioned into a chick.
Yeah.
And
It's
arm
still a dude.
wrestles females.
It's just a dude with tits.
Yep.
That's pretty much the
Yeah.
yeah. So she wanted it wanted a super match at one of our events, and
nope.
We were like, okay, who do you want to pull? And the person agreed, and then out of nowhere they were like, oh, I'm quitting arm wrestling. I'm retiring. I can't do the match. And then a week later, they're doing a match somewhere else. And I'm like, fuck that. I can't even, fuck that thing.
Yeah.
Yep.
You know, I was like, fuck them. So I haven't been a big fan ever since that, you know?
Ryan, I just realized who you remind me of.
Uh-oh.
Fucking that, what's his name? Seth Rogen.
Dude, everybody says that for some, like my voice, I guess.
He sounds like Seth, yeah.
Yeah.
Man. Oh.
Did you ever see that fucking movie of him where he plays a pickle maker?
Yeah. Yeah.
That movie was fucking awesome.
That's a pretty good movie.
I get that a lot, the Seth Rogen thing.
Yeah.
Most of the time, people just say I remind them of a complete loser. I'm okay with that.
Well, isn't that the same thing as being compared to Seth Rogen?
Yeah, it's the same thing as also having 0 wins in arm wrestling.
You don't have a single win?
No, none.
That's crazy.
Like the first 2 tournaments I went to were open, and I got like decent level pros as my first fucking matches, and I was like, oh my god, I got smoked. And then I went to Keystones early on, and it was fucking stacked classes. Got smoked there. And then I got injured, and you know, my last 2 super matches were Gary Roberts and fucking Paul Italia. So yeah, 0 wins out there.
Does Gary Roberts still have his YouTube thing?
No.
Arm TV or whatever it was?
I know he still has like the rights to it and all the footage, but he kind of fell off. He got really frustrated with people stealing his content.
Right.
And just kind of was like, fuck this, all my hard work, people are stealing it, you know?
It sucks. Like I had a video, literally I posted a video of me getting arrested. And some other channel stole the video, put it up on their fucking thing, and then violated my original video for copyright infringement. And won.
Dude, Facebook sucks. I mean, YouTube sucks about that shit. Like I had someone get footage at my own event, posted on theirs, and then I took it off theirs and posted it back on mine because it's my fucking footage. And then the dude reported me, and YouTube fucking sided with them. And I'm like, they didn't have permission from me to get the footage in the first place.
Right.
But YouTube's fucking weird like that, dude.
Now, do you guys do that for like Winter Blast? Do you guys allow people to record?
Yeah. Well,
nice.
this year was different because we teamed up with Arm Gods for the weekend. So, you know, they knew they were going to lose a lot of money on the super matches because they're flying everybody in and all this. So they asked if we could live feed it on their website.
Yep.
And then they like to watch it, you had to be like a member of their website. So we left it on there, but I have the footage of the whole thing that we can release onto YouTube probably soon. But you know, I wanted to let them try to recoup some of their money too from that weekend, because I mean that they spent like 30-40 grand on flying people out, hotels, all that shit.
That's crazy.
Super match fees, and they do that all the time too. Like fucking throw these events all over, and they don't really recoup much. it's hard to make money off super matches, you know?
Well, it is because everybody thinks they're a rock star and they want to get paid for it.
Oh, dude, we had people asking for more money, extra day hotel, extra flight. You know, someone driving is like, hey, since I'm not flying, can I still have the money from the flight? I'm like, what the fuck, dude?
That's crazy, dude.
Only the Americans, though. Every UK guy came over just for flight and hotel and an opportunity on the platform.
Bro, I mean, I would be happy with that. I mean, I might ask for a reach around.
Yeah.
But, you know, maybe a Mile High Club moment, but.
Dude, we got a few 98 guys that might do that.
Really?
Yeah.
Will they wear a cherry Kool-Aid lipstick?
Fucking what? Yeah, they take fucking requests, dude. But yeah, I thought I kind of felt embarrassed by the Americans just from like the greed level of it. And I was like, dude, I get it, you know, but some of the guys are not known. And they're like, I want more money. And I'm like, dude, you're not at that level yet. But, you know, if you say something like that, then they're fucking insulted, you know?
I mean, I can get it. I mean, if you're taking off work and you're going to miss a few days of work and whatnot, but you need to negotiate that before you agree to the match. You know, you're going to say, hey, if I'm going to be coming out there for 4 days, this is how much I would have made at work.
Yeah.
Pay me this plus my airfare, and my hotel, and we're good. You know?
What I didn't like was like some, you know, I'm not going to say names, but some people were like, hey, I'm driving, but since you're paying everybody else's flights, will you give me money that my flight would have cost? And I'm like, dude,
I'll give you gas money, motherfucker.
That's what I would have said. Yeah, I was like, you know, maybe some gas money or something, but why should we give you like, you know, just because this guy's flight was $600, you're driving from a half hour away or something, you know, why should we give you fucking $800? Mm-hmm. You know, it's like, don't you care whether this promotion succeeds or not? Because they're giving you a huge opportunity to be on this card. And it's like, man, you know, I think some of the Americans are spoiled from all these super matches that pay out, and they see all the 2%ers getting paid ridiculous money for doing super matches. And they think like, oh, I should get paid for doing all these super matches. And a lot of them were like guys that are not at a level that, you know, they were asking for more than what their level should be paying, you know?
Yeah.
But that's the world we live in right now. So,
yeah. I wonder though, so how much do people ask sometimes?
Well, I know our arm gods for a base pay across the board were like, you know, we're just going to give everybody $500, win or lose. Where I know some of the knuckles up guys only got 500 if they win. So
arm gods, please get me on your card.
When I was putting on tournaments before,
mm-hmm.
I was giving. So if you had a super match at my event, you got $750.
Yep.
To show up. I didn't pay for your hotel or any of that. I mean, if you had to fly, I flew you out, but I didn't pay for your hotel. You got $750 if you showed up, and then if you won, you got an additional $250. So you had the opportunity of making $1,000.
Yeah.
You know.
Now, you know, different guys negotiated different prices, but the base offer. So my idea was this in the future, so that we don't, because dude. The UK team was decided in 2 days. Easy. The fucking USA team took like 3 months of negotiating.
Yeah.
So I told Arm Gods, in the future, why don't we write up an offer? Here's your offer. You either sign it or you don't. If you don't sign it, it's off the table. No negotiating. Here's your offer that we feel is fair for you. Sign it or don't sign it. That way we don't have the back and forth for fucking 6 weeks of negotiating, like, because I think flight, hotel, you know, some money thrown on it. I mean, what more could you ask for, you know?
And honestly, it's hurting the sport in a lot of ways, because a lot of people that want to put on events that don't have access to 30, 40 fucking grand.
No.
You know?
Yeah.
I mean, Christ, the first event that I put on, Battle in the Desert, I paid Travis fucking $1,500. Just paid him $1,500, paid for his flight, paid for his hotel, food, everything, just to have him come out and commentate.
That's crazy.
You know, I mean, and it was a draw. I mean, don't get me wrong, he was a big draw for the event.
Yeah.
But it's because of shit like that, everybody and their mother thinks they deserve a payday.
Yeah.
To come fucking, because at the end of the day, it's arm wrestling.
Dude, and like some of these guys, like the 2%ers that charge like $5,000 to come out, they're not, there's no way that a lot of them are not drawing $5,000 worth of extra entries to cover that.
No.
You know what I mean? Maybe some, but not $5,000 worth.
I mean,
you know, that's a stretch.
Who do you think would draw that much to cover it?
I don't know, dude. Maybe Devin, because I know when he's done seminars, people will pay to come to the seminar. Like Knuckles Up, for instance, made a deal with him. Like, if you come do a seminar here, because he normally asks like $4,000 or $5,000 or whatever. They said, we'll give you half of whatever we raise, and he ended up making more than his $4,000 or $5,000 off the seminar.
Right.
So maybe Devin, but I think some of the lesser people probably not. You know.
Yeah.
Somebody smack Mike for even suggesting that, please.
Start charging $100 an arm. Oh my god. Well, dude, like most tournaments in the country now have gone up to $50.
Travis Bajan was charging $100 an arm.
I know. That was crazy.
What
Dude,
is
when they did those,
that's some high roller arm wrestling right there.
When they did the East versus West finals and then they just let anybody in anyway, all those guys must have been so pissed.
Oh, dude.
Can you imagine?
I never understood how anybody supported anything that guy did.
Dude, he threw that one tournament and got the entry fees like in advance through like an app.
Yeah.
And then canceled the event and didn't refund anybody.
But I don't think there's anybody in the sport of arm wrestling that fucking guy doesn't owe money to.
No.
Engen?
No, Travis. He screwed over a lot of people. But people
he's
keep
the modern day Marvin Cohen.
Yeah, because people still go to his events.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm 2 years in the sport. There's a lot of arm wrestling drama that I got to catch up on.
Yeah, for real. But it's crazy though, because like people still go support him just because of who he is. You know?
It's because of his name.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't take away from the fact that he, at one point he was the greatest left-handed arm wrestler there was.
Yeah.
And right up there, right-handed as well.
And he is good on the mic, and he's funny on the mic.
Yeah. He's the Muhammad Ali of arm wrestling.
Yeah. For sure. But he warns you in advance.
Where's the LeBron James guy?
Yeah, where's that guy? He's the Michael Jordan of arm wrestling. Like now.
No, I wouldn't go that far.
The funny thing is he fucks people over, has these events, people go to it, but he's honest about fucking you over. Like he'll tell you, like, dude, I would fuck over my mom for $1.
Yep.
So he plays that bad guy part, and then when you get fucked over, you can't really be mad because it's like he warned you.
Yep.
That's the difference.
And he literally warns you.
Yeah.
What time is it? My cold plunge is almost ready.
Uh-oh.
Cool. I wish I could set one up in my house.
Do it.
I tell you what, brother.
You're too big, dude. They don't make a fucking cold plunge big enough for you.
Bro, my cold plunge is pretty big.
Yeah. What is it? Like one of those horse troughs?
No, it's actually it's from a company called Nuevo. And
I've seen those. Yeah.
And it's got that. You got that machine. You put the hoses in it. You turn it on. The only downfall, it takes like 3 fucking hours to get the water down to 35 degrees.
Do you throw ice in it or just let it do its thing?
No, I put ice in it. So like when I before I came on here, I was setting it up, and the water temperature was at 65. So I put 2 20-pound bags of ice in it. And then through the pump and everything. The last time I checked on it, I got a little app on my phone. It was down to 44 degrees.
Wow.
So I'm just waiting for it to get down to about 39, and I'll jump in it.
I believe Paul Cruz found like a used ice machine online and fucking set that up so that he could just scoop ice out of it and put it in the ice bath. I mean, that's pretty cool.
Bro, what I should have did before buying, and my wife told me about it after I bought this machine, is I should have just went out and got one of those deep freezer chests.
Oh,
and you know, and turned it all the way down and just closed the lid, and you wouldn't have to worry about it. But I'm not that smart.
Yeah,
I've seen people use those. Yeah, those as like cold plunges.
Yep.
Yeah. Still won't fit in one.
I know, man. I think how big are you?
6'6", 360, 370 right now.
Oh yeah, no, you're too fucking tall for the one I got. It wouldn't go. It wouldn't even sitting down. It probably wouldn't. The water probably wouldn't go up to your fucking chest line.
He gets in and it overflows all the water.
Yeah.
You're fucking 6'6". See, this is why I got to drop weight again. I got to get back down to 242.
Yeah.
To not have to arm wrestle guys like this.
Oh, dude, it's insane.
Hey, maybe I'm the reason Paul Cruz cut weight. He's not here to say otherwise. No,
stop being tall, Eric.
I can't help it.
Yeah.
However, I did a little experiment. I did squats. I did heavy squats on yesterday, and I measured myself, and I get so tight from squatting, I actually lose an inch of height, like almost an inch, 3/4 of an inch.
Oh,
yeah, compression of your spine,
dude. It's ridiculous. I was like, what the flip?
You strong Russian terrorists fucking scare me.
I had my brother measure me. It's like we measured me like 3 times.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe it.
Like, dude, I lost an inch in my spine, but I gained one in my penis.
I wish. I wish. I would drop down to 6 feet, no problem, bro.
Yeah. You're like, dude, I need the extra inches. Fuck it.
Yeah.
Coming from my spine, I don't care.
Do I really look like Santa Claus that much? What the fuck?
Who said
did someone say you do?
Yeah, somebody said Dingleberry has a shift to catch at the North
that's
Pole.
true, bitch. He won't say it. Like, he can hop on right now. He has the chance to hop on the podcast, but he won't. He's the keyboard warrior in the chat.
Yeah. Trollerton.
He'll actually hop off the call and go into the comment section and just roast everybody.
Just troll,
yeah.
That's awesome.
He pissed Sue off that day.
That's my training partner right there. That's the guy that got me into arm wrestling.
I mean, but come up with, be more original than Santa Claus. I mean, what the fuck?
I didn't burn him off. He had like a whistling sound in the back of his car because he was driving.
Yeah.
I was like, dude, I just muted him.
Fucking hilarious.
Yeah. Dude, I saw a setup on Amazon where it's the ice plunge bath and then also a sauna, like a kit.
I'm waiting for the sauna. Well, I'm waiting for that to show up. It should be here next week, but it's a steam sauna.
Yeah, that's nice.
It's a 2-person steam sauna, so me and my wife can get in at the same time.
Ooh, that's kinky.
Right?
Very nice.
Well, we're trying to get my wife back down to her old competition. We were trying to get her back down to 140.
Gotcha.
135, 140. She really excelled at that weight when she was in arm wrestling before.
Yeah.
I'm actually, so I weighed in this morning and I weighed in at 273. So I'm down from 286. My goal is to get down to about 220.
Yeah. That's a good weight.
Yeah. Well, I get down when I pulled Michael. Do you know who Michael Nance is?
Yep.
Yeah. When I pulled him in our super match, I got down to 218.
Did you crush him?
No. It was actually a good match, man. We had 3 wars. Really good match. I ended up getting. It's funny, right? Because the UAL, they only have 0 to 205 and 205 and above for the masters class.
Yeah.
So I did the super match, won the super match, and then I got killed in the tournament. I only took 4th because I was so light. So then I jumped up I went back up to 313 pounds for their U.S. Open, and that August, and then everybody that smashed me at the LA Fit Expo, I fucking smashed at the U.S. Open.
Nice.
Then I went from 313 down to 265 for the LA Fit Expo this year. Ended up taking third for my age and weight class. But that's what I was saying. That's what I was telling you before. They gotta do more weight classes for masters and grandmasters because it's at least do it like maybe 3. Do like a 0 to 205, 205 to 142 or 242, and then 242 and up.
Yeah, we do 4 for masters, and then we just don't get the turnout for the next 2 masters classes. So that one we dropped down to 2.
Yeah,
because we were only getting like 2 guys anyway.
Right,
and it was the same guys that pulled in masters.
Yeah,
but we shuffle ours around depending on, like, there's some tournaments where we know we're going to get a good turnout there in that, and we'll add some classes, and then in areas where we don't, we kind of adjust them a little. Because, dude, we have so many leftover fucking medals from like women not showing up and doing a shitload of women classes, and like,
don't you fucking hate that, bro?
Oh, bro, it's like we go through all this trouble, and then we were doing like women pull for free or women pull for a discount, and they still don't show up.
And that's what So I promoted women arm wrestling. I'm still a big promoter of it, obviously, because of my wife.
Yeah.
But even my wife will tell you, what? Women don't deserve shit because they don't show. They bitch about it. They bitch about not getting paid the same. They bitch about not having an event. Well, when you have events, you don't fucking show up to them.
Well, like Lucky, for instance.
Yeah.
I was watching her podcast once, and she was talking about how she thinks women should pull for free. And I was like, okay. But then in the next sentence, they want the same cash payouts and the same awards as the men. So there was another woman on there, and I just forget her name, so I don't want to mess it up. But she was like, no, if there's cash payouts and I'm getting the same trophy as men, I'm glad to pay to the same as the men to get that.
So I actually did that in my Battle in the Desert 3 event. And all my Battle in the Desert, my women's super matches got paid the same as the men.
Yeah.
The payouts in the tournament was the same. And I think between all 3 tournaments, I got 14 total female entries.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
It's like
getting women out to Winter Blast till we started doing the cash payouts for the women.
Yeah.
So,
and I would say, to what Lucky said, women should pull for free. Great. But then you get treated like amateurs and they get a medal.
Yeah.
Because,
dude, for the women's pro, we do the dragon trophies just like the men, cash payouts. And we don't even, the last 2 years, we didn't even have cash payouts for men, only women, because that's someone sponsored specifically for the women's payout.
Yeah.
So it's like, but the payout has been bringing in more women, though.
Well, as it should. I mean, women should appreciate that they're getting paid. I mean, not everybody's a Sarah Bachman. Not everybody, is a Fia Resnick.
Yeah.
And when women are putting demands down, that's great. But then you have to show up for it.
I agree. Yeah.
Don't sit there and run your cocksuck and then don't show up.
Yeah.
And that's not directed to anybody in particular. That's just in general.
Yeah.
The one thing I liked about WAL is they brought the women out, man. I saw, if you go to my YouTube channel, you'll see some amazing, footage of women pulling.
Yeah.
But why can't that be consistent across all promotions?
Yeah.
Because you got a lot of women out there. I mean, Lucky is one of the up and comers in the sport.
What happened in our area is, I'm not going to name names, but certain promoters dropped it down to just 2 weight classes. And so a lot of the lighter women just were like, fuck this, I'm not pulling anymore. Because they don't want to have to pull someone 50 pounds more than them.
Right. Bro, I've been in the sport.
A lot of women up here.
I've been in the sport long enough. I remember when the women's class had 5 weight classes, and you had women that showed up.
Yeah.
You know, we're from New Hampshire. I mean, I remember going to tournaments and there'd be 15, 20 women.
Yeah, like Sue Fisher did the original Winter Blast.
Yep.
And it was always stacked with people.
Yeah.
It wasn't as big as it is now, but it was like a good tournament, and everybody knew Winter Blast, you know, in the Northeast every year. Yep. And more women would come out for some reason, and more men too. Like we had some guys here that didn't come because they were like, oh, all of us did super matches at practice last week, so we're tired. We're not coming to Winter Blast. I'm like, what the fuck?
I mean, I don't know what you guys think. I personally, I like women. I like watching the women arm wrestle more than men. I think it's more entertaining.
Yeah, way more exciting.
You know,
women get all into it and they're fucking screaming and they're fucking going at it.
Yeah.
And the matches, I feel like, you know, like with the guys, every now and then you get like just a flash pain, it's over. With the women, it's usually like a really good match. If they're close in skill, you know?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, boy. Well, hopefully we can make some changes in the sport, you know, work towards it. We'll brainstorm some good ideas, you know?
Mm-hmm.
How can DEI help women's arm wrestling?
Somebody bring me up to speed. What is a DEI?
Diversity, inclusion, whatever the fucking I stands for. Basically, it's modern day affirmative action.
Oh, okay.
Where you don't have to be qualified to fucking get a job. You just have to be gay, female, trans.
Oh, that bullshit.
Yeah.
Maybe we can get Robin Chandler back from the fucking glory holes at the rest stops.
Oh, that's fucking awesome.
Maybe you think he, like it just got something, some kind of disease that it is, you know, just dick just fell off, then transitioned. You think that's how it happened?
I don't know. I was working once with a tranny, and they said something so fucking disturbing to me. They had their penis cut off. They had the surgery, then said it felt for like 6 months that they had a fucking cactus between their legs from all the stitches, and I'm like, yeah,
good.
That's disgusting, dude. Just thinking about a bunch of stitches cut off and poking you in your thighs from your dick end cut off.
Bro, when I was a nurse, I had a patient on my floor that wanted to be a eunuch. So he had his shit cut up. Well, so he transitioned from male to female, but he didn't want a vagina and he didn't want a dick. And I remember the first time I took care of it, I go down there to fucking clean him up, and all he has is this fucking tube like a suprapubic catheter sticking out of where his junk was supposed to be and everything. And I'm like, what the I literally had to walk out of the room and like, what the fuck is that?
How do you jerk off, dude?
How do you do anything?
Yeah.
You know? I mean, I think that would be a good thing to do for pedos and rapists. Fucking
that should be mandatory.
Right?
And we lose half our government.
Or what if we do a rehab for pedos where like you put them in a room and they start off with like a young one, and then every week they get one a little bit older till they've trained them that we've weaned them off to an 18-year-old.
That's too Ryan. What the
all right, bad idea.
No. I think we should be like, what's that state now that does execution by firing squad?
Oh yeah, dude, for sure. Pedophiles should just be like, if you hurt a kid in that way, dude, you should just be fucking murdered.
In the worst fucking way, you should be murdered.
Yeah. We should bring back like stonings where it's the family of the victim that are just throwing rocks at you till you die.
And it takes that's gonna take way too long.
Like
I'm gonna get tired throwing
like
out
little rocks.
You'd get tired. I'd get tired. You'd get tired.
Yeah. What about pressings where they just load rocks on you till you fucking press? They put a
No,
board,
dude, fucking do
board over your.
quartering.
Oh yeah,
Fucking strap them up to fucking
like
each
horses.
arm to a horse, each
Yeah.
leg to a fucking horse, and just let them
rip 'em.
fucking run in opposite directions.
Oh my God.
Yeah, dude, that would be fun.
Yeah.
It's probably just discussing execution styles at this point.
Execution by seminal drowning. Fucking right, dude.
Fucking execution by Bukkake.
Bukkake. Put their face in like a fishbowl and just fill her up.
Yo, Mike. Oh, I love that one. Oh,
What
I
do
love
you
it.
think?
Vlad the Impaler way.
Oh, dude, that would be fucking cool, dude.
The story.
Except you impale them down the fucking urethra.
Ow.
It's got to be something with their dick, dude, because they, pedophile. You got to fucking like.
No, bro. What you do is you fucking take a fucking firecracker and put it down the pee hole and light that.
Oh, like when you blow up frogs and shit.
Yeah, exactly.
Dude, yeah.
What the fudge?
That would be sick, dude.
Oh man.
And then all the bits and pieces you put in the guy's mouth.
Yep.
Chew on this, buddy.
You hear those stories where like the father makes the pedo like eat his dick or balls or something.
Oh
like
yeah,
that?
yeah.
You heard of those?
Oh yeah. Take the law into their own hands and fucking fuck the pedo up. Well, dude, in jail, you're a pedo. You're fucked. I mean, right away. Like you're going in fucking protective custody. You're PCing, or you're getting you're getting murdered.
Well, even in PC, bro.
Yeah,
I mean, you're going to get fucking reached.
Yeah, someone will just PC themselves for a week and fucking go kill you.
Yep.
That shit's crazy. Like they don't fuck around with the pedos in there at all.
You heard of that guy? Have you heard of that guy, the Alaskan Avenger?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That guy's my fucking hero.
He is a hero, dude.
I follow his brother on social media. His
I thought
brother.
you were gonna say I follow his Instagram. Like he's out there killing people and then posting it on Instagram.
His brother runs. I forgot what the Instagram channel is, but the brother of the Alaskan Avenger runs an Instagram channel.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Pretty similar content with exposing all that shit. So
I like those guys. I like those guys that set the motherfuckers up.
Yeah.
And then get them to go to a meeting place, and then they show up and with all that text and proof and shit.
Yeah.
When I was like 16, 18, right in that range, me and my buddies, we would pretend to be 14 on AOL and get these fucking like 40-year-old dudes to come meet like a 14-year-old girl. And we would fucking light them up with paintball guns when they showed up.
Nice.
And there's nothing they can do. They can't call the cops.
No.
We have all the proof of the conversation and shit.
Nowadays, if you do that, you're going to jail.
Yeah, now they would
They're not-
protect them. They'd fucking be like, stealing.
Oh shit! Look at California, bro. They're trying to pass a law out here saying that pedophilia is not a crime; it's a sexual orientation.
Yeah, minor attracted persons.
Yeah, and they're trying to get it to where they can release pedos from fucking prison.
Do you remember that fucking website NAMBLA? That organization is North American Man Boy Love Association. Oh my god, dude.
What the fuck?
The fucking FBI.
You got to
shut
bring
it
back.
down.
They got to bring back people.
Bro, I mean, the world is so crazy. This is no bullshit. Like I said, my son's autistic.
Yeah.
So he's in, special ed classes, right?
Right.
But he stays in his classroom is just one room. They're all in the same class all day, so they have their own bathroom. He comes home one day and he's like, "Dad, you ain't going to believe this." I said, "What?" Because we have he's high functioning, so he understands shit. He's like, they just put a large kitty litter box in our bathroom with a curtain. I'm like, what the fuck for? And he's like, well, we got this guy that comes to school wearing fucking cat ears and a fucking cat tail. He identifies as a cat, so that's where he goes to the bathroom.
Dude, so if it's legal to identify as a cat, am I allowed to return them to their house and be like, "Ma'am, I just ran over your cat. I'm sorry."
Can we fucking neuter him?
Yeah, like, I mean, seriously, if we have to believe that it's a cat, people run over cats all the time. I mean, so is it not a crime to run over a cat if it was an accident? I'll be like, that little fucker ran out in front of my car after a cat toy. Dude, but yeah, my wife's a school teacher, and she's like, some of the schools, like, yeah, they got a cat litter box in there, and they got to honor these kids that think they're a fucking cat. I'm like, dude, what the fuck? Like, all right, I identify as a fucking millionaire.
Bro, I finally got my wish, bro. Fucking, we're at Walmart in Lancaster, California. My wife walks into the bathroom with my daughter, and there's a fucking dude in there. Wife comes out with my daughter. I said, go back in there and tell all the real women to walk out of the bathroom. And I fucking got in there, dude, and I lit that motherfucker up.
Nice.
Fucking,
yeah, dude, I think that's the first thing I think about is like some weird dude being in the bathroom with my daughter. I'm like, no way.
I've been waiting for that to happen, dude, since all this shit started. But you know, and I'm not a back to blue kind of guy. You know, I'm not a big fan of police, but I'll tell you what, this fucking one sheriff was fucking awesome, bro. Cops get called, sheriffs show up, you know, talking to me, talking to them. And he's like, so you were defending your child? I said, yes, sir. He goes, good for you, Dad. And fucking just took off.
Nice. That's cool.
I mean, people, you know, you think about it, brother. I mean, back in the day, you didn't know who was who. I mean, crazy. I mean, I can tell you something right now to blow your fucking mind. Do you remember an actress, Playboy model named Tula?
It sounds familiar, but I can't place the face.
Google it and look it up. She was a James Bond girl. She was in the movie Octopussy, and she was in Playboy, and it was a fucking dude.
No.
Yes. The most popular trans ever, bro. But you never knew because nobody talked about it. You know, it's like, go back to the fucking closet.
Fuck.
Go back to, I mean, Christ. Well, think about it this way. Mr. Brady.
Carolyn Cossey?
Is it? I don't know her real name. She went by Tula.
Under the name Tula.
Yeah.
Dude, that looks like a chick for sure.
That was a dude.
I always thought of that, dude. Can you imagine taking a chick home and you fucking reach down there and there's a penis?
And it was bigger than yours?
Oh, dude, that's like instant murder.
Right?
Like, what the fuck?
Well, you remember that fucking you remember that talk show? What was that talk show? There was a talk show where they brought this guy on the show, and he found out his girlfriend used to be a man. Then he went off the show and killed her.
Yeah, dude, he was devastated.
Yeah,
I was like, how the fuck did you not know, dude?
That's not Jerry Springer.
No, it was.
There was like a trillion of those.
It was that fucking that chick that Jen. I can't think of her name now.
I know who you're talking about. That was crazy, dude.
Yeah.
It's like I thought it was weird that she just wanted to do anal.
You know, I thought I was lucky.
Yeah,
she had a huge
I hit the jackpot, dude, and fucking come to find out it's because there was a wiener on the other side of that anus.
She had an 8-inch clit.
It's a huge clit, dude. Oh man,
David Marr, absolutely, bro. David Marr goes, imagine all the dudes that fucking beat their meat to those pictures. I was probably one of those dudes.
David Marr, nice,
dude.
Yeah, for real, dude. I mean, if you look at the pictures on Google, it's like it's an attractive woman,
yeah,
with a dick
and an Adam's apple,
giant dick. Dude.
No, it didn't even have an Adam's apple. It had the fucking thing shaved down.
Dude, can you imagine? Like, there's a surgery to shave down your Adam's apple. Oh man, what are we getting into here tonight?
I don't know. I want to get like a shirt that says kill your local pedophiles.
Yeah,
I got a hoodie that says that.
Yeah.
Like, I'm all for people doing whatever they want, but when it starts to affect like children, it's not.
Yep.
It's not like when you start talking about giving kids like hormone therapy and shit at like 5 years old. They don't fucking know what they want. My daughter every other day thinks she's a fucking boy. You know, like climbing trees and shit and saying, how come I can't play football? And then the next day she's putting on makeup and shit.
Right.
You know, she don't know, dude. She just wants to have fun with whatever kids are around her.
I mean, the world is so fucked up. I mean, it's been fucked up for a minute. It's like I went in the army at 17 years old. I'm old enough to go fucking carry a gun and kill a motherfucker for the country, but I couldn't buy a beer.
Yeah.
You know,
Dude, funny story. Me and my brother and a couple of the kids in the neighborhood were kidnapped when we were little. Like we were like 5, 6.
And this is a funny story to you.
Yeah. So this guy, we were playing like karate, like ninja, you know? And this guy comes up and he's like, hey, I have a fort in the woods over there with all kinds of ninja weapons. You guys got to come and check it out. So, you know, we're young, dude. So we all go with this fucking guy. We get over there, dude. And this guy was like, you could tell he was a weirdo, you know?
Right.
I'm like, let's fucking see these ninja weapons you got. So we go over there into the woods. It was near a cemetery. And in the meantime, the parents had realized where the fuck are the kids. So they're calling the cops, searching for, you know, like the search has begun as we're entering the woods. So this guy takes a shit. He doesn't have toilet paper. And he just shoves some leaves down his pants. And he goes, they'll absorb anything down there, right? And he had this rock fell out of his underwear. It was like a piece of quartz. And one of the kids was like, what's that? It looked like a crystal, you know? And he goes, that absorbs the demons from my body. And then all of a sudden there's like parents at the edge of the woods like that saw us and they were like, get out of those woods. And fucking all of a sudden, dude, the woods got swarmed with fucking police. The dude got tackled. They arrested him. And I don't know what he was going to fucking do. Maybe nothing. Who knows? But it was fucking kind of funny.
So he didn't have anything in his pants for the police?
Yeah.
We had the shit.
Like, dude, fucking, can I have that quartz? You don't need it. You're going to jail.
Maybe it was somewhere else.
Right.
Oh, dude.
That's exactly where it was.
Well, listen, guys, I'm going to jump off here. I got to go do my cold plunge. I got my super matches tomorrow. So
good luck, buddy.
Right,
and
good luck,
I'm sure we'll talk soon.
Absolutely, man.
I'll send you that email tomorrow with all that stuff.
I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Later, buddy.
Later.
Later, Tater.
That was fun.
You're not going to Syracuse tomorrow, David?
That guy. Billy Ortega. Billy, you coming on, dude? What's up, buddy?
Of course, Billy's coming on.
Oof.
That was just a big crack rock, Ryan. It could have been, dude. Could have just been like a giant crystal meth.
Dude, I may or may not have gotten bigger biceps. I haven't measured them. I just measured them, so.
You didn't just lean out? They got bigger, you didn't lean out?
No, I got fatter.
Nice.
Well, now that your spine's an inch shorter, I mean,
maybe. I'm gonna check if your theory is correct. Maybe my dick did get longer.
Check it, dude. Now it's like 3 inches.
Dude, as you lose weight, your dick will get bigger.
Eric's like, I'm
You
not.
know, hey, I'll just say this: in the past 2 years, I am getting a little happier every single month.
Eric's like, I'm not proportionate.
Oh, now I am.
Why do they call him Little John? Yeah, you're losing weight, dude. Now you can see your dick again, and you're like, "Yeah, buddy." I'll get there one day. I'll get there one day, dude. I have to use like an under-engine mirror.
He needs a periscope.
Yeah. I have to stand over a mirror on the ground. No,
he doesn't worry about the mirror on your ceiling.
My penis is
Put it on
huge,
the floor.
so it's like sticking out of my fatness. But I don't know if you guys have this problem, but I'm never limp. I'm erect 24/7.
Well, it's constantly rubbing against something.
Yeah, right. Every time I take a step, dude, it's like I'm rubbing it.
Stimulated.
Yeah.
Hey,
Constantly
are you gonna go to the Syracuse practice tomorrow?
No, I'll probably just go to ours.
I might.
I want to go to both, but
I might stop by ours on the way back because it's gonna cut like at around 3, 4.
Oh, nice, Billy.
well, it's definitely worth for you to go up there.
No, I need to. I got that match with Richard, so I gotta really lock in because that's gonna be my toughest match for sure. For sure. I got a match with a guy that was on the Arm Gods card.
Are you training to be in the Arm Break movie? You're
No.
practicing like.
No.
I've stopped drinking milk so I can roll an arm break movie.
Schubert just start taking his modeling to a new level where he wants to be, in that movie Arm Break.
Yeah.
Here in Lubbock for our northern event tomorrow. Nice. Good luck, man.
I've stopped taking collagen and vitamin
you have a good
C.
turnout and it's nice and safe, no injuries and
gay.
No footage for the movie Arm Break.
I threw a ball today. I was running my dog. I threw a ball today and like my elbow like has that little pain in it from overextending.
Arm wrestling for sure.
Yeah, and I'm gonna go arm wrestle with it tomorrow.
Smart.
It should be fine.
The left?
Very smart.
Is it good?
Yeah, my left is getting better.
Good.
I started the rice bucket is helping. Dude, look, I literally have it right here.
What do you season it with?
I have one right near me, but I use cooked rice because it's a lot easier to like maneuver the hand in it. And then when I'm done, I eat it.
Yeah. What do you season it with?
Semen.
Yeah. Once I'm done, I'll have my whole hand.
Why it's wet.
Until about here covered in like what seems to be dried semen. I haven't tasted it.
Why
yet,
isn't MG on, dude? What the fuck, MG? Well, yeah, I couldn't do when I saw that post. Well, actually, I'm not going to say who, but someone sent me the post about the Arm Break fucking movie, and I literally went right on Facebook immediately to fucking do a comment about how fucking stupid that is.
What a fucking Karen you are, huh?
Yeah, dude. Immediately, like the person that sent it to me was like, "Wow, that was fucking quick." I was like, dude, I can't help it. Like from day one in arm wrestling, it has been made very clear to me that you don't talk about arm breaks. You don't fucking glorify arm breaks. You don't watch arm break videos. You don't post them. Who the fuck names a fucking arm wrestling movie Arm Break?
Yeah.
Arm Break, the movie. And then next year comes like Arm Break 2, Spiral Fracture.
Somebody remind me, Yak, where's Yak from?
Canada.
No, we're from Canada.
Nova Scotia.
Nova Scotia. Oh, man.
He's from Oak Island.
He's got it.
He found the treasure.
Treasure Island?
Dude, I wish they would have found the treasure in Oak Island because I watched that shit from day one and they never fucking found the treasure.
June 14th, baby. I'm going to Picton.
Picton?
Tomato Festival?
No.
You mean, you mean Piston?
Picton, Ontario. The Challenger Series.
Oh,
there's MG, dude. She's here as a fluffer.
Ooh.
Whoa.
Ooh.
All right, guys. I got to hop off.
Yeah. Oh, of course you do.
All right.
He's got to go rub one out.
There we go.
Jeez. That was quick.
Yeah, I'm back.
Hey.
that was easy. Just had to roll it around in your palm.
My girlfriend may or may not be watching this right now. I have no idea.
You're like,
she watched the last
roll
time.
it around in your palm. I've never heard that before. It's funny.
Anyway. Oh, dude.
Oh, it's 12:38.
Yeah, there's so much crazy shit.
Up, titties out. I feel like the comment says something, huh?
Eric, did you ever measure your areolas?
I have tiny areolas.
Yeah.
What
are you thinking? Like half inch, roughly?
Oh,
like a Reese's piece is mini.
I mean,
not like a Poland Springs water bottle cap.
We talk about the bicep bash. Yeah, we did, dude. I
bashed it.
I watched it, and I was like,
bicep bash.
"What the fuck am I watching, dude? It was fucking awful."
Yep.
Did you check it out?
Yeah.
What'd you think?
Terrible.
dude, I couldn't believe what I was watching. I'm like, okay, where are we going with this now? Like, what's the next step after this? Like, I feel like, okay, I'm happy for the guys. Like, it was their dream to be on that shit.
No, that's just retarded.
But mixing the arm wrestling with it, and you can tell how fucking fake it is, and Uncle John's just playing around. I'm like, dude, this is not good for the sport.
It felt like a Make-A-Wish thing for Uncle John.
Yeah.
All of his stage matches do. And I like the guy. I mean, everybody likes the guy.
Hey, David, you want to go to the midget WWE wrestling shit in Clinton, June 1st?
Clinton.
Yeah.
Oh, that's here.
Yeah, it's gonna be here. They're coming back. They were like a couple months ago. They were in Vernon.
I will be in a rare form. If you're down to play around, let's do
it. Yeah, Billy. All the comments under it were fucking negative as fuck. Like everybody was like, "Please don't ever do this again. This is stupid. Not my thing." All negative comments under the video, and I think they eventually disabled the comments because of it. Midget wrestling is the shit. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, yeah, Eric, imagine you over there.
Prank hog together on video chat.
Yeah, you gotta take pictures of everybody.
Yeah, I could probably pick one up and hold it in my hand.
Dude, every picture I take, if I take it for you, I'm not gonna include the midget in there.
Yeah, there were a few comments that were like, "Oh, I love wrestling." But it's like you could tell it was all the wrestling fans. Yeah. There weren't a whole lot of arm wrestlers that were like, "Wow, that was awesome. I hope we fucking do more of this." Like, oh, dude, I don't know. I watched it and I just was like,
dude, why is MG on here? Is she a DI hire?
Speaking of, this is a funny story. Dave, you know TJ Foley?
Yeah.
And his daughter arm wrestles Callie.
Mm-hmm.
So they came all the way up to Winter Blast to meet Sarah because Sarah's like Callie's like fucking like hero.
Right.
So he was like, "Hey, can you introduce Callie to Sarah real quick?" I said, "Come with me." "No problem, dude. I know her." So I go up to Sarah and I said, "Sarah, this little girl's dying and her fucking only wish is to meet you. And she's like your biggest fan." And Sarah's like, "Oh my God, dude." And she like looked sad and was like, "Hi, how are you?" And then TJ goes, "Ryan's a fucking asshole. She's not dying. He's a fucking liar." And Sarah turned around and punched me in the chest. She was like, "You fucking dickhead."
Yeah,
I was like, "Well, she's still your fan. I mean, she's not dying.
She'll die one day."
Yeah, just not now. I mean, TJ was like, "You're such a dick." It was funny. I mean, I could only get away with that with a friend's kid, you know. Like I wouldn't do that to a stranger, you know.
Like you wouldn't do that to my kid,
right? Yeah. You don't even know their names.
You have a kid. You have a kid.
Drew is corrected. He goes, 75% of the negative comments are from arm wrestling fans. Correct. We're toxic as fuck.
Yeah, they were blowing it up on the Reddit too.
Yeah. I tried to like watch it. And it just felt, I mean, it was even cringier than watching actual arm wrestling. I mean, actual wrestling.
I tried to enjoy it, but I couldn't stay hard.
It was drama. Yeah. It was hard. Like, you know, when you're watching something and you're naked and like that breeze that you get in the backside and you just can't concentrate. It felt like that, dude. Like when you have a fan on or like the AC's catching you in the taint. It felt like similar to that, dude. Where, yeah, and you're just like, God damn it, dude, I can't like focus. Is it after midnight? Oh, yeah, we're good. We're good.
God damn it,
dude! It's like the fucking purge on this show. After midnight, it's just all good.
Erectile dissatisfaction. Oh, that's a great term right there. It didn't help the pullers to not have the mics on. Not very easy to hear the crowd. Yeah, they lost, dude. Like right in the beginning of it, they lost like fucking the mics, and like Uncle John's talking, or and Jake Warden, like you couldn't hear anything.
Well, it sounds like East versus West.
High production, high value there. Yeah, I wasn't a fan of it though. Billy actually signed up to be one of the wrestlers next time.
Dude, that's got to be an easy way to get a win. You should get Dave Shell to be a wrestler and pull
Dude,
Uncle John.
You could
Because
just tell that like Scott Steiner had no chance with Uncle John.
Yeah.
Diabolical Billy's back. He said Aussie arm wrestler looking like a monk who was shaved by Stevie Wonder's barbershop. Yeah, I mean, yeah, they didn't really shave the whole head. There were like streaks of hair and fucking patches. But yeah, I mean, you know, I'm sure those guys had a blast because they're all into that arm wrestling thing, and that was like a bucket list thing for those guys. But watching it, it just seems so fucking cringy and staged and.
I didn't watch it.
Whatever.
And probably won't watch it.
You know why? Because they didn't have fucking midgets. Had it been midget wrestlers, like Uncle John arm wrestling a midget fucking wrestler is a different fucking story. If you could have a tournament where like whoever throws the midget the farthest towards like one of those Velcro walls then has to arm wrestle that midget. Now there's a storyline, you know?
Dude,
and
I
then
want to see 3 midgets.
Essentially,
stacked on top of
then
each
you
other
have to
pull Eric.
bang the midget.
Wait. What did you say?
I want to see 3 midgets stacked on top of each other, sitting on each other's shoulders, pull you in a match.
Oh yeah, they'd be about the same height, dude.
Like a human centipede of midgets.
Human centipede. You ever watch that movie, Eric? I know Schubert has.
It's on loop.
Eric, you ever watched Human Centipede?
No.
Can you imagine what a human centipede is?
I don't want to.
They basically
no.
This guy's lips to that guy's butthole, then that guy's lips to the next butthole, and it's so when the first guy poops, it goes through every single person and comes out the last guy. I mean, if you think about it, that's genius. Genius idea, but
that's just
Lord. Somebody send the link to Greg Sharp. There. Eric, now do you get it? That's a human centipede. That's Schubert's fucking it's the background on his phone.
Mouth to anus.
Yeah.
What the fudge?
Wait, did you watch like the spin-off movies too? Like the sequels?
I really want to cross promotion bare knuckle boxing with the Perfect Group ESP with Arm Gods. Oh, David Marr coming on, dude. He's feeling. You see, you brought up the mouth to ass, and he's like, "I'm coming on, dude."
Yeah, I'm coming on.
Hey, Dave.
Oh my lord!
What does this mean to you,
bro? What is Dave drawing there, dude?
Did you guys watch the sequels?
Oh yeah.
Okay, that's the one where they were at the prison. Anyways,
depending how it's done, there's probably not even a smell. Dude, airtight. You know, it's like putting 2 gaskets together. You know, technically, sphincter to sphincter. Look, MG's like been there, done that.
Yeah.
Oh my god,
dude! Something tells me if Stephanie was on here, she'd have a story.
You gotta double
You want me to fucking talk? You want me to fucking talk?
Whoa!
Yeah. Oh.
Know your place.
You do not want me to fucking talk.
Calm down, Trump supporter.
That's a Jameson talking.
God damn, dude. How does it feel that Trump now is going to be the king of America and we're just going to have a king for the rest of our days?
How does it feel when Blue Wave knocked you the fuck out?
Blue Wave.
Funny.
I literally don't.
This year it was Blue Smurf.
Funny. Doesn't even matter what side you're on.
And
doesn't matter.
And he went down to Crank Hog.
It doesn't matter.
Schubert is always down. Uncle John and Kangaroo Cunt definitely didn't hold back on their semen retention. Blew their load all over some they're called Granddad Pump.
Both sides are owned by juice boxes.
Diabolical Billy is on fire tonight.
Oh my fucking fuck.
No love
Fuck
lost.
me. Fuck.
Whoa, MG, that's like.
All right.
Hey, you got
Sorry,
David right there. He's gonna take the offer.
He's like, well, okay.
Hey Ryan, I got something for you to try. How's your
Ooh.
shoulder been, by the way?
I'm still waiting for the surgery, dude.
What about like mobility wise?
I can go about 90.
Uh-huh. But no higher?
Not without like helping it.
Okay.
You know?
So
or
so
if I do like spider walk up the wall,
right,
I can kind of get there, but like this part of my arm, about like right there is about it.
So
and that's super painful.
right. So try this out because this has been helping from my front delt. Can you try and like bring your hand in front of your nose, like almost like you're touching your nose? Now keep your hand facing.
Fuck off. I'll kill your knuckles.
No. All right, keep. I mean, you had it there. All I thought it was like you can go like that. Anyways, don't do that. Put your hand in front of your nose. We're not gonna make you blow anything. No. Hand is facing palm down. Okay. Now bring it slowly towards the camera. Like nice and slow. Upwards, like towards the camera.
Oh, I can't go up.
You can't like have your other hand help.
I mean,
out.
just
Like,
coming out, I can feel it starting to go down.
Upwards towards the camera, but like help it come up higher.
Did you just Elon Musk me, dude? You fucking scum.
Yep.
Oh, dude, come on. He was just excited and just like waving in his special way.
The funny part is he just keeps doubling down.
Yeah.
He just does it some more to like make it a thing.
While yelling out 9. Knock, knock. Who's there? It doesn't matter who's there.
We ask the questions.
Oh man, dude, did you watch the Kill Tony special on Netflix? I was not impressed.
No.
Like I like the Kill Tony show, like the podcast, but the Netflix show, I'm not impressed, dude. It was very corny.
Nah, I'm into like the amateur stuff, like the stuff that happens like in those filler episodes. Like
Yeah.
the regular show. That's like when the
I mean, like
magic
there were
happens.
funny parts, like they had like what's his name as Trump and Biden came out. You know, that was kind of funny, but it's like the people they had come out and they're the regulars were fucking not funny at all.
Yeah.
I'm like, dude, I could do better. Fuck. Put me on there. Put me on there. I'll be like, I'll talk about being a pedophile and how I'm in pedophile recovery where they give me a little bit older of a kid every week until I get to 18 years old and then they release me.
To wean you off.
Yeah, to wean me
Dude,
off.
That's gotta work, right?
Yeah. I mean, they might kick me off the show, but you know, I'd laugh. I'd laugh at my own joke.
Dude, they just gotta give you that one young looking kid.
His heart goes out to the 98% arm wrestling.
Nice.
Let's see MG's titties for old time's sake, Sir Yak. Oh, geez.
Oh.
What the fuck?
Oh, well, it is after hours.
So much for semen retention.
Dude, I'm still waiting for pictures. I told MG to send me a picture. I wanted a picture of her wearing only her ankle home arrest bracelet. I wish Harlan would go on this show and show his taint.
It wasn't home arrest. It wasn't home arrest.
House arrest.
No.
It's like just
It
tracking
was
so you can't lose.
alcohol arrest, and I passed the test.
Yeah.
Done. It's off.
Was it a written exam?
No, but I can beat any of you at trivia right now. I
You
will
said
beat
that
any
before.
of you at trivia.
Well,
Actually,
all right.
David Shubich, you might be able to beat me. Actually,
Trivia, like what's the subject?
any subject, I'll
All right,
beat any of you.
All right, measure your areola right now so that we have a standard to go by.
We already know. We already know.
I want to
We
know,
already know.
if the right and left are the same exact size.
Does it matter?
Yes.
Yeah. That's important.
We've never measured the outward growth.
Yeah.
Like,
I want to know
how
the
far away
difference
does
between
it?
the areola and the nipple. How long are your nipples? Are they like small fingers, like 6 inches long, and you can suck on them and they tickle the back of someone's throat? People choking on your are people choking on your nipple?
They got to deep throat your nipple.
No, it's
You ever wake up, dude, and that like little thing in the back of your throat's like all dry? Feels like that. Like, I need water.
It's like a loose crazy straw.
You ever go to a strip
You
club
guys
and
are out
the
of
stripper has like a giant, enormous labia hanging between their legs, and you're like, why would you even fucking get naked in front of a crowd? God damn. Like the hams,
You are out of
the
control.
hams hanging, if you know what I mean. Oh, Jack said we might as well get a nip slip.
May as well.
Might as well. I think he's talking to Shubich though.
Oh fuck.
He is in rare form tonight.
Yeah. Must be snowing up there in Canada.
Dude, he must have hit a Cialis before he got on.
Yeah, he did.
I'm sorry. This is why I have to be on mute, because you guys are out of control.
No, I'm gonna. You know what I'm gonna have to do to save this podcast is
Hold on.
start a
I got
non-arm wrestling podcast and do all this stuff on that podcast.
I thought if it was past midnight, it's different.
It is only because nobody watches our podcast for 4 fucking hours to get to midnight, other than us being on it. You know.
We were thinking about doing a separate Jordan podcast.
I think that dude. He actually sent me a message saying that was very rude. Fuck off.
Incredible rude.
Okay, dude, it's rude to fucking jump on someone's podcast. It's not about basketball and talk about fucking Michael Jordan and slavery for fucking 6 hours.
You're just going around in circles. For example.
He just wants to get everyone mad, dude.
Leaning.
I'm still here passing judgment. Oh yeah, he is.
Okay.
He sounds like a type that'd be fine paying reparations.
I mean, dude, like, why would you go on someone else's podcast that's, they're talking about arm wrestling and you're talking about how terrible Michael Jordan fans are. And then come on the podcast and double down and start arguing with people about it.
His dad didn't love him, and his dad was a very big Michael Jordan fan.
Well, I went to
Dad
see
loved
his podcast, dude, about like pranking radio stations, and it's like he just would call the radio station and ask a stupid question, and they'd be like, that's stupid, and hang up on him, and then they'd answer the next call, and it's him again asking the same question. They'd hang up on him, and like it went on for like 10 minutes where they're answering other lines, and it's the same fucking guy over and over saying the same thing, and they were getting pissed off, which is kind of funny, but it's like it's not as funny as that guy thinks it is.
That's like a high school or middle school like kid jokes funny.
That's like when we prank people on this show.
And somehow he segued in with Shell into slavery.
Netflix Kill Tony episode was watered down. Yeah, wasn't it? I thought it was terrible, dude. It was like they tried too hard to make it funny, and it had the opposite effect, kind of. I don't know. It was very sad. I had high hopes for that.
I think Kill Tony's fun.
I heard they're supposed to be doing his live show on Netflix in the future, but I hope it's funnier than what that fucking special was. Oh, here we go. That kangaroo so dodgy, he'd punch your nan, nick your wallet, and blame it on his criminal ancestry. He hops into arm wrestling events like he's royalty. Dead set legend, my ass. Oh my god. Diabolical Billy is on a roll tonight.
Who's he talking about?
About the Aussie arm wrestler.
Who's he talking about?
He's talking about Jake Ward. I'm starting to think that Diabolical Billy is not a Jake Ward fan.
Yeah, he doesn't like you very much, Mark.
When does the hog crank sesh start? Hog Crankers United.
Gooners
United at dawn. Well, then I would say it starts at dawn.
He answered his own question.
Billy really gets his motivation to crank hog in many ways. What's the question?
Cody's trying to crank hog.
Cody, I'm trying to crank hog. What, to our voices? What's going on there?
Well, he can't do it to his girlfriend's voice.
Do you think she signs dirty to him? Cody, why don't you come on and answer these questions?
That is messed up, Ryan. Why would you ever say something like that?
Fuck off. That's something you'd say. I just beat you to it.
You beat me to it. You cranked me to it.
Harder, faster. Keep talking about arm wrestling. I'm almost finished cranking hog. What is it? Why is everybody cranking hog in the fucking chat tonight, dude? Jesus.
It's Friday.
God
I mean, Saturday now.
Cody, the worst ref in arm wrestling, dude. Fucking going viral with his bad reffing.
Try to crank it with using pronation only.
Cody pissed off the Team Popeye.
I need to change. Can I change my clothes?
Can you do it live?
Yeah.
Live on air.
Just yeah, you can hit the mute button. Just don't hit the cam button.
Nice.
I'll be back. I just got to get comfortable. It's
like
11 o'clock at night.
Oh yeah, get comfortable.
Just getting comfortable, eh?
Comfortable, baby.
Put on something red. Yeah, there you go. Good go.
Don't worry, sweetie. Every stretch mark is an earned tiger stripe.
Dude, Mar, how do you feel about Aussie stealing your whole flow?
What's that?
How do you feel about Aussie stealing your whole flow?
When was the last time MG cranked? We'll have to ask her when she comes back.
His shaved head.
Yeah. Borderline pushing skinhead over there.
Yeah.
He's definitely got.
I got whatever the lowest setting is. I don't have to worry about it for a while.
So when are you gonna be tattooing thunderbolts on you?
Can you wear a hat at work?
Yeah, I can't wear a hat at work.
We need the full 98 symbol on your head.
98 skull cap tattoo.
Dude, I really thought when Ray Cody said he was getting a 98 under his eye that it was going to be like a little tiny 9 and an 8. Not the full fucking Shield logo. I was like, holy shit, dude. I wouldn't even do that.
That's pretty extreme.
Yeah. Dude. Oh my god.
Oh,
Dude,
it's
that's
pink.
crazy.
It's pink, isn't it?
I like pink.
What do you got under that?
Nada.
Yeah, right. Come on. You got. What about all the body hair that you grow to hide your parts?
Oh my god.
Who doesn't like it? But I think I'm disturbing, like you said, your 98 podcast.
No, it stopped a long time ago.
Oh, it's over. This is part. This is
part 2. Yeah.
Part 2 after hours.
Whenever I hang up the phone with my mom, I always say hugs and kisses on all your pink parts. And she doesn't respond. She just hangs up on me.
What is wrong with you?
What's wrong with that?
You are out of control. Out of control.
Yak wants to know when the last time you cranked a hog is. Do you know, MG, how long it's been? When will the 98 shirts become available on Amazon for Canadians? I don't know. I didn't know they weren't. I can change that though. I think it's just a setting. We're in the process of redoing our entire website with a lot of cool things on it. So, you know, in a little bit, we're gonna have a lot of like really cool merch and a bunch of stuff going on. So, It'll be cool.
Like brass knuckles.
Like fucking 98 brass knuckles, dude. Did you see these, dude? That Josh made me, red, white, and blue, and they say General Grandin on them.
That looks like France.
I use those to fucking crank hog.
Turn it upside down and it looks like the Netherlands.
These I made like super wide, dude. Like,
Can you fit in each hole?
These will fit Jeff Dave, dude.
Can you fit your penis in those?
No, dude, it's so loose. I would need like, it's just like throwing a fucking 2x4 down a cave. It's throwing a hot dog down a hallway.
Don't make me put on my professional headset.
Okay.
Professional head?
Can you send me a picture just wearing your professional headset? Now book me some tickets.
I like a number 9.
I can get you tickets to anything, whatever you want.
Can you get me a ticket to David Kotlow's band at whatever shithole he plays at? Fuck that guy.
She's gonna kill him.
He's a weirdo.
Zodiac toast. Can I get a custom?
Funny story.
The back says Hog
So,
Crank King.
Kotlow always like trolls everyone, and when I trolled him, dude, he had a meltdown. Like he flipped out. He was like, "Why the fuck are you contacting my wife with my home address?" Why? He was like, "Why the fuck did my grandmother get a message from you?" Like all this crazy fucking accusations. It was crazy. I don't even know what you're talking about. Fuck that old
ready to blow somebody.
Yeah, tie your hair back. That's good. Dude, so when I was younger, I brought this girl home. She did exactly what you just did, dude. She tied her hair back, and her elastic fell behind the couch. And she reached back there to get it, and then she fucking screamed and pulled her arm out, and she had this fucking deep scratch down her arm. So we both like got up over the side of the couch to look, thinking it was like a nail or a staple. She cut her arm full length, deep and bloody on a dry booger. Fucking, she left, dude. I didn't even like a waste of a night, dude. She fucking went home, and I was like, "What the fuck?" It's crazy. It's hard to bounce back from something like that. I don't even know if it was my booger, to be honest. Just dry fucking booger. You ever fucking come across a dry booger, dude, that's like fucking razor sharp? That's my story for Kill Tony.
That's a solid 30 seconds right there.
Yeah. And then go into the pedophile one. Pedophile rehab.
Yeah.
That's my opener, and then go right in hard to the pedophile rehab.
Until you hear the bear.
Did you see that young kid get on there and go, "I'm the opposite of a pedophile," and they like all died?
Yeah, with that like the blonde haired kid with
He looks
glasses.
like 12 years old. Yeah.
Yeah.
So imagine if I went on there and just said that I am a pedophile, but I'm in rehab for it, and then explain how it works, how they wean you off until you reach an 18-year-old. They might, I mean, that might exist. I don't know. Maybe not in this country.
Ryan, you're retarded.
Why are they stealing our kids, dude, for the sex slave industry? You think they only steal them for bad? You know, they might get them for rehabs. We don't know. Like once you hit that 18 mark, they're like, now we can release you back into the wild. That's terrible. I apologize to anybody watching that has kids. I have a kid. I shouldn't even be saying that.
We have kids that are missing.
Oh boy.
Like when we go to the park, I've told you that story where I'll go to the park with my wife and like she'll go off and be on the slide with Everly, and then some fucking Karen mom will come up to me and be like, "Hey, which one's yours?" And every time now I'm like, I haven't decided yet. And the look of panic,
Brian's a pedophile.
bro, the look of panic on their face when I say that, and then I have to be like, "I'm just kidding." That's my wife and daughter there, and then they calm the fuck down. That's why I bring my wife to Winter Blast, because nobody believes that someone would marry me. So I have to like prove it.
I didn't see your wife at Winter Blast.
Yeah, she was there. My daughter was there running around. Well, my daughter was running around with all the other kids, fucking with her little tiny '98 shirt on.
Yeah. Oh, I remember that. They were Damn, I just cracked my neck real nice.
If you want some, come and get some. Yeah, 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 yo. If you want some, come and get some. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Funny story. The person singing is one of my friends.
Damn.
I think sweet.
I'm not even on that. Not even one of those pictures.
Are you sure? You're on one of them, dude.
Nah.
Maybe it's the other one.
98.
Damn, David took his shirt off.
Oh, Dave.
Had to slip into something more
Dave,
comfortable.
what are those nipples at? What are those areolas at?
Well, yeah, see.
Have you ever measured your areolas, Dave?
I haven't. It's always on my mind, though.
If you had to guess,
freaking massive.
Looking at one, what would you think?
Hmm?
If you had to guess the measurement, looking at them, what would you say?
Oh, they're bigger than mine.
Are they? You guys compare them?
We've compared.
Do you guys
them
do
like,
that at practice?
We've compared them like by touch, like we've matched them up.
Hey, I got a message from Mike Grimaldi thanking me for the free shirt I sent him.
Yeah.
Tick tock, tick tock.
I mended that, Dave.
He's a very cool middleman you guys had delivering the shirt, huh?
Yeah.
Pretty cool guy. Pretty
Took
cool
a minute.
guy.
Took a minute for it to deliver.
But he sent me a thank you. That was very nice of him.
Oh, that's sick.
He appreciated it. Well, apparently Dave Shell, we were giving some shirts away at an event, and Dave Shell told him, if you don't take a picture of it, it's not free.
Yeah.
Like if you don't put it on and take a picture, I'm like, when the fuck did we make that rule?
Right.
I don't know if Dave was just joking, but I was like, dude, I'm sorry.
Double down.
That's not something, you know. Is there someone naked behind you jerking off? Shubich?
Yeah, that's me.
Is that your brother? Hey, buddy.
Hey, how was that place that you went to today?
It was pretty good. Honestly, the flavor was not as strong as the one in Utica.
The one in where?
Quite frank.
In Utica?
No, it's in Rochester.
The flavor was not as strong compared to where?
The one in Utica.
We have one in Utica right now?
Bro, it's connected to the gym.
Oh.
Where did you find this guy?
Sorry. I got food poisoning from there.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
What's the next tournament you guys are going to?
June 14th.
Going on up there?
Mac Challenger
Keystones.
Series.
What's
When is Keystone?
Piss you off.
What did you say? What was your answer?
Keystones.
Oh, I don't care, dude. I see the difference, and you know what's funny is I can't say a name, but someone called me recently and said that they used to be neutral between me and James, but they've slowly moved to our side, and the reason being is that I've never, and you know this, Shubich, I've never asked anyone or told anyone not to go to a James Reed event. However, he has asked people not to come to 98 stuff, and I think that has shifted things because we still promote his events. Like Keystone's on our list. You know what I mean? We've never told anyone not to go to their events or anything like that, but because they have, I think it's rubbed some people the wrong way, and I think that has taken an effect on the turnouts of things.
Mm-hmm.
Just a guess, but I've had a few people message me like that. They were like, now I see kind of what's going on. Ryan, did you see Muhammad Talishvili's post of his goated lift on 98 today? No, I did not. What did I miss? I wasn't around much today, dude. I'm trying to get this surgery, and it's like they're making me jump through hoops and nipple rings just to fucking get a surgery. It's crazy. Like, oh, you got to get medically cleared, and then I go to get medically cleared, and they're like, it's too short a notice. Like, you need this, this, and this, and you got to go to 3 different doctors to get all that. And then, I'm like, what the fuck, dude? Ooh, Diabolical Billy again. Papa P looks like he fucked Bruce Springsteen on the streets of Philadelphia, sick and ready to die. Used to look like a human action figure. Now he's flatter than Bowen's ego after a real weigh-in. Damn, Billy's on a roll, dude.
Fuck that, MG. What are you talking about here about sucking on dude's nipple ring here?
I sucked on a dude's nipple rings tonight. Weird.
Yeah.
What was her name?
His name?
Yeah, what was his name? Kyle.
Oh, I can't reveal names.
Hunter.
Dude, where's that hot couple you had on earlier?
I can get him on again.
Sucked on a dude's nipple ring tonight.
Both.
Where
He has
did
both
this
nipples
take
pierced.
place?
He's a very important person, actually. Very important.
Was his
Eric
name
is
Elon
tweaking
Musk?
right now.
No, I'm just getting like.
Did you get a free Tesla out of it?
I don't know. He drives a truck.
Dude, I love how the lefties all were
drive a
driving
Rivian?
Teslas and saying don't buy gas vehicles, and now they're scratching them.
It's funny. It is
It's so
funny.
dude. And they're getting caught on the Tesla's fucking camera systems.
It's like,
Okay.
Oh, can't make
Listen,
this shit up.
Kotlo and I are no bueno.
Is that how you pronounce it? Kotlo?
It's Kotlo.
You and him are no bueno now? What happened?
You already know.
You sucked on his nipple rings?
No.
magnetic charge.
No. I don't know David. I don't know David other than through different channels, but
Isn't he still pulling some weird scumbag shit with his work and all that?
Probs. I don't know.
Fuck
hey,
that.
on the other hand, did you guys?
But I am
see-
telling the truth. I am telling the truth when I said what I said. I never lie. I never lie.
So he is a pedophile.
No, you've lied before.
No, I haven't. Prove it. Prove it.
Okay.
When you
It's
said
all
your
that I'm
your
straight.
areolas were 3 inches and they're actually 3 inches and an eighth.
No.
They're oblong. You only measured the
Did you guys
short
see?
side.
Did you guys see Logan's
They're sisters, not twins.
Logan's video?
MG has a milk mustache from the tit suck. What is going on here tonight?
You guys
Cut
see
me
Logan's
off.
video?
Cut me off then.
Logan
Like,
Bittinger?
Yeah.
Wait, the one of him at the college, dude. Oh my god.
Oh,
You got Tim Lewis holding you back and shit, dude.
Yo, Tim Lewis said some weird shit. I mean, it worked. De-escalated the situation.
Stop it, calm down, we'll cuddle. Just let's walk away and cuddle.
No,
Is that verbatim?
No, he's like, don't do this, don't do this. I love you, dude. Something like
I
that.
love you,
Like,
buddy.
Oh,
he's like
dude.
hugging you,
That's just a Freudian slip.
Let's walk away. I'll crank the hog.
bro.
Suck
What
on your
was
nipple
that
rings.
about? What was that about, man? That guy
Well,
was.
did you see the one dude was like the guy that was in the background and he's filming it and he's like, that wasn't a pin over and over. And he's fucking literally slamming the kid's hand into the fucking pad.
Yeah.
I'm like, dude, you're just trying to get him worked up. Like, why would you do that?
Yeah. Yeah,
Zach Lee's over there trying to.
Kid got aggressive, then backed
Yeah.
up, and the other one just kept running his mouth.
I wanted to fight him,
dude.
Dude,
That freaking when I posted that table trauma thing, we got 71 people asking for matches, like instantly the next day.
I signed up for it. How is that going to work?
Well, once we get rolling here, we're going to start setting up matches. Obviously, people can call each other out, but we're going to try to find people that are similar in experience, size, weight, height, nipple.
dude. Let's see Dave Marr versus the other Paul Lynn.
What if we what if we base a whole league on areola size?
I have guys calling me out that beat me in after polls.
Bazinga.
Let's go.
They beat me in an after poll, like in a MAC event. Beat me after poll. And they call me out. I'm like, dude, fresh on fresh, I'm going to wipe the floor with a dude. I got it. I'm at this point where I stop being polite about it.
Heck yeah.
Oh, you're too cocky now. I don't like you.
No, I'm not cocky at all. I'm just trying to be. I'm realistic. Like my match, I might lose my next match. That doesn't mean that I'm not going to train my ass off for it.
Right.
That guy put us.
Don't train it completely off, or MG won't like you.
Huh?
Don't train it completely off.
Train it what
Your ass.
You said you're going to train your ass off.
It needs to get it needs to get smaller too. It's too big. My girlfriend's jealous.
These donuts.
All her friends are jealous too.
My hip.
Yeah.
Yak said he'll pull you, dude. Yak versus Big Rig.
Anytime. If Yak wants to make the trip all day out here or meet me at a MAC event, I'm down.
Loser has to crank the other's hog.
I will decline that offer.
I said it before Yak had a chance to.
My girlfriend will get jealous. But
you have to. If he wins, you have to try his cocaine.
You have to helicopter his dick.
Yeah.
Tell us if it's rocket fuel.
You have to be the engine of his helicopter.
God damn.
It's like jumping rope.
Yeah.
You got to sit in his side by side.
There's gonna be some. I have no idea. At 5'10".
Yeah, 5'10".
How am I?
You could arm wrestle him on your knees.
Probably could.
He'd prefer you would.
Yeah.
Probably would.
Easier transition if you lose.
Dude, what's the point of doing a 1-inch line?
He has to do a line off.
To do a line off my hog.
A line got to be like a little longer than an inch. But yeah,
It's
the
not
guy.
line, it's a single point.
What are you gonna? What are you trying to do? An entire 8-ball in one dick?
But fuck this guy. I'm gonna
Calm down, dude.
The
Do
guy
it
that
an inch, you can just do it an inch at a time. You don't have to do the whole fucking bag.
Yeah.
Now we're measuring cocaine in dicks.
What the hell? But speaking of the guy that I'm pulling, he put a stop on Ian Carnegie in a tournament.
Oh.
Yeah. So I got my hands full. A handful.
Has anyone ever gotten a stop on Ian Carnegie during him talking about the MAC table?
You can't make him stop.
No.
Dude, like I love Ian, but when he gets on the table, dude, you're not stopping him. Like he's gonna go for 4 hours straight.
Me and what was the other guy's name? Cold.
Oh,
yeah, we were sitting. Yeah, we were sitting here last Friday just listening to you talk. Like, I mean,
I was trying to be as friendly as possible about it.
I mean, you got to understand.
Like
he's
very
pouring
passionate about
everything into that.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. And I love JJ too. So, I support what they do, but it wouldn't make sense for us to use that table at Winter Blast.
No, honestly,
You know
no,
what I mean?
it would not.
Because that's very specific for their rules and their league, and they're trying to do something different. I think that's great, but to transition a whole other league into that would be a lot of trouble.
Honestly, give us some time. Like try my idea of doing a smaller tournament. You know.
Yeah. I heard RC arm wrestler wrestles on his knees. Ask Uncle
No
John.
love lost.
Diabolical Billy with another zinger.
Yeah, Ian's a great guy, but yeah, doing that and like would he supply the refs or you supply the refs? Because
it's tough.
You need to get
it's
refs.
a whole different rule set.
Yeah,
Supply the refs with what?
Yeah,
you need to, because refs from Mac and refs from Wall don't cross over.
Cody, have we cranked yet? No, we're waiting for you, buddy.
We crank at dawn.
Yeah, dawn.
A few more hours.
You have like Mac 2, you had a ref that did everything to the T to the rule set. Then you had Mac 3 where at some points you were explaining to the ref the rules of Mac because the ref didn't do their due diligence and didn't read the rule book.
Right. Yeah, I mean, you have to be on top of that if you're going to ref something with all new rules. We learned our lesson with that at one of our events, dude, where like with Michael Hawks, where we tried to tweak a couple rules to try to make the super matches more exciting, but that gave the refs literally 5 minutes before the fucking tournament to like learn those rules, and that's not how you should do it.
There's gonna
So now we just stick to strict rules.
If you like the Rochester tournament that they had with the Mac you had the refs that were running it. Of course, you had Aiden. Aiden was running it, but there wasn't no bad calls made, and pretty much everybody that ever wrestled that's already had a little bit of time of the table on the Mac table knew the rules. Those matches went smoothly, and then you had guys that were pulling it for the first time there, acclimated very quickly. Like first, second round, they grasped the rules.
Yeah. Cody said for special rules, they have to be written down so there's accountability for the refs. I often get asked, just ref loose. The fuck does that mean? I think when they say ref loose, they're talking about a noose, if you know what I mean.
Loose reffing, like
unclench the buttocks.
Loose. Does it
And
mean
then
like
ref.
loose reffing? Like it's not
loose reffing.
Like something the ref lets something slides and then hop.
Loosey goosey. Or like you ignore elbow hops if they don't favor stuff like that. But it's like, okay, what are we talking? What's an elbow hop? A quarter inch, an inch? Yeah,
that's why on the Mac table, if you see the elbow hop, it's an elbow hop. If you don't see it, it's just repositioning. So, yeah. But like one thing that they have gotten 100% right is the strap rule. If you slip once, you're staying the strap, and East versus West 17 proved that. They finished their tournament. The East versus West finished before we stopped pulling at Mac.
Yeah. Well, dude, there's certain things in a tournament that you have to do. Make sure.
But that's just the time frame. Like, the Mac tournament started a little later.
Yeah.
We were about an hour away when me and Mike started watching the East versus West.
Yeah.
So we started watching on the road. We showed up, and I think finished at 5. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong.
See, that's good though.
And then the tournament finished at like 6:30ish.
Yeah. Like, no offense to like Steve Fernandez and them. I think they're trying to do good things for the sport, but dude, when like a tournament with that amount of fucking entries takes until fucking
Steve's
30 at night, that's a long fucking day for a small tournament. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I think part of that is and Dave Shell has been trying to talk to them about this. Like, when you're done writing up the brackets, you need to read them off to the crowd to make sure everyone is in the bracket they're supposed to be because when they don't do that, they had to keep stopping the tournament. I noticed on the live because people were like, "Hey, you missed. I'm not in the fucking bracket, and I should be." And then they had to stop and add them and do all this crazy shit. And they lined up the tables like in a straight row from the back bracket table. So like the people doing the brackets couldn't even see who the winners were. And then, you know, Steve has to also give one of the brackets people a mic. It can't just be him looking over their shoulder because that slows down the process.
Oh,
and then
Steve's a new promoter. He'll figure it out eventually.
Yeah, and I know Chris Florendo tried to talk to him a little bit about this too. Is you know, when we're watching the live, like the cursing, and then you see women and children sitting in the fucking crowd, and it's like talking about fucking eating ass, and we're, you know, I'm like, dude, that's not good.
Yeah.
So hopefully, you know, we'll take some you know, constructive criticism in the right way and be like, okay, I gotta fucking change this.
Cody's I see Cody's point of view about being perfectly aligned, but still I stay on my case where with the raised edges and the pads being sunken in, it's a little how do you say, easier to see, like
I see
little hops.
Yeah.
Like not doing the bullshit call on just like a small little hop.
Yeah.
It still gives you a little better perspective.
Rules are rules.
Rules are rules, yeah.
So yeah, I like strict rules, and for a long time up here in the Northeast, everybody used WAL rules. And then when they'd go to a fucking tournament with strict rules, they'd get smoked. Like when you're not used to strict rules, dude, and you're used to WAL rules, and then you go to strict rules, that shit will fuck your day up.
Oh yeah. No, yeah. We need a lot more stricter refs.
Yeah, I agree. We're actually we're gonna start trying to, like, you know, like we have a 98 rule set, and we're gonna get all our refs up to speed in the specific rules for our league and kind of nail that down so that we have more we get about like 6 solid refs. So we're trying to get all those guys like up to speed. We're actually going to start doing some actual like referee practices where they're just reffing and going over things, and, you know, even professionalism, like making sure you're wearing, you know, black pants and tucking in your shirt, and, you know, not talking to the competitors. Because when you're on a live feed and you see like a guy in a hoodie leaning on the table cursing while he's reffing, it doesn't look good. Like how do you get sponsors if they go watch your live feed and go, what the fuck is this? You know what I mean? Those are things that we're trying to get promoters that want to advance like their promotion, like doing just every little detail like that, like making sure your refs are professional. It helps the sport as a whole to find major sponsors that are like, okay, this is a real sport. Look, they got referees, they look professional, you know? And hopefully we can get a lot more people on board with that. Table looks like it was welded together by a blind Martian. Angles don't make sense. Pads look like they were stolen off a toddler's tricycle, and the whole setup wobbles like Greg on a trampoline.
Don't hate it till you try it. Don't hate it till I try it. And what do you mean? Does he say the setup's wobbly? Like, what do you mean? The table's wobbly?
The whole setup wobbles like Greg on a trampoline. And that's Greg double G. Greg double G.
Geo double G.
Yeah. The gay bear. Dude, the next tournament we have, the awards are going to be a gay bear. You know, instead of like the Michigan State fucking gorillas, you know, like you get a fucking 98 tournament gay bear.
All right. So with your Antietam guy not responding back to you, does that mean you don't have to pay, or didn't come in yet?
Antietam? Oh, I don't know. I sent him an email, and I'm like, hey, are those medals coming in this week, dude?
Oh shit.
Yeah, I don't know what's gonna. I mean, if they don't come into it, I'm either gonna cancel the tournament and fucking reschedule.
Dude, a week out.
I know, but what what am I gonna do? Mail out 1,000 fucking medals?
Just do what the Great American Bash Knuckles Up have done.
Just fuck them all over.
To be determined.
Just mail
Like,
them
hey guys,
when they come in.
All right.
luckily we don't do like a pre-registration, so like like Travis does, and then not pay, cancel, and then not pay anyone back. Clefty.
Eric, you gotta go crank hog.
I gotta go to sleep because I got some people that are gonna show up. I'm gonna pull.
Yeah. This is kind of a personal question, but do you think you'll masturbate to Travis's cleft lip tonight?
No. Good night.
Just checking.
Take care, Eric.
Have a good one.
Later, Eric.
It does look like a small vagina.
Fuck that guy.
Fuck that guy. Oh, I don't have the fuck that guy. I have to go.
Yeah, there you go.
Fuck that guy. Man, that was a hell of a night.
It was all over the place.
Looks like the mat tables are high quality. The first
I
time I saw it,
apologize for my behavior. I do apologize. for my
we
behavior.
apologize for your behavior too. The first time I saw the Mac table, I thought it was like a one-on-one fucking poker table. You know?
Yeah.
Like, look at this oval bitch.
So I get a hold of Ian and have him tell us about it.
Again. Dude, everyone in the
If you
thing
call
was
him
like,
up,
tell us
he
more
would,
about the table. Tell us more about the table. I'm like, oh shit.
Dude, he was not a fan of my comments last week.
No.
Not at all.
You're starting to lose fans of your comments. Like a few people have gotten really butthurt over your comment.
I know.
There's some 6-year-old in China workshop said, "What the fuck are these tables about?" because they're recessed, you can fill them with rice, and then it's like a sushi roll bar. You know?
You know what else is recessed? Floridian chins.
My penis.
Floridian chins.
You guys are out of control.
Harlan's chin.
Oh, I thought you said, you know what else is recess, not recessed. Hey, it's recess. Lay on this jungle gym.
You guys are
Slide down this pole. Not allowed near schools, but dude, you know what's funny? So tonight, like there's a dance studio near my house, and on Friday nights, parents can drop their kids off there to play for like 2 hours. So I didn't know they had this going on. So like Everly's now at a school where like I got to pick her up and there's parents there. And we ended up having to go, every time a kid has a fucking birthday party, we got to go to some fucking birthday party. So we're at this birthday party and they're like, hey, that dance place near you guys' house, they watch kids for like 2 hours and there's a bar right across the street and a bunch of us parents have been going. So they invite me and Jen to this. So I'm like, Jen's like, let's go check it out. So we drop off Everly with all the other kids. They're all her friends from her own class, So they had a blast. And we go to this bar and it's like it's a nice bar. We go in there, but like you can tell that maybe I shouldn't have said a lot of the things that I said while I'm having a couple drinks, So, like when I say a pedophile joke to you guys, I'm joking.
Right.
When I said a pedophile joke to them, they looked at each other like, you know what I mean? Like the look like this guy, something's off. Like, I don't know if we're going to get invited again. You told that kidnapping story. So. I should have told them about my idea for a pedophile rehab. I should have kept that to myself. Oh man, I think if ever I had to do like a stand-up set, that would be my go-to opener. Because that you can read a lot about the crowd with an opener like that.
Yeah, you can.
And then, maybe you don't have to do the full minute.
Dude, it'd be
After you do 30 seconds of that, you're going to know whether you're getting your ass kicked or
it'd
not.
be so difficult performing that set in a prison.
Yeah, it would. But you guys know, I mean, isn't there something like that for
Yeah,
you
you
guys
guys
to
know.
rehabilitate yourselves? I would do it. I would do that set in a prison, dude. I might not make it out alive, but it would be fucking epic as fuck.
Fucking chomo.
Like, how many of you guys, hey, bring a sheet over here. Let's get these guys to sign up for this rehab idea I got.
You are
I'm only doing my set for the guys that are in protective custody.
unbelievable.
Does anyone get butthurt over my comments too? I don't think so.
Not tonight.
Not tonight, yeah. I mean, tonight you were pretty mild with the
Hog cranking.
The cocaine. I mean, Eric kind of fucking fucked up talking about measuring cocaine in dick lengths. Say you're gay without saying you're gay, dude. I don't want an inch of cocaine. I want the whole dick of cocaine. I want an 8-ball on that motherfucker. Need more dick. It's not a party. It's not a party with these small dicks, dude. We need a full dick. We need a full dick of cocaine up in here. I want to sniff that shit for 12 inches. Hey, you guys sell cocaine in inches? You have a 12-inch bag of cocaine? Like, what do you mean 12?
Ryan,
Like, you have enough cocaine to put on a full length of a 12-inch penis?
You have a mandingo length of cocaine.
I need you to factor in the amount of it that's going to get absorbed into the sweaty penis. I don't want to lose any.
I just want a long, I want a thick too.
Gosh.
Filled out the 98 Supermatch form. When do I get to crank some 198 hog? Oh, man, this is turning into, I mean, this table trauma is really going to be
Do you
table
want, look.
I have a 13-inch flaccid
You
hog.
want, I can leave.
Why?
You haven't said shit. You're not the
Why
problem.
are you going to leave? You're not the cause of this. It's all the gays in the chat.
The only reason you should leave is to go refill your drink.
What if I show shoulders?
This is all Greg Sharp's fault.
Okay.
And the Walker crime ring.
Why don't you go and slip into something more comfortable?
Oh, sad story. Steve Walker, as much as I dislike him because he's a major shit talker, I heard he has like an advanced cancer and not doing well.
That is too bad.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
karma. But, I hope that he's taking care of it and is going to fucking, get healthy. Whatever. Or at least, become one with God and stop talking shit on fucking 98, something. Jesus. Asshole. Dude, his daughter said that at Winter Blast that I got on the mic and said that she put on a lot of weight. I wasn't on the mic at Winter Blast at all. And have you ever seen me make fun of someone's weight? Why would I do that? I'm fat. You know what I mean? I was like, dude, come on. You guys are fucking shit stirrers. Like, the whole family fucking needs to die in a car fire on Christmas Eve. No, that's not nice. That's not nice.
2 bullseyes there. Yeah.
He's so fat he can't crank his hog. Yes, I
You
can,
guys
dude.
are awful.
I
You're
roll it
awful.
around in my palm, dude. Just fucking like go flat down on it and just go like this. It's like wiggles the head a bit, wiggles the tip. It's like palming a mushroom in the grass.
What is wrong with you? What the fuck is wrong with you? Ryan is not fat. Ryan is gorgeous.
Dude, it's like searching for the remote.
I have to
and your
I have to
cell
pull
phone.
on it. I have to pull on it for a few minutes to stretch it out a bit.
Ryan's perfect. He's perfect in every way.
Oh, yeah.
There's only one person that can even possibly get near him, which is David
Say that to all the kids at rehab.
Marr. That's
Say that. Say I'm perfect to all the kids at pedophilia rehab. I mean, that is how you would have to rehab people like that.
You are so terrible.
And then
I
do
can't.
you take, like, how do you get, like, is it a volunteer situation? Like you get volunteers,
You are.
or you get drafted like the military. Buddy, sorry, we're taking you out of third grade, and you'll be back, but 3 months you're getting drafted into the rehabilitation system.
You'll be back without your innocence, without the childlike wonder.
Well, here's
Hope
the
it'll
deal.
be easy.
If you come for 3 months, when you get out, we're gonna pass you right to 6th grade. So you're gonna be a little more advanced than the other 4th graders.
Unbelievable.
That's terrible. You guys are fucking disgusting for letting me talk about this. Why aren't you guys intervening with this situation?
Ooh, you guys are near.
What did MG say about Kotlo?
Nothing good happens past 2 a.m.
What did Kotlo do to sever your relationship with him?
No.
It's pretty bad what Kotlo did to MG.
I keep secrets. I never, ever.
He did her wrong. He did the whole music community wrong. Thief. He's a thief. He's related to the Walkers.
Look, I don't know David personally, directly. I just know things.
Yeah. Do you know Lana? The lunch lady Lana?
I do not.
Lana Jones? Steve's mistress?
Are you okay? You're just being silly, right? That's not true.
That's 100% her. She doesn't arm wrestle though. She makes lunch for the kids.
Frank's hogs.
Like a lunch lady flap under here.
No, I do too. I'm old. Come on, leave me alone. I'm cute.
Yeah.
I'm lovable. I'm cute, but I'm chubby. I mean, I'm kind of chubby.
That's her.
Did Carlo crank hog?
Hey, fuck that guy. Fucking look like he has downs. Anyway, I don't like him, dude. I don't like him because he's always been dirty to 98, and now I find out the whole goddamn family's like that. They like are going up to people saying, Ryan's telling people this, and he said he heard it from you. To people that I like, it's just false.
Dude, that's a pretty good Adam Sandler impression.
It's just false. A Chalamet. Did you see him do that? At the Grammys, or whatever it was. Timothy Chalamet.
Oh yeah. Dude, that's a good actor, Timothy.
Oh yeah, for sure, dude. Did you watch that fucking movie he did as what's his name? It's fucking really good.
As the fucking singer?
Yeah.
I didn't know.
I watched it. It was really good. And then I thought Dune, he was good in Dune too, dude.
Mm-hmm.
And what's the other one where he was like,
Dune 2?
No. Fucking Moose Knuckle 3? No, it was fucking where he becomes like the king. He was really good in that too, where he was just like a drunkard.
Yeah.
And then his brother became king, and then he fucking
I
took
haven't
over.
seen that one. I've seen
Filthy
it.
co-eds?
So good.
Yeah.
What is it?
Filthy co-eds?
Yeah. It's fucking urethra fucking Dave's fucking kidney stone. The movie. Dude, we should do an arm wrestling movie to compete with Greg.
Arm break.
Yeah, name it something different, dude. Like
the king.
Hog Crank.
The king.
Rehab. Pedophile Rehab, the movie. We're casting children in the movie.
The Great American Bash.
Auditions are starting. Name it Breaking Arms. Yeah, dude. We just take it one step further. It's like, oh, you got fucking arm break. We got spiral fracture. The movie. We have torn pectoral. We have
torn labrum.
Yeah, we have fucking rotator cuff mayhem.
Wrist fracture.
Everything's an injury. The whole fucking movie.
Every sequel is another injury.
Yeah. Spiral fracture 2. Heavy lifting.
Cleft bicep.
Yeah. Torn uterus. Might not be able to bottom out, but I'll sure shred the sides. Oh man, you ever been fucked by a tuna can? Oh man, I shouldn't have drank tonight. Fuck. I've been off the whole show, and I think that's why, because I don't ever drink. And I drank.
Should have told me. I would have drank with you.
Had some of the. Well, I did at that fucking weird
Oh,
parent.
the parent. Oh, that was tonight.
That was tonight, dude. I don't think I'm ever getting invited back, but.
Do you need an invite back? You could just probably go in, right? Just invite yourself.
I should have fucking arm wrestled them all and left and just dominated all the dads. Probably still would have lost to these fucking non-arm wrestling dads.
Just make sure it's Aries.
I drink kava tonight. Nice.
Well, I don't know what that is.
Is
it gay?
Yeah, caca. Man. Yeah, we should do something, dude. I like seeing Greg's work as far as him filming his matches from a fucking weird cell phone and then call it a movie. We could easily fucking make it. I mean, we got Josh Tossadori, the camera guy. We could make a movie, dude. What could it be about, dude? We need like a theme for the movie, like. I got to think on it. I shouldn't think about it tonight. I have to do it on a night where I'm not in the mode I'm in.
You should definitely think about it tonight.
So, Ryan, are you saying that you don't drink during the podcast?
I don't drink. Yeah. Have I ever drank on the podcast? I think I did a few times.
Rarely.
Very rarely, though. Yeah.
Almost never happens.
Can you imagine how it would be drunk? Look how it is with me sober. It would probably get fucking crazy.
All right. Sounds like me. So I should not ever come back because when I drink.
We'd be killing
We'll do it next week. We'll drink.
We'd be killing people live, dude. Oh, I'd call a whole bunch more people than normal.
Be a good time.
Interesting.
Huh. Yeah. Maybe have one podcast where we all get drunk on it. We take shots every time MJ shows
viscosity.
Every time MJ shows her areola. We fucking take a shot.
Every time?
Every single time we take a shot.
Every time?
I don't know. It's not the same without Cole here and his reactions.
Yeah.
like he saw a breast for the first time in his life.
Okay, you know what? I'll take you up on that, but we'll make it a trivia night. It has to be trivia, pure trivia.
All
And
right.
every time I win, because I will win.
Ask Dave Shubich a trivia question.
Let's do it now.
Shit.
There you go.
David Marr, dude.
All right.
Did you go check with your wife first?
Can you read that too?
She can join. It's okay.
What does that say?
She can join in. Huh?
Chicks dig big peckers.
Pickles.
Yeah.
Know what it says?
Yeah.
Nice. Hell yeah, dude. Are there any chicks out there that dig small peckers?
Size is irrelevant.
Sounds like a fetish.
It's the motion of the ocean.
Irrelevant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Irrelevant.
As
Not
long as you
saying-
know it. As
So
long
how
as
you
you're
use it.
going with it.
And for the losers who care about size, nah. Then you find different ways.
You
Use
just
your
wait
mouth,
till
your
I
fingers.
usually, you just wait till the girl says I can't feel anything, and then you're like, fuck it, I'll lick it.
Okay.
I'm getting
All right.
more
No,
penetration with my
seriously.
tongue in my penis.
You want to do a trivia podcast? I don't understand podcasts. I don't understand anything of this, but
All right, ask a question. Ask a trivia question, and we'll see if Dave Shubich can answer it.
Yeah. I got Google right here. So ask
I
away.
got ChatGPT open. I got talk to text Google open. So as soon as you read it, Google's going to tell me the answer.
no, you don't. No, that's not how it is. That's not.
I'm just
No.
What's your question?
All right, let's.
Are they arm wrestling related?
Yes, it's huge.
What's the capital of my nutsack?
What's the cut?
Okay. Shut up. Okay.
You want to know
Okay.
the cut?
This is completely random out of nowhere.
Is Dave
quickly.
Shubich circumcised? Yes or no?
100% yes.
Answers may surprise you.
Oh, wrong.
100% yes. 100% yes. No, it's yes. It's yes.
All right, what's up? You got a question?
Show her your little elephant trunk. Anyway, what do you got? Let's
go.
What's your trivia question?
In the messenger.
Okay.
Dude, your nipple's bigger than my penis, so it's gonna be
All right. What
unfair
is
game.
okay? What is España?
Yeah.
Busiest port.
Busiest
Think
port.
hard. Think hard.
Do they even have a port?
What is
If
You
I
have
had
to know
guess,
geography. It's
if I had to
geography.
guess, I would go with Valencia. Shubich, what's your guess?
They have that one that Strait of Gibraltar, right? I don't know how to pronounce it.
Gibraltar?
Too well. But they have like that one. I don't know how to like pronounce it too well, like because I don't habla español like that. But
it doesn't have a real
I
hard
think it's
left curve like your penis.
Porte de Algeciras or something like that.
Barcelona.
No, you're wrong.
Okay. Here's a different one. Here's a different one. What is the study of mushrooms?
What is?
What's the study of mushrooms?
Fungi, something.
It's a Nanya. No, I actually know the answer to that because I have a friend that fucking grows mushrooms, and it's like mycology or some shit.
Yeah, it's
It
like
is
mycology.
Ryan.
Mycology. Not your ecology, mycology.
Dude, there has to be a joke in there about heads.
Yeah, mushroom heads. I thought about growing mushrooms.
Okay.
but-
Listen. Which Apollo mission was launched on April 11th, 1970?
Would it be the 11th?
I would go with the
I was going to guess 11.
I would go with the famous one, Apollo 13, like the movie.
Oh my God, Ryan, my dick is getting harder for you.
Oh, dude, I knew it. I knew it, man. That sucks. You have a bigger dick than I do.
I know. God, all those 4 inches.
The only reason I am guessing that is because they made a fucking movie of Apollo 13, so it has to be significant in some way. They didn't make Apollo 8, the movie, you know? How many of those Apollos failed before fucking the 13th one?
Okay. Here's an easy. This is
Yeah, that
easy
was a question
chemistry.
for you. You didn't answer that.
Yeah, right?
Okay, easy chemistry. What is the chemical symbol for gold?
AU.
For gold? Yeah, I think he's right.
Ooh, Shubich.
I think Shubich is right.
Does he gets my
Because
right?
Shubich is Russian, like he buys gold, so his family has a dash of gold in their house.
Nice.
Gold. Okay.
Are
All
you on
right.
like trivia.com and just coming up with these random questions, or
I do whatever I want to do. What is the capital of Bhutan?
how do you spell Bhutan?
BHUT.
Okay, you know what? David wins just because he knew how to spell it. I don't care.
I didn't know what the capital would be though.
It doesn't matter that you knew how to spell Bhutan.
We pass.
It's spelled button.
All right, now no one gets shoulders.
Benjamin Bhutan.
Yeah.
All right, keep going.
All right.
More
I'll keep
questions. More areolas.
Okay. What is the largest? No, let's not do that one.
On the call.
Largest penis on the podcast. I would say David Marr.
On the call.
It's always the smallest guy with a giant pecker.
Okay.
Dave,
some of these are way too easy, and I don't want to do them.
But you'll be surprised what if
give
you
us
come home.
give us a hard
okay.
Give us a hard one. Hard.
Okay.
Hard R.
In what year was the first iPhone released?
Oh my God.
2007.
Oh God, David.
No way.
Again, right?
Yeah, you know what? It's probably right around that time. 2008, I would have guessed, but that's probably right.
I'm gonna go make myself a drink.
It's 07. It's 07.
Drink your own semen.
I'll drink semen right now.
Too.
Okay.
Oh, Drew guessed.
Okay.
Oh, we got some guesses from the crowd too. Drew said 2006.
Hey, that's enough from the riffraff.
See?
All right, what's the next question?
Okay. Okay. David's gonna get this, but I'm gonna say it. Who was the last Tsar of Russia?
Tsar Nicholas II. I don't know.
Oh shoot, that gets
What did he say?
Back
Nicholas II. Yeah, that's probably right. I would say it was Richard III.
I can't think. I'm away from the thing.
It was probably
David Marr,
Elon
I
Musk.
only care about you.
Elon Musk first.
But I don't know any of these answers.
Just a second.
Who was it?
Nicholas II.
Really?
Nicholas
Yeah.
Cleavage III.
Okay. Real quick. Who wrote Catcher in the Rye?
Oh my God. I don't know.
Emily Dickerson. I don't know. I don't read books. It sounded smart.
Salinger.
Yes, and I know you're cheating.
Me?
David. Or Ryan.
Not cheating.
Sorry.
I'll leave my hands up.
Oh yeah? It's JD Salinger.
Oh,
You're using something.
I didn't know the JD part. I just knew Salinger.
JD
Okay.
Fox.
What's the next question?
Okay. Which musical band, released the album Dark Side of the Moon?
Oh, come on. That's a silly question.
No one's answered it.
Pink Floyd, dude. Come on. Fucking, that's just silly.
Purple Floyd.
How many shades of Floyd?
How many shades of
Like,
pink is
the
it?
whole
guys
crowd
are
was like
the
Pink
worst.
Floyd, easy, duh.
Yeah, so answer faster, stupid.
Answer
Okay.
faster.
What trees produce acorns?
Marijuana.
Maple trees.
Yeah. No, it's I know this because
Oak trees.
I'm
Oak.
a woodworker and it's oak, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's right.
David Marr.
Solid oak. Hard oak is one of the harder
Pocus.
woods. It's a hard wood.
Scientific name Ocus Pocus tree.
Hocus
Okay.
pocus. I thought you were gonna
This
drink.
will be
not smoke
tricky for you.
weed.
This will be tricky.
Come on.
Okay. What year was Woodstock?
Oh, dude.
69.
Easy one because I was born in 1979 and it was 10 years before that.
Okay.
But it says
Okay.
69.
Okay. Now I'm going to make it harder.
I've been hard.
Oh, make it hard.
But what was the summer of love?
Summer of 69.
Summer of Love. I don't know. That I don't know. I know it was before 69, yeah. I don't know when, but I know it was before Woodstock.
All right. You guys want to keep going?
Summer of
I could go all
dicks.
night.
It's the summer of hard penis.
Yeah.
Shit.
Okay. What is the instrument? What is the instrument that Yo-Yo Ma plays?
Ooh. Fuck. It's not a violin. It's like that one that's almost like a violin but bigger.
Oh, a cello.
Cello.
Is that the next size up?
It's a cello, but you guys are cheating.
And,
You're cheating. Everybody cheating.
No, I only guessed it because he said it's bigger than a violin.
Okay. What is the name? Okay, I could go so much harder than this, and I would smoke
What's the name?
all of you.
Oh,
We can go harder as well.
don't tease us with the hardness.
Name of what?
Dolphin's cloaca.
What is the name? What is the name of our galaxy?
Milky Way.
Milky Way, yeah.
Oh, shoot it, coming in hard.
We learned that in school.
Who wrote
You guys
Pride
see-
and
you guys
Who
see
wrote
John
Pride and
Brown's-
Prejudice?
John Brown's space photos lately, dude, pretty good.
Who
John
wrote
Brown?
Pride and Prejudice?
I don't know. I don't read. I can't
why-
read.
Fucking A. I know the answer to that. It's a woman. Fuck. Jane something. I can't think of the last name.
All right, I'll give it to you, Jane Austen.
Yeah.
I'll measure my areolas later for you.
Live.
Okay, sure. Who co-founded Microsoft?
Melinda Gates.
Yeah, it was his wife.
Okay, you got Bill Gates. Now who else?
Hold
That was
on.
my answer, Bill Gates.
I know the answer because I watched the movie. Oh, man. Something Allen.
Allen. Yep.
Tell you what's not.
What's the first name?
John Allen.
John Allen?
Or Paul. Sorry.
Paul
I'm
Allen?
thinking of a guy named Paul Allen. John.
could-
Okay. Paul Allen. Bill Gates. Paul Allen.
Gotcha.
MG. Let me
What?
tell you what's not micro or soft.
Paul Allen went off to invent the fleshlight. Yeah, what's not Microsoft?
This guy.
Yeah, they named Microsoft off of Paul Allen's penis.
Oh.
Like, wow, that's Microsoft.
Whatever. I'm rich, so it doesn't matter. Okay.
Keep going.
I'm going.
Don't stop.
Yeah, how am I supposed to do coke off of that Microsoft
Don't
penis?
you fucking stop.
Okay.
It's just a
What?
bum.
Okay.
Don't you
What
fucking
year? What year? I know this answer. Did the Berlin Wall fall?
Ooh,
1991.
I know that answer, dude.
91.
Because I was
Baron
born.
Reagan?
Dude, this is funny because I was born in '79. Woodstock was 10 years before, and the Berlin Wall was 10 years after.
1989.
Because I was 10 years old when it came down.
89. 89. You get another shoulder. Ooh.
I knew it because those two things, Woodstock and that, were 10 years apart from the year I was born.
We kind of got that.
My cousin was a Mormon missionary when it fell, and he walked through the wall.
I have a piece of it in my kidney, and when I pass it, it's a stone from the Berlin Wall, from inhaling the dust from them tearing it down.
Idiot.
I'm serious.
So stupid.
I'm fucking serious, dude. Dave Shell's kidney stone is made out of Berlin Wall stone.
I cannot believe this. Okay. Who was the first female prime minister of the United Kingdom?
Who cares?
Good answer. Good answer.
Did I win? What did I win?
I will kill you. I will kill you.
I have no idea of that answer, dude.
Yes, you do. Come on. How could you not know? Okay, Drew, which I believe is probably Andrew.
It was
Yes, you're accurate.
Mother Teresa.
No, it's Thatcher. He already put the answer in there.
Margaret Thatcher. Oh, fuck that old bitch. How many dicks did she have to suck to get that position?
Nothing. Nothing. Okay. What is the second largest country by land mass?
Canada.
Oh, who got that?
Yeah, Canada's pretty big.
Canada? Big?
Canada's big, yeah.
Okay.
Big A.
How would it compare to your left breast? Can we do a comparison? Canada is 1,082,000 breasts.
Breast long or wide?
It's 3,782,000 3-inch areolas.
Dude, you could probably put in to fucking
How many
ChatGPT to calculate it out.
How many pubic inches?
Areolas.
We got to figure out the pubic inches.
Dude, can you please put that in? 3-inch areolas is like the fucking square mileage of Canada.
Don't.
It's an absurd number.
Hold on.
Okay, sorry.
1.310 million times 10 to the 14th power meters.
Okay, you're cheating. I know you're cheating.
That's how many 3-inch areolas.
You're cheating at this point. You're cheating.
Can you put that in feet? What the fuck is meters all about?
I mean, just multiply that number by 3.
No.
Okay. Let's go back to. Let's come back to center. What element is atomic number 1?
Say that again.
What element is atomic number 1?
That's hydrogen.
Yeah, water.
Hydrogen.
No, it's hydrogen. Yeah, you're right.
Oh, you both got it right.
Hold on.
Okay.
Okay. What is the smallest bone in the human body?
It's gonna be.
Is it skyphoid or something? Something in your ear.
It's a metatarsal.
Something.
It is. No, it's in your ear. You're right.
Yeah.
You're right, David.
How many times does 3 inches?
It's not the
Shut.
hyoid.
Oh my fuck.
Into
Jesus fucking Christ. Fuck the fuck.
Canadian.
Fuck.
Hyphoid?
It's called the stapes. It's the Stapies.
That's the one.
But you know what? If you want to do this live and like real, so people can't cheat, I'm all in. Any day, I will beat every one of your asses.
Just keep doing it right
Every
now.
one of you. What is the currency of Japan?
Oh, it's not won because that's Korean.
That's Chinese.
No, Chinese is something else. No.
Chinese is the won. Japanese. See, Drew's paying attention.
Sorry, I'm trying to find out how many areolas fit in Canada still.
Yen. They use yen, right?
Yes.
Nice.
Yes.
Go me. Go me.
Who invented the polio vaccine? I know you guys are cheating. It has to be live streamed. We can't.
Am I cheating right now?
Kevin Palco. Greg Sharp. Gregory Sharp. 2 G's.
Salt.
Who is Gregory
Salt.
All work and no play makes Greg Sharp a very dull boy.
Okay. All right. If you guys care about making your grass look green,
Food coloring in your water.
Nitrogen.
you already got it. Who is it? Who is it?
That was me.
What was the answer?
It's nitrogen if you want to make your grass green.
Abundant
do I get that?
gas in the element, or what's the most abundant gas in our atmosphere? It's
Is it
nitrogen.
hydrogen?
And nitrogen makes your grass green.
Oh. Sick.
Why is mine brown then?
Because you suck at doing lawn care. Boy. What is the capital of Australia?
Sydney.
Queensland.
I don't know.
Anyone? Canberra.
Care Bear.
Fuck those criminals. Fuck those
what's
criminals.
Okay, you know, let's just I'll freehand it. What's the capital of California?
Sacramento.
Oh, that's a shoulder.
Oh.
It's a little town called Gay Bear.
You're so stupid. You're so dumb.
Gregory Sharp, Gray Bear, California.
A little town called Tim Lewis.
You guys are the worst. All right. What is the longest
Penis you've ever had?
longer than yours? What is the longest river in South America?
Amazon.
Oh shit.
Amazon Prime.
I mean, that's like well known.
Is it well known? I don't know.
Amazon River, yeah.
Ooh.
I think it's one of the longest in the world,
It's
also.
like the second longest, yeah.
Yeah.
Should have answered faster.
It's like Dave Shewitt, second longest penis in this chat.
After mine.
Right after Dave Marr.
After mine. Okay. Who is the author of To Kill a Mockingbird?
Not you.
Wasn't me.
Who the fuck knows?
You should have asked me in 10th grade.
It's, I know her name. It's
it's a female. I see.
That's
yeah.
a shoulder right there.
Her name is I don't know. I have no idea, dude. Honestly.
It's Harper Lee.
I can't
now let's talk about the film.
I
Let's
can't
talk
type
about the
with 2 brass knuckles on.
You put brass knuckles on.
Yeah.
Okay. So who wrote, or I apologize, who starred in the film as Atticus Finch back in the 60s?
Way before my time.
In the 60s, dude? You got me, dude. I can.
Gregory Peck. Oh my God, he's so hot. Oh.
Jeez. Would you show us an erect nipple
Fuck no.
while thinking of him?
Nipples.
Throatable nipple.
Yeah.
All
You're
right.
ruining our show, dude.
Oh, I'll leave.
No,
I don't
keep
care.
asking questions.
No, keep going. This is fun.
Do you want to do a real show like this? Then I'll fucking do it. I'll smoke every one of you.
Some real questions.
Mm.
Okay.
Can we ask questions back?
Go ahead. Go for it right now.
All right, hold on.
There you go.
Put both your hands up. Yeah. Who is the author of the Wheel of Time series?
I don't know that answer.
Robert Jordan.
Can you pick your hands up above with your elbows above your forehead?
Reach for
Reach for the sky.
Yeah. Can you touch your elbows behind your back? Can you do a backflip?
No.
Can you do some JM curls real quick?
Can you do a shimmy?
Yeah, can you shimmy?
No.
Are you a dancer?
No.
All right. Anyway.
And just place your hands on your breast. Perfect.
Okay. Do something. Look. Okay.
What's the square root of 81?
9.
Yeah.
Okay.
Huh. What's the square root of 91?
Okay, that's not fair because that's not real.
Well, it's 9.5, 3939393.
Right.
Forever.
See, that's not real. That's not real. We're not going there.
What's the capital city of Spain?
Madrid.
Nice.
I'll keep my hands up.
Okay.
What's the most common fish people have sex with? Whatever. Don't answer. I don't care. But the answer is carp.
I was going to say a carp.
Carp.
Why? So they can get the
Sucker.
Yeah.
They have a thingy inside their mouths. I will go over to the river right now and pull
You ever
it
see
out.
that video? Teens with a fish, and the one kid's holding the fish, and fucking going like this, and the other kid's banging it. And I always watch that video and go, "Man, that's a good friend." You know what I mean? Like that fish holder is a hell of a friend, dude. What do you think that poor fish is
real
thinking?
trivia. It has to be
That
real
poor fish is like, not only did they take me out of the water and I'm having trouble breathing, and now they jam a penis in my mouth.
Now they face fuck the shit out of me.
Torture, dude. That's like a rare form of torture. We really got to start a non-arm wrestling podcast for these types of topics. You know?
So do it.
I will, dude. It's going to be called Brain Grope, where we molest every crevice of your brain.
Oh, I will destroy every one of you in trivia every time.
You're right, dude.
Okay. What's the longest bone in the human body?
Ooh.
That's going to be your femur.
Brain Grope with Dr. Ryan Grondin.
It's a femur. It's your femur.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it definitely is a femur. Well, it depends.
Yeah.
No, it's a femur.
When did the Titanic sink?
Depends on your nationality. What was your question?
When did the Titanic sink?
1912.
Mm-hmm. I mean, these are all easy. I'm asking.
Okay,
like,
find something hard.
Chat. Well, there's only one thing in the room right now.
What does your nipple taste like? I'm going to guess vinegar.
Pennies.
Penny. Yeah.
Your door keys. Just kidding. They're not pierced.
What's the longest river in Europe?
Europe? I feel like that's going to be the Danube.
No, it's the Volga River. Damn it. Volga. What's the capital of Iceland?
Reykjavik.
Nice. How many symphonies did Beethoven compose?
What's a 4-letter word that ends in K and means the same as intercourse? Talk.
For Shubik, it's going to be
It's
maybe
Shubich.
14. And then for Ryan,
What? What are you guessing?
I'm not going to even say the word.
What? My penis? What are we talking about?
You said a 4-letter word that ends with a K.
Yeah, that means the same as intercourse. It's talk. All right. What's hairy on the outside and soft and wet on the inside? And it starts with the letter C and ends with the letter T. Coconut.
I thought this was going to be serious trivia. This is riddle trivia.
All right.
Fair enough.
All right, I'll switch it up.
What's the only country whose flag is not square or rectangular?
Okay. It's 2 triangles.
Uh-huh.
And it's I feel like it's Middle Eastern, like Lebanon or
It's Malaysia.
damn it.
It's not Middle Eastern, but Eastern. But in the middle of someplace, for sure.
It's not Malaysia.
No.
It's not. Damn it. Okay, I give up. What?
Google
Nepal.
just told me.
Nepal.
Nepal, Italia.
Yep.
Guys, nothing good happens past 2 a.m. and it's late for you. You should go to bed.
What time is it?
Did you get that from what was that one show? Fuck. I don't remember.
It's from me.
New Girl. Is it New Girl? I think they have
I
a
wouldn't
saying
know.
there. Nothing
I have
happens.
no idea.
Nothing good happens after 2 a.m.
I get it from a song.
Yes or no?
Who was the first woman to
Squidward
win
a
a Nobel
mollusk?
Peace Prize?
Okay, sorry. 1 second. Ryan, you go first.
What was the question?
Cum dumpster.
What was the question? I missed
Who
it.
was the first woman to win a Nobel Prize?
Curie, Madame Curie.
First woman?
Yeah.
Madame Curie.
Oh, who cares?
Would you? Good answer. I'll accept that as well.
Oh, you guys are so
I don't know why they bothered to write it down.
You guys do really understand that I am quite liberal, right? Everyone knows this, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay, making sure.
Okay. What's the term for a word that is spelled the same forward and backward?
That's a palindrome.
Yeah.
A lot of people would come in to get tattoos like that back in the day.
Like what?
That you could read forward and backwards or right side up and right side down. And
Lame. Get tattoos that don't mean anything. Get like a fucking 4-leaf clover with like a chainsaw with like a.
I have a
mini
little
man.
boy. I have a tattoo of a little boy holding a fetus in a jar with a bow on it. True story.
Oh God. Okay. No,
I have
really.
the
No.
Unabomber.
I know it's 2:30. I know it's 2:30. You guys should really go
No,
to
it's
bed.
not. It's 2:28.
All right, you get 2 minutes.
I have a tattoo of a baby holding a grenade and the pin in the other hand.
I have a tattoo of a baby holding an apple. It's on my penis.
with a bite taken out of it.
You're terrible. You guys are terrible. All right, Rhode Island, Luxembourg, Vatican City. Vatican City is the smallest, followed by Luxembourg, followed by Rhode Island.
What's the smallest unit of matter?
Isn't
A
it like
quark?
a plank?
I don't know. This is just the questions. They don't have the answers. Seriously. I have
That's
no
not how
idea.
trivia works.
Well, they didn't fucking put the answers. What do you want me to do? I'm just asking the question. You guys could be right.
So when are you gonna get brain grope registered, friend?
I can fucking start that shit tomorrow, dude.
Whew.
Would you guys come on it and just like have total fucking mayhem the whole time?
I'll come in it.
Yep.
I'm on it. Yeah, dude. If you come in the show, like,
You don't pull out of the show?
dude, did you see that clip of
I never pull out.
what's his name?
Penis.
What the fuck's his name? Theo Vaughn and fucking A.
Joseph Rogan.
No. Cat Williams. Them going back and forth. Oh my god, dude.
In a good way, like fun,
Like
riffy
Cat
talking
Williams
stuff?
is talking about how he has ducks, and so he pulled up a duck. Like Theo Vaughn went to pull up a duck on the internet, and it was a mallard, and he called it Mallard Luther King. I was like,
Oh, 'cause it was a brown duck, right?
yeah, and
I
then
did see that, yeah.
he goes, you know, had you ever? He asked Cat Williams, he's like, had you ever met Bill Cosby? You know, before he had troubles, and Cat Williams just goes, by troubles, do you mean raping people? It was so funny because then like Theo just like lost it, you know. There's certain people that you put them in a room together and it's hilarious.
Yep.
You know. And
Gang, gang. We got the liberal.
oh, John Bailey in the house. What's up, John Bailey? Yeah, there's a lot of good comedy these days, but there's also a lot that's just kind of like not funny.
You know what's like really died out? It's just those comedy movies like from the 2000s.
Yeah.
Like you don't get that at all.
No, not at all. And the ones these days, like the comedy isn't like comedy. It's like weird. It's like I don't know, man. It's like PC.
A lot of it's like
comedy.
social commentary. Just like
Yeah.
oh, hey, this is kind of funny. This past couple of years, this was
Is that
a
weird?
trending topic.
Do you think it's because of like, you know, the kids these days are offended more than we were back? Like, I mean, my generation, we don't get offended by anything. Gen X.
I think it's also
You know,
the
and then it
kids
was like
being-
millennials, and now what are we at? Fucking Z, Y, I don't know.
I think that's the case, but also people are being told how to feel too. Like almost like the kids today are offended because that they're being told that they're offended when they're not, like when they don't really feel any type of way.
Yeah.
They're just kids being kids, like and they're not doing anything. It's just kind of just a
It's
media.
like
media
they're being
kind of
taught to
craze.
be offended.
Yeah.
Like, you guys should be offended by this.
Yeah.
I'm like totally raising my daughter to be a Gen Xer, which makes her kind of weird with other kids, but
No, that's what my kids are like.
yeah.
How are your girls?
Freaking awesome.
Can we see them?
Didn't we I think we met the one once, right, on here?
Oh, you've met him.
He was like with her boyfriend.
Every dude, no one gets a Greer girl, but yeah, the oldest. I mean, you can find her. Obviously, you guys know who I am. You can find out who she is just by Facebook.
I've been friends with her for 6 months.
And then,
On,
and
her
then the
OnlyFans, on her OnlyFans.
That's the other one. They've been raised so differently because I traumatized them. I made like them watch like weird fucking movies when they were little.
Porn.
Like, look at it. Look at it.
You ever seen
Lot of
double
porn.
midgetation? Here, Google double midgetation real quick.
What the fuck?
Can you describe what that is?
I'm too scared.
Double vegetation? Is that what you said?
Yeah, Google it, dude. Great movie. Hit the images. It's an adult DVD.
No. We don't watch pornography.
These little midget aliens.
I was raised
Me and some of my friends
LDS.
used to get
Come
each other
on.
like joke Christmas gifts, and I got a DVD and it said double midgetation. I'm like, what is this? And it was literally like a porn of like these two little alien midgets that just have a weird message.
He doesn't even.
It's real, right? I didn't make that up.
Unbelievable. You're unbelievable. You three go to bed. And
Double
yes, I will play your
midgetation.
game. If you want real trivia and you can figure out a way to pull it off so no one can cheat.
We could do it. You'd have to everybody would have to have their hands up, probably. You know?
I always need at least one hand down if you're on there.
AI. They're gonna have their phones up and everything. It's not fun when
Look
it's
at
not
brass
real.
knuckles on.
Brass knuckles.
Everyone has to have their hands covering their areolas.
Shirts off, but areolas covered.
Yeah, covered.
Dude, that's
Right.
the only way you could like really
Smell your hand. Jesus.
look at those bazookas.
Look at those warlocks. Did you see those warlocks? You see those warlocks? What movie was that from?
Super bad.
Bad.
Hell yeah.
2006.
Did you
That
see
movie was awesome.
Seven
Did you
or
see
eight.
those warlocks? And he has to
Yeah.
run and go look at them again.
That's
So check those babies out.
Like, we don't
When
have
that movie came out, that was like the pinnacle of like that style of humor where it was just over the top.
Yeah.
In a movie.
Jonah Hill, him coming out.
Yeah. Oh, dude.
My
when he's
big
dancing-
bottle of lube.
He's dancing with a chick and he gets the period blood on his jeans.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right.
God.
Look over Period Brothers.
It's like, we've
And
all
who
been
even
there.
cares? Who cares about period blood? That's for amateurs.
Yeah.
Seriously. For
Shubich has 6 pairs of Red Wings.
Yeah, yeah.
He earned his Red Wings.
Yeah, it's not deterred me either.
He has iron in his blood. His iron content is higher than the average male.
Fucking Joker face.
Yeah. Why do you think he looks younger than me and David? Because he just drinks period blood.
and adrenochrome.
Good menstrual blood.
You guys are out of control.
He's out there cleaning house.
See this smile, but with red around it.
I can only get women that have already gone through menopause.
This is off the rails.
And,
Okay, okay.
even then, I have to like knock them unconscious. I had to Bill Cosby these motherfuckers out. They're wild.
Oh my god, this is so off the rails. Okay.
Can you imagine waking up to Bill Cosby hovering over you, all out of breath, sweaty?
Hello.
It's hot in here. Let me take this Cosby sweater off.
Good.
All right. I am leaving. I really do have a funeral tomorrow.
Who'd you kill? Jesus.
Gang.
You're not supposed to go to their funerals.
You have no idea.
I stopped going to funerals.
I got to go to this one.
Not allowed within 500 feet of a dead body.
Did you end up making up with that one chick that ratted you out?
Oh, yeah. Are you guys friends again?
Dude, what is her name? What the fuck was her name?
Bon Queequee.
No, dude. We had her name because she kept saying it.
Yeah.
Fuck. It started with a C.
Lana.
Cindy.
Cindy, are you friends with that bitch? Are you friends with that fucking rat bitch that fucking ratted you out? What a bitch ass. Did she leave? Is she frozen?
Are you talking about me?
Yeah, your friend that ratted you out, dude.
It's Cindy, right?
The reason you got on the bracelet, the anklet. That
Cammy.
chick. Are you still
Cammy.
friends with that
It
bitch?
was Cammy.
Cammy. Fucking bitch, Cammy.
Yes.
Cammy, if you're watching this, you're a bitch.
You don't. She doesn't watch anything.
Stupid bitch.
She can't watch anything at all because she's dead.
Never trust women, dude. They fucking rat on you.
It's okay.
It's her funeral.
Are you friends with her still, or
Cammy?
Absolutely not.
did you get over it,
in
or
the fucking ground?
I've forgiven her. He
is that,
doesn't know that.
are you going to her funeral tomorrow? Cammy, dude, the minute you said her name, I'm like, bitch. I knew she was a fucking.
I never liked
out
her
of the
anyway.
gate. Cammy.
If you guys want to know the whole
starts
story,
like
I'll tell
sounds
you.
like cunt, Cammy, same syllables. Bitch.
This is where Utah gets really weird, and there's a lot of really weird.
Bitch.
Utah. There's lots of weird bitches out there.
Well, they're really hot because I know
Bitches
that you
get
would fall
snitches.
for it.
Bitches get snitches. Stitches. Snitches get stitches, and bitches and witches.
And britches.
Riches.
Stronger than that.
Did you have her murdered?
Did you have her disappeared?
Yeah.
Do you mean alivened?
Unalive.
Unalived.
No,
That's ridiculous. Like,
alivened.
you can't say fucking dead or murdered. You have to say unalive.
Deleted.
Alivened.
Killed.
Absolutely
Put to
not.
death.
Absolutely not.
What happened to her? Why is she such a bitch?
Why'd she die? Cause of death?
Why is Cammy such a fucking whore bitch?
Stupid bitch.
You guys are terrible.
Dumb bitch, Cammy.
Bitch.
What's her last name?
Bitch.
Okay. Cammy the cunt.
Shoot,
Cammy,
bitch.
Bitch ass Cammy.
Okay.
Hey, Cammy, if you're watching, you're a bitch.
Yeah,
Not watching.
You're a
Doesn't
fucking bitch,
matter.
Cammy.
fucking dirty bitch.
The new fucking fuck Karens, dude. You're a Cammy. Fucking rat bitch.
Maybe you should go buy her some Lululemons
She's a
and
fucking snake, dude.
she can drive her SUV behind you. And
No, spandex is a privilege, not a right.
yeah, well, she's quite beautiful.
Yeah, right.
Oh yeah.
Maybe on the outside, but she's a fucking bitch on the inside.
Well, on the outside, she's a 10.
Fuck that bitch.
She's a 10.
I don't go
Are
for
her
looks.
boobies big?
I go for people that aren't bitch on the inside of the vagina. What does she look like? Can you show us?
No, you're gonna do a reverse image search and you'll find her.
Cammy is a bitch.
Look, I'll tell you all about it later.
I don't care how hot
Guys,
she is, dude. She was a
go
fucking bitch.
to bed.
Most of the hotties are bitches.
Yeah.
Avoid. Look. Find an ugly girl. Those are the best girls.
Yep.
We got you.
Hey, I married one.
I'm a passable person, but I will
My wife married one.
fuck up everybody who doesn't. Whatever. All right, I gotta go to bed. Go to bed. And let's
My
do
wife's a
trivia.
bitch, so.
Yeah. Hopefully she doesn't watch our podcast.
Of course she does. She doesn't know how to use a computer because she's on her fucking phone like a fucking infant.
Because she's a stupid bitch.
Yeah, Jesus. Fuck that guy.
Fuck that guy.
I found her.
Bitch.
I found her.
You found Cammy?
I'm Cammy. Hold on.
All right.
She fucking looks like a bitch, dude.
Looks like got resting bitch face. Got
No.
bitch written all over her face.
We could find her on Meredith's fucking
Bitch. Little bitch.
Dude, imagine she gets all these fucking messages from arm wrestlers like, you fucking bitch.
Baby back bitch.
What did I do? What is wrong? You know what you fucking did, bitch.
You fucking bitch.
I'm trying to find her for real. Like, she has some old posts. Like, maybe she liked one of her pictures or something. You know? There she is, Cammy, fucking cunt. Dude, how many fucking arm wrestlers are up this bitch's ass now from our podcast? She's friends with like fucking 100 arm wrestlers. Oh my God.
Oh, they request, well, probably because there's no way to get a hold of me, but the old lady gets requests all the time. It's like, who the fuck's this guy?
Yeah.
I don't know. Said the arm wrestles.
Look, you're not on Facebook, so I fucking tag your wife for everything.
Well, that's what I told her. I was like, you sign up for this community thing? She said, yeah. I was like, well, that's where you're getting them from.
Yeah, like I tag her if it's something I want you to see.
Yeah.
She's probably like, man, this fucking guy. Come on, Cammy, where are you? Where are you, you fucking bitch? I don't know why. God damn, dude, Shubich has liked every one of her posts down her whole fucking page.
Damn
Even
right.
pictures of like her kids.
That's shoddy.
Damn, dude, you're trying to get in those DMs, huh?
And
You want
those
a,
double-
you want a
those double
threesome
DMs.
with Meredith and that bitch Cammy. Fucking what a bitch, dude. Cammy. Trying to go way down here.
Yeah, I'm trying to go like
When they
down, too.
were friends, you know. I can't. She doesn't let. You can't
Maybe
view
she
her whole
unfollowed
friends
that
list.
bitch.
Cammy. Is it Cammy with a K?
I think Cammy with the C would be hotter.
Yeah.
Maybe it's spelled cummy.
I don't think she has any female friends. Dude. This is all dudes liking all her fucking things. They're thinking, if I like her picture, I'm getting a fucking blowjob, no problem. Even Chris Warren, dude. That weird little snaky guy.
The fucking Captain Pretentious.
Yeah, what happened to him, dude?
Captain
Dude, he
Bitch.
like literally fucking like we invited him into a chat. We were like saying specific things, and he like ran back and told like Paul Lynn and Devin and Engen and all this shit. And then Engen did a post about it, and it was all like fake shit that we talked about purposely to see who was the snake in the chat, and it was him. Like, oh, busted. Oh, I thought I just saw, but it said Casey. Dude, she told me some pretty fucked up shit about Cotlow.
Like what?
He did some sort of scam in the music industry, selling tickets that were like fake, and then like didn't reimburse everyone and like kept the money. Like he did some sort of major thing where they like it was like very shunned upon, and he didn't get fired, but like they made him quit his job and go somewhere else because he did some really fucked up shady stuff. It's like, damn, dude. You think she's lying to us, and it's this Caroline bitch?
I'm gonna send you something on Instagram.
Bitch.
Is it Cammy?
It's somebody with a Cammy name, yeah.
Let's see. Her name's Camel Toe.
Full name Camel Toe.
For short, they just call me Cammy. It's short for Camel Toe. It's short for thick bitch. They used to call me Cunty in school, and now it's Cammy.
Nickname's Knuckles.
Moose Knuckle.
Could be her.
Bitch.
Cammy Page. Oh. Is that her last name or it's her page? Oh, yeah, that could be her, dude. Oh, yeah, she looks like a teller. Fucking tattletale cunt bitch. Why is all her stuff lesbian stuff?
Dude, yeah, it is. It's all like pride and shit. And her husband looks just like her.
Fucking ugly kid.
Whoa.
Fucking kid's a bitch.
Yeah, little fucking
Wonderful
bitch.
family, man.
Your kid's a fucking bitch, dude.
Little baby bitch.
Yeah, your fucking husband looks like a bitch, too. Whole family's a bunch of bitches. That could be her, dude. Want to fight her husband? He definitely doesn't arm wrestle. Look at this faggot.
Baggy bitch.
Right? I'm gonna message her, fucking bitch. Family of bitches right here. That's funny. I'm gonna have to launch that other podcast too, because we gotta not have these crazy times on the 98 one.
Well,
We have
you
some,
gotta. When are you
we
gonna
have some
launch it? Though?
huge things coming up, dude, that are you guys aren't even gonna believe the shit that we got going on. We had multiple people reach out to us that want to be a franchise of 98 so that they can throw tournaments as 98. So we might have like some franchisees across the whole country doing 98 tournaments where that would make Winter Blast almost like a legit nationals.
Be sweet.
That would
I
be
can't
cool.
wait for the drama.
Oh, that's going to cause so much trouble, dude.
Fucks it up, and you could just harp on them.
Well, like the contract that I had my lawyer write up a contract for the franchise and kind of modified it to fit what we need for 98. And you know, I can pretty much cancel at any time, you know, just in case they're not doing stuff to our standards. But for the most part, I talked to Corey Miller too, and like we're going to be able to offer them like free software and like a lot of cool perks for being under the 98 franchise. You know, like use of our medals guys and our t-shirt companies that we use and all that stuff, things like that. So it's going to be pretty cool if we get the right people involved, you know.
Is WSA going to be part of the franchise system?
It's going to be WSA. It's going to be Tim Talmadge and his promotion and James Reed. And then we were thinking of throwing Steve Fernandez in there and the Walkers. They're going to join forces. The fucking Walker. The Walker ring of fucking crime. Motherfucking fired for stealing from your work type people.
Can you get beast mode from down south to run into that?
Yeah, get beast mode. They're gonna be our financial advisors. We need a fucking.
And since you guys are doing super matches now, can you guys get Knuckles up?
We're gonna rely on ticket sales to pay everybody.
Dude, does Eric not realize that like other promotions did super matches before Mac?
He's new.
Every time we bring up super match, he's like, that sounds awfully a lot like the Mac super matches. And I'm like, super match is a super match. No, it doesn't sound like that because we're not on a fucking Mac table.
No, he's new, and
Yeah.
I guess Ian Carnegie being like a somewhat bigger name in the sport than what he's used to.
Yeah,
kind of imprinted on him, and
oh,
they gave him a nice opportunity.
Oh, he's definitely been imprinted on. I did.
Yeah.
Mushroom imprinted.
I'm just excited.
Yeah. I mean, like Twilight imprinted. You know?
Yeah.
No, I get it. He's a young kid, and he fucking, you know,
excited
opportunities. I just hope it doesn't go to his head, you know, because he seems like a good kid, but I could see that he could get derailed if he lets it go to his head.
I'll shut him down. Don't worry.
Fucking knock him down, dude. Fuck, he's a bitch, dude. Eric's a bitch. Everybody's a bitch.
I can't stand by that.
Key word is bitch tonight.
Shoe bitch.
Shoe bitch. The bitch. Shoe bitch is the king bitch.
Damn right.
Oh my god, dude. My neighbor's like AC kicked on.
Dude, is that your
And I can
Grubhub?
fucking hear it from inside my house. Oh no, it's raining. Never mind. It's like fucking downpour rain.
Oh, I thought that was your DoorDash.
Oh, I forgot to DoorDash. Just kidding, dude. I DoorDash in advance. That shit's waiting in the fridge. I'm gonna have to shut the windows, dude. That's crazy. Wow. Anyway, is it raining where you guys are?
Nope.
It was.
It's coming. I don't know if it came from up there and coming down here or if it's headed towards you. I'm not sure.
No, I already came.
Yeah.
It's not rain, dude. I'm showering myself with semen.
Fucking geyser.
Yeah.
Old Faithful.
Would you guys come on the other podcast if we start one that's just going to be like nutty?
Yep.
Ladder nutting.
I wrote a whole bit, dude, on the gold bond masturbation stuff. It's going to be like the first episode.
What nights were you thinking of doing that?
I don't know. What night do you suggest, David?
Fucking Saturday morning.
Saturday morning. Just do it right now. That would be smart to end the 98 podcast at a good hour and then just go right into the new podcast with like us usual suspects.
I don't hate it at all.
What's that?
I don't hate that idea at all.
Like
I was thinking that too.
Shut it down at like 11 or 10 or something. Go on for just a couple hours on the 98 one and then switch her up.
Yeah, 98 could be like current events and like catching up on shit. And
Yeah.
then it's like boom.
Yeah, and then
after
just
hours
end
show
it.
right here.
And, we can do this as like the crazy one.
Uh-huh.
I think a lot of arm wrestlers would watch it just because it'll be like fully uncensored. But I don't know what the rules are with YouTube on just saying everything you want nilly-willy.
Well, if you want
I mean,
to
we haven't been shut down, but we also don't have that many followers.
It's true.
How many cunts are you allowed in one episode?
Won't you have like different like weird rules before you go live? That was a good thing in the beginning, right?
What, on ours?
Yeah. Or you could just go live, but you weren't able to be monetized for a while.
Oh yeah, like if certain things happen, you can't monetize it.
Yeah.
Like if you say fuck in the first thing, but pretty much I'm like, oh, fuck that guy Friday right in the opening sentence. FTG. Is there a day of the week that starts with a B that could be like bitch Ben's Day? Why don't we do it every week on the Sabbath?
Terrible.
Do it Sunday during church. The Church of Arm Wrestling, like Jimmy G had there for a while.
Yeah.
Whatever it was.
For a hiccup.
Fucking weird crackhead. I'm just gonna start speaking the truth on everything from now on, dude. Like, hey, if your family is a crime ring, I'm calling you out, dude. And I don't give a fuck if you guys want to fight me when you see me. Next time, if you come near me in that fucking amount of anger, it's not gonna go down the same way as it did last time.
Well,
I was very generous to let someone get near me screaming like that in my face. I screamed back, but normally, if someone got within like striking distance of me in that amount of anger, like I'm fucking ending it right there before anything can happen.
Like you're gonna kill yourself, or
yeah, turn around, slit my throat, and be like, "You're not killing me. I'm killing myself, sucker."
I'm ending it right there. Fuck that shit.
Yeah. James Reed wants to fight when my shoulder's better. I'll fucking rip my own arm off and slap him in the face with my fucking limp hand. You know who's really mad at me is Crazy Uncle Jim. Crazy Uncle Jim is really mad at me. Like, remember the other podcast? Like, he got real nasty on the podcast with everyone, and then like,
yeah, he was being fucked up.
Yeah, booted him, and then he came into the chat the next time. And
Yeah,
I told him to go amputate his hand. He got real mad at that, and then he said something else, and I was like, "Why don't you go relapse?" Oh, dude, he sent me this long fucking message about how when he's on drugs, he's in a dark place, and how dare I tell him to go to that dark place, and if he does go to that dark place, he's liable to kill me when he's in that dark place. He said dark place like 200 times. Like just dark
Just like
place,
he says, speed
dark
and timing
place,
like 200 times in a night.
dark place.
Speed and timing.
Yeah, speed and timing. Oh, dude. I was like, man, this dude's mental. He keeps saying the same thing on repeat.
He's always been mental. The whole time he's been mental.
Yeah. I mean, I met him that one time in Virginia. He was weird and was like, "You're gonna beat him, dude. I believe in you." It was like a fucking weirdo like that, you know? And I was like, okay, get away from me. Kept trying to buy me drinks, and I'm like, dude, I don't even drink.
Dude, do you have that one guy, Jim Mancini, reach out to you?
Yeah, he wants to start a practice in like our area, our neck of the woods.
Yeah. Dude, he hits me up every so often, like fucking telling me his whole fucking life story for like half an hour straight, like before I could even like respond to one message. He's got like a whole thread of like 21 messages.
Dude, you're lucky. I don't get that.
Oh my god. And like most recently, he was like at the last podcast you guys had. I wasn't able to come on because I was out for the night. And he's like, dude, you got to hop on. And I'm like, nah, dude, I can't. Like, I'm going to just try and tap in and see like what I could see. He's like, nah, dude, you got to get on.
And then he was like, fuck you, you bitch.
Dude, basically, like yesterday or like 2 days ago, he's like, dude, I thought you had like more personality. Like, I thought you were going to get on and stir the pot. I thought you weren't like these other guys. Basically, he just wanted me to be his little show pony and get on there and make him laugh.
Where you're like, I'm nobody's. I'm not. Whoa, what? I'm a clown to you. I'm funny.
Funny.
My only purpose is to make you laugh.
Like he'd send me like physique updates. Like, this is my form a year ago. This is my form now. Like, you think I'm strong? I feel like I could beat everybody. I'm trying to go to a tournament. I want to like arm wrestle these dudes. I'm like, dude, like arm wrestling is a whole different game. Like, you got to go to practice first before you can go to a tournament.
That's what I told him.
Super matches going.
I told him, dude, you got to start going to normal practices and really learn some technique and stuff. Like, you're not going to get it from videos and training at home. Like, come to a practice. But I think he got injured and was like just getting back into shape. Or,
well, yeah, because he's a bitch.
But yeah, I think he'll end up going to a practice and stuff.
I think he's gonna bitch out. Yeah, he was telling me that he could squat like 500 pounds and all this other shit. So like he's supposed to be like really strong.
Yeah, but dude, so could Weirdo Steven, but only at 40%. 40% of his max power.
It's like using 10% of your brain.
Whatever happened to him? Did he quit?
I was never around Weirdo Steve.
Never?
No.
Was that before your time?
Yeah.
Oh my god, dude!
Also not the same area.
Wasn't he from New York?
Unless by Weirdo Steve you mean Steve DeMatt.
No. I mean, he's weird too, but no. Megatron.
No, we never had anyone named Megatron here. We definitely know. Dave, have you ever heard of Megatron?
I mean, I have. I know Megatron.
I
think he changed his nickname. Dude, what's your thoughts on that tournament those guys are throwing in the like fucking strip club?
I don't look too much into it. Wasn't that all just going to be super matches?
No, now I don't know what it is, but they just had like that fundraiser tournament. Didn't have a very good turnout for that, and I think it's because they were promoting that at the same time as the other one, and there's a lot of people that will not go to a place like that for an event, you know?
Yeah, it's not going to get a lot of.
No, and they threw that event on like the day before Easter. Like, come on, no one's going to do that shit.
I like Pedro, but he's promoting like 5 different events all at the same time. Like,
yeah,
talk about where he's going, where he's going to be, and hyping up matches that are going to be some other day without like any like clear indication of what's going on and when.
Yeah, I think there's some confusion there.
Yeah.
The strip club thing, though, like, you know, like Steve Rosenblum tried that whole angle, and you know, he got shunned for it. Basically, like, nobody wanted to go to that. A lot of husbands, where like my wife will never let me go to that, and then a lot of people were like, religious reasons, like, no, I wouldn't go there, So you're limiting your fucking tournament right out of the gate.
Yeah.
Not a
Dude,
smart.
what happened to Matt Connolly? You guys beefing?
No, but he teamed up. Their AWE's doing stuff with Greg Sharp, so I think he kind of was like, man, I don't want to look like an asshole coming on 90. I don't know. I mean, he came on once since then, though.
Yeah, he's not on tonight. What's going on, man?
And you liked my post about how stupid it is to have a movie called fucking Armbreak.
That's not enough. He's
Just-
got to come on every night.
Yeah. Matt is great though, yeah. No, Matt is a good dude. I talk to him a lot, like off the podcast. He helped me design our media package.
Yeah. So what did RVJ do to piss you off?
He didn't do anything to piss me off. I just thought, if you're coming to an event that's a team thing, and you're talking about like, you didn't train and you're just coming off the couch and then you lose, you kind of let your team down.
Yeah.
I didn't mean it in an offensive way, but maybe probably should have taken it a little more serious and came in ready to go. I don't know.
Yeah. And he just pulled Saunders not too long ago. So
Yeah,
he might have
and
been
lost that.
Yeah.
And then he comes here and loses to Lee Weber, who I was beating in the side tables. No, I'm kidding. But, I don't know. I just felt like, that would have been the deciding factor. One more win, and we would have, we could have been the win for the Team USA. Plus, it didn't help. Like, Corey West probably would have won that match, and he backed out because of WSA and being a bitch. And then dude, if you're the champion of a league and you get paid mass money, and then they ban you and try to force you to choose, wouldn't you just be like, fuck off, nobody tells me what to do? And then that guy would have backed down and said, okay, we'll keep you, you're our champion.
Dude, he had an awesome opportunity to show that he's bigger than the league because of
who
he is.
Right. He could have totally shut that whole thing down, dude, with his
bitch.
Yeah.
Bitches.
Bitch.
I want my baby back, bitch.
Bitches get Mitches.
Chili's baby back, bitch.
It's starting to seem like bitches get riches. Dude, I don't know what Greg Sharp's business plan is. Though. Like, when you start banning people from your own event, and then you go and do, I'm going to start a movie called Armbreak in the arm wrestling community. Like, what? I got to think, like, is he trolling us big time or what?
Wait, he's the one who coming out with Armbreak?
Yeah.
Oh, that's so stupid.
Dude. He did an announcement that he's coming out with a new movie called Armbreak, and it's going to be on Amazon Prime and ESPN and blah, 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 blah.
No, it's not.
I'm like, dude, Armbreak? Like, I had to say something about it. I'm like, there's no fucking way, dude. No arm wrestler is going to be like, hey, you see that new arm wrestling movie called Armbreak, bro?
Like Golden Arm?
There's no arm break in it, but awesome name.
Yeah, that's stupid.
Spiral Fracture. The miniseries coming for Amazon Prime in October. We just follow people that break their arms at arm wrestling tournaments, and we interview them during their surgery. Really shed some light on arm breaks and arm wrestling.
Dude, how about like Coach Ray not getting any love from Engen lately?
Yeah, what's up with that?
Pretty interesting.
There's some shit going down, bro. There's some shit going down. We're going to get to the bottom of it on 98 News.
Yeah, I forgot what that. They had some skirmish at the last one or something.
What's that?
I forgot what Coach Ray did.
Oh, I think he just showed up to Mac and had a lot
Oh,
of
that's right.
fun there. That's it.
In
really.
Canada. That's right.
Yeah, he was mad about that or something there.
Yep, and then for next two events, basically he wasn't invited.
How childish is that though on Engen's part?
He's suspended.
Basically, dude.
Engen was like, "Dude, you're a bitch. You're not
Yeah,
gonna
just like a bitch and banning you.
bitchlet."
Same thing with Artem. Artem has gotten no love. He's gotten kicked off of being on like the fucking marketing team, like running their pages, because Artem runs like 5 different pages for like 5 different athletes.
I try one for every state and country. Dude, I counted the other day. I run like 89 groups.
Wait, you run?
No, not that. Not in that way. Although I did just buy a really nice treadmill that should be in any day. Start going for strolls. I actually got it for my dog.
Wait, did you see
I
the
don't have to
podcast that
walk her.
Travis had with Artem and Uncle John?
No.
No.
What was it about? Well, maybe. I don't know. Sometimes
Oh, a whole bunch of random shit. I was happy you'd catch it because right now I think it's only on members only.
yeah.
Yeah, so Uncle John he joined the call and he went on a tirade against Engen, and I think that is why they put it on the members only channel.
Of course. Listen, bitches.
Yeah. I asked I put in I think it was it was a regular comment and Artem read it out loud. He asked it was asking how much it would take Travis to go run a seminar at Winter Blast. He has some good things to say. He's like, yeah, it's a big tournament. It'd be pretty cool to run a seminar at the biggest tournament of the year. But he said, like, anything to do with the Ryan Gronin, I'm out.
No, he didn't. Did he?
As long as you take that guy out of there, I would do anything.
Oh, that's awesome.
So he likes Winter Blast. He likes what you guys are doing. He just doesn't like you.
Well, you know why? Because he reached out to Sue and was asking if he could sell water at Winter Blast to people, but he wanted like us to sell it.
Yeah.
And it was like a fucking pyramid scheme. And then I finally was just like, no, don't even bother fucking bringing that shit here. You're not going to take advantage of people.
Nobody wants your cleft water.
Yeah.
Cleft water.
I mean, fuck him, dude. He's irrelevant now anyway. Like, the only reason people want him is for commentary.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, from what it appears, a lot of people in the comments don't even like him for that anymore.
Yeah. Well, he does take it a little. It's like, you know, when someone's just like, you're borderline annoying, like it's funny, but it's like, all right, it's too much. Like some people try too hard to be funny and it like doesn't come natural or their timing's off or, you know?
Yeah.
That's how I felt that whole fucking Kill Tony Netflix thing was so forced.
Well, I haven't seen it. Doesn't sound like I should listen to it.
If you see it, let me know what you think. Also, when Arm Break comes out, let me know what you think of that movie.
I'm all set. I didn't even make it all the way through Uncle John's match.
Did you watch Golden Arm?
Fuck no.
I can't even find it anymore. Where do you find Golden Arm?
I don't know. Fucking Pirate Bay.
I remember that? Pirate Bay, dude. Fuck yeah. Do they still exist?
They might, right? Isn't that like basically the fucking homepage to the Dark Net?
I want to see Golden Arm too. It's called Golden Shower. Should we do an arm wrestling movie called Bitch? And we just put bitches on it like Greg Sharp.
Dude, you could really get a good reality show based on arm wrestling and just dealing with there's an endless amount of drama.
Yeah, endless.
Dude, if you did it right, yeah. But like no offense to like Steve Fernandez, but when he did that fucking, we're going to Montana and we're gonna do it like a reality show in the house, and it's like fucking Roger learned eating eggs. I was like, wow, this is awesome. I fucking nailed it, bro. Here's our drive from the airport to the house in a fucking bus. No one's saying anything funny. Here's Roger chewing gum. And then they get to the house. Oh, everyone's waking up. Look, here's Roger eating fucking eggs. I love reality shows. I was like, fuck this. I'm turning this off. I'm going to go watch Arm Break. Dude, I would love to just have a show where we just talk shit on all these fucking asshole promoters and everything. Just kind of like our 98 FTG night. In fact, let's just leave it the way it is and just keep talking shit on all these promoters. Dude, you know what I think why 98 gets so much hate? Because we just don't give a fuck. And it's like we're not competition. We're not like a normal league. Like we're not anyone's competition. It's more of a concept that's grown into like a community. So no one can really hurt us. Like tons of people were like, dude, you fucked up with Engen. Like now they're going to crush 98. Didn't even fucking scratch us. You know what I mean? Or people have said like, oh, in the beginning, like, oh, you pissed off James Reed. They're going to fuck up your whole fucking 98 concept and this and that. Nothing happened. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We trolled Travis for a good 6 months. Nothing happened. And now we got East versus West asking if we would promote him, I mean, I agree that like sometimes we get too crazy on here. We've probably said and done some things we shouldn't, but all in all, we throw pretty good tournaments, and we have a decent following. We post a lot, we share a lot. We're constantly growing the community and getting people into the sport, directing them to the proper practices. So I mean, the general public sees the good we do. Just the few assholes only fucking focus on us sitting here calling people a bitch for 6 hours. Like, why would you only focus on that unless you're a bitch?
I understand a little bit.
You know what I mean? Fuck those bitches, dude. We do have some big things in the works, so you guys are gonna be like, damn. Spreading out, dudes. We're gonna be all over.
Picking out the girls amateurs.
What's that? Yeah. I don't know, dude. Lucky
a bitch.
Bit of a shady character. Yeah. Some people are bitches in this sport, dude. She did some shady stuff, dude. Behind the scenes that I didn't even talk about on the show. But yeah, and she smells funny. So. Whatever you do,
Dan Plexman in the chat.
Dan Plexman, my man. He's a total beast, dude. I had fun with him at that weekend, like hanging out, talking and stuff. Got to hear some of his adventures. Very nice man. But yeah, he's definitely a beast on the table, dude. Damn.
Not at all like Lucky, who is not a nice man.
No. Fucking terrible, man. 3 a.m., 6 hours. Yeah. How long have we been on, does it say? Oh, yeah, 6 hours and 48 minutes we've been on. A 7-hour podcast, dude. I'm just going to skip today.
Nostalgic night.
I don't need sleep, dude. I barely sleep anymore. You know what sucks is, because of my shoulder, I can't really get comfortable. So, like, I'm just used to not getting sleep now. It feels weird when I get sleep. I'm like more tired than when I don't sleep.
Dude, it's like having a kid all over again.
It's like I'm like a little bitch, dude. Name 5 bitches in our wrestling.
The next trivia
It's
question.
half of my family.
Who are the top 5 bitches in arm wrestling, male or female? It would be cool though, like, you know, if we do the other podcasts, like bringing guests on, like we bring on a midget and just grill them, you know. We bring on a stripper, make her cry, you know. We bring on like a hooker, dude, and we're like, listen, every penis that has gone in and out of your vagina is a dagger in your father's heart.
You bitch.
Yeah, bitch. Wake up, bitch. Dude, we get all these strippers to quit their fucking jobs. We get these pimps calling the show, fucking threatening us. We could stage it, dude, and like hire an actor to call the show and be like,
look, bitch.
You guys are bitches. You stole my fucking bitches. Why are my bitches calling in quitting because you guys made them cry last night?
Well, we'll hire that guy at Winter Blast and have him play Mel Gibson.
Dude, we could hire Eric as the bodyguard, and then when they show up to kick my ass, he does nothing.
Like a bitch.
He's like, I got your back, bro. And then he's like, oh man, they're pretty big. Never mind. I got your way back, bro.
I got you next time.
You know what? I didn't need anyone to have my back, dude. I had it covered. I was ready to press charges and rat them out to the police like a little bit. I thought they were going to try to, like, you know, provoke me into like throwing the first punch or something, and then have me arrested. You know what I mean? Like, a lot of bitches play those kind of weird games.
Bitches.
You got to get a body cam.
Tim Bresnan was like, why didn't you just pepper spray them both and kick the shit out of them? I was like, man, imagine if Tim Bresnan was there. He would have just came out of nowhere, pepper sprayed him from the side, and fucking, let's get him. I love Tim Bresnan.
Yeah, Tim's awesome.
He is fucking cool as shit.
Yeah, he's cool as shit. Oh, fuck.
He would never do anything like the Walker crime family. Do you think they're going to be mad that I announced that Steve has cancer before Steve announced that he has cancer?
Oh, shit.
That's why I'm asking for a friend. You know who told me? Lana Jones. Lana Jones, the lunch lady.
Oh, yeah.
Every time I see a picture of her, I think of that song that Adam Sandler does, Lunch Lady Land.
Yeah, with Chris Farley dancing around him.
Lunch Lady Land. Fuck these bitches, dude. Should I not be live anymore? We probably could have shut the live down like 10 fucking hours ago and then just continued to say bitch for 6 hours.
Bitch.
Oh, man.
Oh, shit.
What do you guys think of those little promo videos we made?
Yeah, they're sweet.
Seen them. Fuck.
What's that? Yeah, you did. The one with music.
If you want some, come and get some. Yeah.
You know that one.
No. First time seeing it.
Seriously?
Uh-huh.
You weren't on earlier when I played it?
I wasn't on the whole call.
Oh.
Yeah. Bitch.
That's actually one of my friends singing that.
Tell him not to quit his day job.
You are? You're going to stop teaching 12-year-old girls volleyball? You would never quit that, you liar. Those bitches wear shorts.
Ooh,
That's not nice. Hopefully none of them watch this podcast.
Hopefully.
Can you imagine a parent like brings a clip of this?
Dude,
Like, they were calling my daughter a bitch.
Bitch.
In defense, we called everyone on Earth a bitch. So
we got it covered.
we got everybody. There was no discrimination whatsoever.
Dude, what about that Jody I guy, huh?
We called James Brown a bitch while he was playing Mel Gibson. That's just wild to me still, dude. What was that?
What was that?
I have no idea, dude.
Oh,
it's a 98 jet.
Is this like a vision board thing?
First class jet, dude. Do you think it should be called brain grope, where we molest every crevice of the mind?
Maybe brain grape.
And get rid of with Dr. Ryan Grondin. I thought brain grope would be funny because it's like, there's a molest joke somewhere in there.
Yeah.
Instead of Dr. Bitch.
Gay bear. Gay bear stare. Fuck you, Lana. Lana Jones. Steve, buddy, you're supposed to trade up. You don't do a lateral move.
Dude, where the hell did you find
Artem
that
will tell
Joey
you.
guy?
What's that?
Where the hell did you find that Joey I guy?
That's the shaved bear of the different story. Joey I. So Kenny Smith did a post. You know Kenny Smith?
He's a good arm wrestler. That's all I know.
Yeah. He did a post that Joey I went to his kid's school and was arm wrestling all the kids and stuff. And then I know Jimmy G had talked about this guy a lot, and so did Steve Rosenblum, because both those guys are into like the whole boxing scene in Philly. So I looked him up and I was like, oh shit, dude, he's like in 6 different Hall of Fames as like a cut guy. And he used to be like a really good boxer in his weight class. So I was like, oh, since he arm wrestled, let me have him on the podcast, dude. And he agreed to come on. I just messaged him. I was like, hey, you want to come on our podcast Wednesday? And he goes, yep.
Nice.
And that was it. We had that little rascal on. Bitch. But yeah, I'm over bitches, dude. We let Maddie Walker pull for free, and then she goes and talks shit on our tournament. What the fuck is that shit, dude? Don't come to any anymore then. Just keep going to those fucking 8-hour fucking small tournaments that are out there.
Bitch.
I'm going to start throwing tournaments in New York, guys. That'll really piss some people off.
Are you going to make them longer?
Yeah.
Name of our next tournament, 98% bitch.
We have to outdo them. So it's like, oh, your tournament was 8 hours? Ours was 9.
Nice.
Oh, it was 10? Ours was 11. We'll just keep upstaging them by 1 hour. All we got to do is go live on the podcast at the place, and it'll last fucking 8 hours. Oh my God, we're at 7 hours, Dan. That's crazy. Didn't even blink an eye on this one.
Too easy. Dude, no Stephanie Spencer, no Usual Suspects.
She was in the room at one. She did comment in the room once. But I think
MG was here, so
I don't think she likes coming on when MG's on.
No, she doesn't.
No.
It's like a conflict of vagina. It's like a bitch conflict.
There only can be one vagina on this show at a time.
Just one bitch.
Yeah. It's like mine's looser than yours. Not before I got my vaginal rejuvenation surgery. Oh my God. Dude, she sent me the pictures of it post surgery. Like all stitched up and nasty. Oh.
No good.
Well, not many things with stitches on it look good.
Not your proudest fap.
Maybe I can find it. Hold on. Probably not.
Did it look like she had a Friday appointment after lunch?
Yeah. It looked like Jeff Dave.
Doctor's like, fuck it.
It looked like Jeff Dave fisted her, fingered her.
Look like headed pasta.
Look, the doctor's only 2 stars.
That's going to be the new reference. Like a girl with loose morals. You're like, oh, dude, this bitch fingered by Jeff Dave.
Old cock fingers.
It was like waving a fucking 2x4 in a cave. Like throwing a hot dog in a hallway.
His pinky's gaping people.
It's like tossing a toothpick in a sewer. Dude, how do you has he ever fingered anyone?
It's straight fucking if he did.
Like, goddamn, dude. Does his penis have elephantitis like that? Like, when he holds his dick in that hand, does it look super small?
Unless he's got a horse cock.
It looks like an infantile penis in his hand. Be like, dude, do not take a selfie holding your own dick. He's like, nephew, get over here. I don't want you to hold it, but just put your hand on my thigh for reference. For my selfie. That's better. Now it looks huge. Can't use my fucking hands. Do you see the pictures of him when he was young with those big ass hands and he's like doing farm work and shit?
Yeah.
God damn, dude. That dude's just using his hand as a hammer to knock pegs in the ground. Like, dude, he's fucking knocking horseshoes on horses with his fist. You gonna tell me he can't knock a fucking cervix loose? God damn, dude. Look at those mitts. Fucking putting up horse fences with one fucking strike. Fucking poor wife. No wonder she's super liberal. Oh man.
Shit. Dude, you never wanted to push the button in the elevator for you.
Right? Fucking hits them all at once. Like it just now it goes to every single floor. They're all lit up. Like, God damn it, Jeff. Fucking bitch. Why do you have to do that? Keep your fucking big ass fingers to yourself.
Big bitch fingers to yourself.
He fucking milks a cow and only has to do one stroke. All the milk comes out in one fucking. Every time he milks a cow dies. It's just like, yeah, another one. Lost another one. Like, oh, where's Jeff? He's out there artificially inseminating the horses with his giant hand.
Oh, Jeffrey.
You guys ever watch Yellowstone and all the spinoffs?
Nope.
Dude, so good. Like 1923 and all those fucking are so good.
Fuck.
Kill a lot of bitches, dude. Killed a lot of bitches in that. It's almost time for breakfast. I done skipped dinner. Now I'm gonna have to go right to breakfast.
Fuck.
You think it's hard to eat breakfast with a cleft lip?
Maybe cereal might dribble out.
Left palate. Every time I go down on my wife, I bite my lip because I can't tell the difference. Fucking bitch lip. Hey, bitch lips. Shut your fucking mouth. Yeah, he's an asshole, dude. Why did he have to make a comment about me coming to Winter Blast? You should have told me sooner. I would have went and fucking done nothing about it because I don't give a fuck what that guy says. Fucking irrelevant bitch. Fucking son's fresh out of high school and has already surpassed you in fame. You know? He's already done more in his life in 21 years than you have in fucking twice that. Who's the bitch now? Wow, you were the best in a sport that doesn't even fucking exist yet. Way to go, buddy. I'm the best left-handed arm wrestler in the world. What the fuck is arm wrestling? Asshole. He's better known amongst the fucking cleft lip awareness fucking people than he is in arm wrestling. Oh, there's Travis. Raising money for the cause. Asshole.
Might have to go to bed here.
Thank God no one watches our fucking podcast, dude.
Yeah,
You know?
it is a good thing.
I think the Arm Gods guys got really mad that we had that weird basketball guy on.
Oh yeah. You weren't happy with him?
No. No, White Wolf was like, I'm out of here. Not every night's going to be a fucking knock out of the park, you know?
No.
Or a Jeff Dave finger in the vagina. Yeah. Can you imagine, dude? Being able to please a woman with one finger.
With your fucking pinky.
You just fucking stick that pinky in there and instant fucking squirter. Someone was trying to tell me that every woman can squirt. And I'm like, come on, dude. There's no way.
Yeah, I've heard that too.
There's no way they all can. Or why wouldn't they then?
I've heard some of it's because of them. They won't let themselves let loose.
If you could squirt, wouldn't you just be doing it all the time?
You'd think.
I mean, what the fuck, dude? My face would be wet during the podcast all fucking day long.
Yeah, I know.
The hair on my head would be, I would look like a wet dog 24/7.
Yes, I would agree.
Oh, there's a drought? Fucking my lawn is green as fuck, dude. I'd be out there all over everything. Keep your kids away from that guy. They're not safe unless they have a rain jacket and some galoshes. What? I mean, why would you be given a talent like that and not do it all the time?
Yeah.
Although I've heard some nasty stories from some friends, like they were banging a chick and she squirted and like hit him up in the fucking face and weird shit. That would probably not be fun.
Mm.
Especially like it's a one night stand, dude. And you're like, I don't really like her anyway. And then fucking she squirts you in the face. Not good. You don't want that strange liquid all up in your nostrils and eyes. You know what I mean? Like, if it's someone you've been with a long time, it's different. But like a one night stand squirter, no. That's like someone asking to take a sip of your milk. It's just like, no.
Yeah, you don't mess with milk.
You don't fuck with people's milk, dude.
No, you don't mess with people's milk.
Like, even growing up, if anyone was like, "Can I get a sip of your milk?" I'd be like, "What are you crazy, dude?"
Roundhouse them real quick.
Yeah. You might
Just
as well
with the comment.
might as well ask to fucking finger me with a Jeff Dave pinky. You know? Fucking I would just assume do that before letting someone take a sip of my milk.
Get a rectal exam by Jeff Dave.
It's just something about milk. You don't share it.
No, yeah, you don't mess with milk.
You know? Someone else's lips touching your milk and then they want you to take a sip? No. I've had some weirdos, dude. They're like, "Hey, you want a drink?" And they're like, "Yeah, you got milk and ice." What? Fucking milk with ice?
Watered down.
Who the fuck drinks milk on a hot day when it's hot out? That's fucking weird. What do you want to throw up? Fucking bitch. Fucking bitch ass milk drinker. Beverly drinks chocolate almond milk. It's actually not that bad.
Yeah, it's supposed to be good for you.
I'm not a fan of the regular almond milk, but
Yeah.
chocolate almond milk is not that bad. I'm more of an oat milk guy. I'm just kidding. I drink gravy. Did Shubich fall asleep?
I don't know, you might have.
Fuck that guy. Bitch. Fucking Russian bitch. He's listening. He's jerking off to MG.
Yeah, to her shoulder.
Okay, go to bed. It's late here in Vegas now. We did overstay our welcome tonight for sure.
Yeah.
Big time, dude. I hope no one watches. I should take it down. We've called everybody in the entire community a bitch tonight. You know, and we opened it up with kids.
Yeah.
Like, if you watch the beginning of the podcast and then you fast forward to the end, you're going to be like, what
happened?
fuck is going on? Sorry, children.
Sideways real quick.
Yeah. Fucking imagine if Jeff Day was a molester. Putting those fingers in a kid. Oh my god, dude. Fucking break someone's hip.
You would ruin him for life.
Like a much smaller frame with that big ass finger. Like his finger doesn't fit in a full size adult female frame. Imagine a much smaller one, dude. That would be fucked. Not good.
Not good.
I would assume he's not a molester, though.
I would assume so too.
He should be a murderer, though. Imagine just being able to grab someone's like throat with that fucking huge hand, just squeeze their fucking, you know, pinch their larynx off. Fucking sever an esophagus with a snap of your finger.
Snap of your cock finger.
One snap of his finger and he could fucking circumcise Shubich. And Eric. Anyway, I'm going to end this before we get arrested.
Yeah.
Always a pleasure, buddy.
Yeah. I'll catch you next time.
Fuck those guys.
Yeah, fuck those guys.
Later, buddy.
Later.